Zyankaku pretends to be a beautiful girl in public, but in private, she's a rough tomboy. However, she's also a shoujo manga author named Xianyo. Although her manga outline has been rejected by the editor several times, fortunately, Zyankaku has a venting outlet. She often complains to it, wondering if she deserves love and a career. The online friend playing the role of the venting outlet always praises and comforts Zyankaku. For Zyankaku, this venting outlet has been her best friend for years. She wants to tell them everything. They're the gentlest person in the world. For someone who's afraid to interact with the opposite sex, their companionship is enough. One day, Zyankaku happily shared something with her venting outlet friend. She recently met the school's heartthrob, Bain, and discovered he was reading her manga. Moreover, he understands creative work well. He critiqued her manga as cliché, with abrupt transitions, vague plot, and too many subplots. But he's also emotionally intelligent, complimenting her eyes as beautiful, though he later said he mistook them for contact lenses. But his occasional gentle gazes really made Zyankaku's heart flutter. Zyankaku excitedly asked her venting outlet friend if her spring had come, while also worrying she wasn't good enough for him. She's so pitiful, struggling to interact with the opposite sex, thinking she'd be lucky to even get a key. Zyankaku wondered uncertainly if she could really like him. The venting outlet friend said it's possible. In the second semester at Tsingyuan University, Zyankaku looked at the long flight of stairs ahead, feeling a bit daunted. At this moment, a bespectacled boy appeared, asking if the junior needed help. Zyankaku turned her head at the sound. The boy looked at Zyankaku's heavy bag. He offered to help carry it upstairs. Then he slyly complimented Zyankaku's figure, wondering if she had a boyfriend. Zyankaku reached out to refuse the help, but the next second she was speechless. The boy asked for Zyankaku's name and class while reaching for her bag. Embarrassingly, the bag didn't budge. At that moment, the bag was suddenly lifted onto Zyankaku's back. A voice answered the boy's earlier questions, saying it was none of his business. Zyankaku felt quite helpless. She thought he was genuinely offering help, but it turned out to be another pickup attempt, and by someone without strength at that. Although she used a homophone pun to answer, it was still a successful rejection. Perhaps because Zyankaku dodged too quickly without paying attention, she bumped into someone. Zyankaku rubbed her head and apologized. When she saw who she had bumped into, she was a bit stunned. Bain calmly said it was okay. Zyankaku recalled. This seemed to be the first time she had spoken to him. As expected of the legendary cold-hearted heartthrob, he exuded an aura of keep your distance. At this moment, Zyankaku happened to meet the class monitor. Seeing Zyankaku with her luggage, the monitor was curious. Isn't the dorm in that direction? Where are you going? Zyankaku explained that she had rented a place outside and wasn't staying in the dorm. The monitor jokingly said, "Wow, that's impressive. Just don't let the counselor find out." Then he asked Zyankaku if she needed any help. Zyankaku politely declined. Bain, standing nearby, glanced at Zyankaku. The monitor caught this and thought about how well-matched Zyankaku and Bain looked standing together. A cool-faced handsome guy and a graceful beauty. They really complement each other. Then the monitor, acting like a neighborhood gossip, said his ears were burning. Since they're from the same hometown, why not just get together? Bain and Zyankaku, in a rare moment of synchronicity, both said, "No way." After Zyankaku returned to her rented place, she changed into slippers, removed her makeup, and took off her uncomfortable bra. Opening a can of soda, she thought about the elegant beauty she pretended to be. It was all just a facade. How could she ever match up with a heartthrob like Bain? If he saw her true self, he'd probably never say such things again. Wearing pajamas and drinking soda is the happiest. It's awesome. This is how life should be lived. Zyankaku lay down, thinking about dating. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even cheesy pickup lines were enough to make her feel sick. Talking normally with guys wasn't a problem. But every time they crossed a line, she felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps it was better to grow old alone. It felt safer. Then Zyankaku sat up. She couldn't daydream anymore. She had to quickly get up and continue preparing her new manga. Although several versions of the new outline had already been rejected by the editor, it still couldn't pass the initial review after months. What should she do? As she was lost in thought, her phone buzzed with a message from her venting outlet friend. They asked how Zyankaku's horoscope preparation was going. Zyankaku honestly replied that she was still struggling with it. The friend then asked if it was easier now compared to her high school serialization. Zyankaku happily typed that of course it was. University life was incredibly enjoyable. But strangely, she felt she lacked creative inspiration. Maybe she was getting old. Then Zyankaku excitedly told her friend that someone said she pretty, and a boy in her class were well-matched. She joked that it was hilarious. If they saw her sloppy appearance at home, they'd surely be disappointed. Matching with a heartthrob? She'd be lucky to match with a key. The friend comfortingly said they wouldn't be disappointed. After nearly 4 years of friendship, they knew Zyankiku well. They expressed that in their eyes, Zyankiku had always been excellent since high school. So Zyankiku should believe that she was truly unique. They praised Zyankiku, saying she was really great. Zyankiku was very touched. How could there be someone as gentle as her venting outlet friend? They were like an angel radiating holy light. With them by her side, she felt like all her troubles could melt away. However, the annoying part came later. Zyankiku's course project assignment paired her with Bain. Looking at him, Zyankiku sighed. He truly was the acknowledged heartthrob. Even his yawns seemed to glow. But speaking of glowing, why did her venting outlet friend seem so much cuter than him? Then Zyankiku carefully suggested that they should first collect information together. She would be responsible for the PowerPoint and Bain for the presentation. She asked if this division of work was okay. Bain thought for a moment, then simply said okay, not a word more. However, Zyankiku found Bain a bit scary. She had heard that Bain didn't like to talk much, but she didn't expect him to be this terrifying in person. He was exactly the type of person she was worst at dealing with. Zyankiku brought over a stack of books. She said she had found books related to their topic, and these materials should be enough. Then she gave half to Bain, saying this way would be more efficient. At this moment, Bain seemed lost in thought. He stared at Zyankiku. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said that up close, Zyankiku's eyes were quite beautiful. This left Zyankiku a bit confused. She then shyly scratched her head and thanked him for the compliment. Just as she was thinking Bain might be a nice person, he immediately overturned her perception. Bain calmly stated that he had made a mistake earlier. They were contact lenses. This statement made Zyankiku extremely embarrassed. She forced a smile and said, "Aren't these contact lenses supernatural? You can't even tell unless you look closely." Then she praised Bain's sharp eyes, but inside she was fuming. What's wrong with this guy? Then Zyankiku pushed aside her distracting thoughts and began to organize the materials and write the report. She wanted to finish quickly and go home, order takeout, and improve yesterday's manga outline. As she was organizing, Zyankiku's eyelids began to droop. She finally couldn't resist and fell asleep. Even in her sleep, she worried about the laundry she forgot to hang in the morning, sorting garbage, and changing bed sheets. Bain looked at the sleeping girl before him. As he looked, a barely noticeable smile curved his lips. Then he took a book and placed it over Zyankiku's head. He thought about how she always slept regardless of the glaring sunlight. She really hadn't changed, just like before. It started raining outside the library. Zyankiku stood at the entrance, looking at the rain. She was thinking about how she didn't bring an umbrella. What should she do? At that moment, Bain handed her an umbrella. He explained that he had forgotten his old umbrella before, so he brought a new one today. Zyankiku understood. She thanked Bain and said she would return it to him tomorrow. Then she opened the umbrella. After saying goodbye to Bain, she left. As she walked, Zyankiku thought, so Bain does care about others. Although he always had an unapproachable expression and spoke coldly, maybe Bain was actually a gentle person. Bain stood on the steps, watching Zyankiku leave. Then he walked down the steps, muttering to himself, disgruntled. Women have no sense of protection. Zyankiku's debut manga was published. Zyankiku's childhood friend, Chiyoshia, brought the book to celebrate with Zyankiku. She excitedly hugged Zyankiku. Because the hug was a bit tight, Zyankiku tried to break free, saying she hadn't removed her makeup yet and the foundation would rub off. Then Zyankiku asked, didn't Chiyoshia say she was going to celebrate her boyfriend's birthday today? How did she have time to come? Chiyoshia calmly let go and said they had broken up. Zyankiku exasperatedly asked how many boyfriends this made. Was she collecting them like cards? Chiyoshia smirked. Then she picked up an octopus skewer. She cursed that the scumbag was actually juggling 4 girls. Was he an octopus? Zyankiku helplessly pointed out that octopuses have 8 legs. Chiyoshia didn't care about that. She started hugging Zyankiku and changed the subject to gossip about her venting outlet friend. Zyankiku looked at Chiyoshia with confusion. Why bring him up suddenly? Chiyoshia poked Zyankiku's face, telling her not to pretend. They had been friends for so many years, and this was the first time she had seen her chat with a guy for so long. Then she looked directly into Zyankiku's eyes, asking if she hadn't developed feelings for the venting outlet friend and wanted to meet him in person. Zyankiku put on a fierce expression. The next second, she pounced on Chiyoshia. shouting that he was her venting outlet friend. How could she have feelings for that angel? When Xiaoxia and her 18 boyfriends were talking about love, he was the one who accompanied her. Seeing herself at a disadvantage, Xiaoxia softened her attitude and immediately apologized. But Xiankaku had never seen his face. What if he was an ugly, bald uncle? Xiankaku just laughed. Maybe she thought it was impossible. In the library, Bain was seriously reading a book. At that moment, a voice came. A girl approached to chat him up, saying she had been noticing Bain for a long time. She had been coming to the library every day since last semester. Every time she saw him, she felt restless. She wanted to add Bain on WeChat. Bain looked at the girl in front of him, pondering her words about feeling restless. He then coldly asked the girl if she had hemorrhoids. The girl's face immediately darkened. She turned and left crying. She never thought Bain would be this kind of person. Bain also sighed, finally got rid of her. At this moment, another voice called him. This time it was Xiankaku. Xiankaku looked at Bain, thinking that since he wasn't as scary as she thought, maybe trying to interact with him proactively wouldn't be a bad thing. Then Xiankaku started to find a topic, asking Bain what he was reading. Bain looked directly at Xiankaku and answered, shoujo manga. Xiankaku was a bit surprised. Was this what they called gapmo? She didn't expect Bain to read girls' manga. But then, the book in Bain's hand caught Xiankaku's attention. Her face was suddenly filled with shock. Wasn't that her own manga? Xiankaku looked at Bain somewhat awkwardly, then cleared her throat. She asked Bain what he thought about the manga in his hand. To her surprise, Bain commented that it was very cliché. As the manga's creator, Xiankaku felt hurt. But Bain's next words made her feel a bit relieved. Bain said that the work was good at portraying characters' emotions and scene atmospheres. Although the scriptwriting and panel layout skills were a bit weak, it showed potential. Xiankaku listened carefully to Bain's evaluation. After listening, she was surprised to hear praise. Then Bain even said he quite liked it, which was unexpected for Xiankaku. Bain then continued to focus intently on Xiankaku. He leaned in to ask about the weak points he mentioned earlier, specifically where they were lacking. Seeing Xiankaku's curious face, Bain began to explain. For example, the scene transitions were abrupt. The mid-story main plot was vague with many flaws. The female lead's character design fell apart towards the end, issues with narration and dialogue, and so on. Before Bain could finish, Xiankaku interrupted, saying Bain really understood story structure and must have read a lot of books. Bain glanced at her, took off his glasses, and said he had about as many as the books here. In the South Dormitory of Tsingyuan University, the class monitor was standing in the dorm room, calling for Bain to wake up. He walked to Bain's bed, telling him they had 2 classes today. Did he want to be late on the first day? Seeing that Bain showed no signs of moving, he pulled him out of bed, saying he didn't want to fail classes in his first year. He also reminded Bain not to forget to bring a mirror and brush. The other 2 roommates were confused. Why bring a mirror and brush? What elective class were they taking? The bell rang. Bain and the class monitor sat in the last row. The teacher began with an opening speech, thanking everyone for choosing this elective. Suddenly, the girls in the classroom looked at Bain and the 2 of them, bursting into laughter. The class monitor complained that Bain stayed up so late on course selection day that only the makeup class was left. Bain looked at the class monitor resentfully, saying it was actually because he forgot to set the alarm. At this moment, the arguing pair heard a familiar voice. It was Xiankaku, asking with confusion why they were in the makeup class. Bain and the class monitor kept pushing each other to answer. Xiankaku could see from this that these 2 actually had a good relationship. At this time, the teacher announced that instead of teaching theory in the first lesson, they would have some initial practice. Everyone should use their own makeup to apply it on themselves. The class monitor took out the brushes he had prepared, complaining about how quickly they were jumping into practical work. Bain started smearing contour cream on his face, then used an eyeliner pencil to draw eyebrows, and applied mascara as lipstick. Xiankaku couldn't bear to watch anymore. She suggested that she should teach him instead. Otherwise, if this continued, he might as well go perform in Beijing opera. Then Xiankaku asked Bain to close his eyes and started working on his face with an eyeshadow brush. Facing Bain's face, Xiankaku was momentarily stunned. As expected of a heartthrob with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and such long eyelashes, His skin looked so fine up close. She was so envious. She really wanted to ask what skincare products he used to maintain such good skin, but knowing his typical male response, he would probably say it was natural. Then Zyankaku focused on teaching him. She told him she was using a powder puff now, explaining that Bain's skin was so good that he didn't need concealer. Then came contouring, brushing, and blending the nose shadow for a more natural look. Finally, she used loose powder to set the makeup. Finally, it was time for lipstick. Just as she was about to apply lipstick on Bain stopped her. Staring at Zyankaku's face, he said her eyes were truly beautiful. Zyankaku stared back at Bain, thinking here we go again. She then said that she wasn't wearing contact lenses today. She thought to herself, how strange. Why does he keep saying her eyes look good? Could it be that he's deliberately trying to get her to look twice? How nice try. He didn't expect that she wasn't wearing contacts today. Still trying to get her to look twice? No way. As Zyankaku was lost in thought, she heard Bain speak again. He said he knew. Bain gazed at the person doing his makeup, lost in thought. Then he directly said that Zyankaku's eye makeup must have taken quite a while. Zyankaku was quite exasperated. She really shouldn't have expected anything poetic to come out of this straight man's mouth. So, she chose to ignore it. Bain turned his head to call the class monitor, asking if there was anything he could help with. At this moment, Zyankaku was surprised. Looking at the class monitor's exquisite makeup, she couldn't help but admire how well it was done. Then the two of them, with Bain between them, discussed how the class monitor's makeup was done. Not long after, the bell rang. A girl walked up to Bain. She wanted to ask for his contact information. The girl lightly brushed her hair, revealing her delicate face. Zyankaku looked at Bain with admiration. As expected of him, a beautiful girl came to chat him up in the very first class. At this moment, Bain reached out his hand and asked the girl if she liked men. The girl was a bit confused but still answered yes, of course. Then Bain placed his hand on another hand. All the witnesses were shocked. The owner of that other hand was the boy next to him. Bain explained, "What a coincidence, me too." As soon as he said this, the class monitor was greatly shocked. Zyankaku too. The girl who had approached them ran away, saying, "I'm sorry, excuse me." The class monitor, gritting his teeth in anger, called out Bain's name and then pounced on him. He cursed at Bain, asking if he had a death wish. He felt like he was going to throw up yesterday's dinner. Did he really have to use that trick? He said Bain must have done it on purpose. It was disgusting. Zyankaku watched the two of them roughhousing. She said she would leave first and let them continue fighting. The class monitor came to his senses. He turned back and called out to Zyankaku. He invited Zyankaku to have dinner together, explaining that he had a discount coupon for an izakaya. If 3 people went, they could get a 30% discount. Zyankaku agreed. She thought 3 people would be great. As long as it wasn't just 2 people, it would be fine. Then she asked if it was far from the school. The class monitor explained it wasn't far, just 5 bus stops away. Then he took out his phone, saying he would ask in the class group chat who wanted to go to make up 3 people. Zyankaku asked confusedly if Bain was going. The class monitor said he had already asked him before, but that guy said he didn't like drinking. Suddenly, Zyankaku and the class monitor heard Bain ask who said that. He then said he loved drinking. So the 3 of them went to the bus stop together. On the bus, there was 1 empty seat. The class monitor, following the lady's first principle, let Zyankaku sit first. Zyankaku was deeply touched. The class monitor was such a nice person. She couldn't help but recall taking the bus in high school, which was an unbearable memory. Sitting there, Zyankaku couldn't help but look at Bain. Although she had already admired him during the makeup session, Bain's face seemed to have some kind of magic that made people want to look at it again and again. And also, he looked even better than herself after she had put on makeup. He looked even better after makeup. How annoying. As she was thinking, Zyankaku took out her phone and started venting to her treehole friend. Bain was not only good-looking, but also had such strong scriptwriting abilities. She mentioned that although Bain's previous advice was quite harsh, she had to admit it really solved her long-standing creative issues. As she continued, she felt like she might not be suitable to be a scriptwriter. But what she never expected was her treehole friend actually agreed with her view. But fortunately, the treehole friend comforted her, saying it wasn't something to feel inferior about. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. They said that while Zyankaku might not be great at writing stories, she was better at creating visuals than most people. For young girls, isn't the art style also a very important part? So the treehole friend suggested that she could collaborate with Bain. Zyankaku hesitated. Work with Bain? The treehole friend continued to persuade Zyankaku. They said that if her beautiful visual scenes could be paired with Bain's mature scripts, they might create a super popular shoujo manga. Looking at the messages from her tree-hole friend, Zyankaku fell into deep thought. Collaborating with a scriptwriter? It was indeed a good solution. Why hadn't she thought of it before? It seemed to be a win-win situation for both herself and her work. Story and scriptwriting were indeed her weaknesses. But if she really needed to find a shoujo manga scriptwriter, Bain might be a good choice. After arriving at the izakaya, Zyankaku happily clinked glasses with them. The class monitor looked at Zyankaku's glass and couldn't help but say that it was too big. Zyankaku replied that her alcohol tolerance was very good, so not to worry. The class monitor said that Zyankaku could probably drink with the counselor, who never gets drunk. Bain watched the two chatting happily and raised his glass alone. He eavesdropped on their conversation and then drank it all in one go. At this moment, a voice caught Zyankaku's attention. A man came over with a bottle of alcohol to chat them up. He asked Zyankaku to come drink with him. Zyankaku looked annoyed and told him to go drink the northwest wind. The man continued with his frivolous words, saying he likes stubborn girls. The class monitor couldn't help but tell the older man to stop. The man didn't stop, but instead tried to reach out and touch Zyankaku. Zyankaku also noticed the man's reaching hand. At the critical moment, a hand stopped him. It was Bain, saying Zyankaku couldn't go with him. He then explained it was because they needed 3 people for the discount. This explanation was truly unexpected. After the 3 had eaten and drunk their fill, the class monitor looked at Bain drinking alone without saying a word and said it was really boring. Suddenly, his phone rang. After hanging up, he said, "Oh no, there was a meeting at this time." Zyankaku asked what happened. The class monitor apologetically said that the student council suddenly called a meeting. It was urgent, so he might need to pay the bill first and rush back immediately. Zyankaku understandingly said it was okay. She told him to go quickly and that she could transfer the money to him later. Then the class monitor got up and left. He instructed Bain to make sure Zyankaku got home safely. At the door, the class monitor was still on the phone. He said he'd be there right away and told the other person to just leave the documents there. Unintentionally, the class monitor glanced back. He saw an older man lying there motionless, which startled him. Looking closely, he realized it was the drunk man who had just harassed Zyankaku. He was covered in injuries, but wasn't he fine just now? Who had beaten him up so badly? Inside the room, Zyankaku couldn't help but call out to Bain. Seeing his gloomy expression, she asked if he was okay. Seeing that he didn't respond, Zyankaku called out again. She was still met with silence. Zyankaku thought she really wasn't good at being alone with someone of the opposite sex. Seeing that Bain still had no reaction, Zyankaku reached out her hand towards him. She asked again what was wrong. Bain opened his eyes, his face looking slightly tipsy. Suddenly, Zyankaku's hand was grabbed by Bain. He then placed it on his chest. Zyankaku called out again. Bain slowly regained consciousness with half-open eyes. Zyankaku then asked if Bain was drunk. Bain, feeling hot, didn't speak. Actually, after the scary old man was chased away earlier, Bain had left his seat. He said he was going to the bathroom outside, but he actually found that creepy old man from before. Then he asked him if he needed help drinking the northwest wind. What happened next goes without saying. Drunk Bain was completely different from before. Before drunk, he was a straight man. After drunk, he became soft and cute like a puppy, the kind that doesn't cry or make a fuss. This gave Zyankaku an opportunity to take advantage. Zyankaku started to blatantly bully him. She yelled at him, and he didn't talk back. He even apologized to Zyankaku pitifully. This really shocked Zyankaku. She wondered who this person in front of her really was. On the way back, Zyankaku silently watched Bain hugging a pillar and holding a concert. He sang one song after another. Helplessly, Zyankaku took out her phone to contact Bain's roommate. Hearing that Zyankaku wanted to send him away, Bain quickly lowered his head and whined in Zyankaku's ear. He said no and ambiguously asked, "Isn't it good to just look at me? Only look at me?" This atmosphere was immediately broken by Zyankaku, the straight girl. Noticing Bain leaning on her shoulder, her first question was whether he had stabbed her. Then she disgustedly moved Bain away, saying, "So even the cold male god becomes greasy when drunk." Bain's handsome face couldn't cover up the pungent smell of alcohol. Seeing Zyankaku's disgust, Bain felt a bit wronged. He complained that in shoujo manga, the male lead always does this to the female lead. Hearing Bain mention shoujo manga, Zyankaku was speechless. As expected of a shoujo manga scriptwriting master, even drunk like this, he still remembers shoujo manga plots. It has to be said, Zyankaku really has no romantic genes. Even with hints to this extent, she still had no awareness. At this moment, Zyankaku suddenly remembered what her tree-hole friend had told her about collaborating with Bain. Now that Bain was quite drunk, it was a good chance to test the waters. So Zyankaku eagerly asked Bain if he would be willing to collaborate on a manga with her, if she were a manga artist. Bain heard, but didn't refuse. He just asked Zyankaku back, "Aren't you afraid of being alone with a guy for a long time?" Zyankaku instinctively replied that if it could create good work, she could slowly overcome that issue. As soon as she finished speaking, Zyankaku realized and asked Bain how he knew she was afraid of being alone with the opposite sex. She had only told Chioxia and her tree-hole friend about this. Hearing the question, Bain stammered. Before he could answer, he gloriously passed out. It's unclear whether it was real or fake. Seeing this situation, Zyankaku picked up Bain in a princess carry. Don't underestimate her. Zyankaku wasn't just a manga-drawing girl, but also a girl with super strength. At the boys' dormitory, they ran into the class monitor returning to his room. Seeing the drunk Bain, the monitor was furious. Not only did he fail to send the girl home safely, but he also had to be carried back himself. Looking at Bain, who could barely stand, the monitor told Zyankaku that he'd make sure this bastard repaid the favor later. Then the monitor turned around, bent down, and asked Zyankaku to help put Bain on his back so he could carry him up. As Zyankaku was about to help Bain over, Bain leaned in and grabbed one of Zyankaku's fingers. The atmosphere became ambiguous, but there was no good response. In Zyankaku's mind, her father's face flashed, his hand reaching towards her, asking if she had seen anything. "Don't touch me." Zyankaku slapped away Bain's hand. Then she fled in panic. Bain was a bit worried. This was the first time he had seen that kind of expression on Zyankaku's face. He thought he knew her well enough. This feeling of familiarity, yet strangeness, made Bain wonder if he was dreaming. The next day, the class monitor, sticking to his principle of not swearing, asked Bain if he remembered yesterday's events. Bain, rubbing his extremely painful head, was a bit dazed. The monitor couldn't help but scold Bain. Yesterday he got dead drunk and had to be carried back by Zyankaku, a girl. He demanded Bain to immediately send a message to Zyankaku apologizing, and to apologize in person tomorrow. With the monitor's reminder, Bain realized it wasn't a dream. It really happened. In a panic, he ran out immediately to find Zyankaku. Although Bain shouldn't know where Zyankaku was, Tree-Hole Friend did. Bain rushed into the crowd, searching for her figure. Finally, he saw Zyankaku signing autographs on the stage. Zyankaku was happily greeting fans, but she was worried about meeting classmates. She feared that if her identity was revealed, her situation would become as troublesome as it was 3 years ago. Looking at the sea of people in front of her, Zyankaku was very surprised. She thought there wouldn't be many people. She didn't expect so many people to like her work. Zyankaku, like before, raised her head to ask the fan if they wanted a signature but the next second she froze. The person in front of her was none other than the drunk Bain from last night. Bain solemnly greeted Zyankaku, but called her by her pen name, Xianyao. Bain first acted as if he didn't know her, saying he was pleased to meet her. Then he told Zyankaku that she looked familiar. Zyankaku's face instantly became an expression pack. She explained that Bain might have mistaken her for her college-attending cousin, as people often confuse them. But unexpectedly, Bain leaned in close to Zyankaku, asking her to remind her cousin that the 2,000-word paper for the art style research course was due tomorrow. Zyankaku was shocked and felt depressed. She hadn't written a single word. On the contrary, Bain left happily with Zyankaku's signature. After the signing event ended, Zyankaku said goodbye to everyone and left. Walking on the street, Zyankaku couldn't understand why Bain came to her signing event. Although he had mentioned liking her manga before, it was still terrifying. Zyankaku couldn't help but quickly vent to Tree-Hole Friend. She was doomed. Today she was discovered by a classmate, the handsome guy who was good at writing scripts that she had mentioned before. Tree-Hole Friend comforted Zyankaku, telling her not to worry. Bain didn't seem like those high school classmates who would gossip behind her back. Then he told Zyankaku to look up at the cherry blossoms to ease her anxiety. Zyankaku obediently did as told. First, she took a deep breath. Then she looked up to admire the cherry blossoms. Her eyes were filled with pink. It was indeed very healing. If only Tree-Hole Friend could see this. Just as she thought this, she saw Bain standing under the cherry blossom tree. The scene was as beautiful as a poster. It made Zyankaka walk up impulsively and call out, "Classmate Bain." Realizing she had admitted her identity, Zyankaka hesitated for a while. Then both of them bowed to each other, one apologizing for yesterday's events, the other asking to keep today's events a secret. As a result, they bumped heads. They both rubbed their foreheads and looked at each other. They laughed simultaneously. Bain was happy that Zyankaka didn't hate him because of yesterday's incident. Zyankaka remembered carrying Bain back to the dorm in a princess carry yesterday. She took the opportunity to threaten him to keep her manga artist identity a secret. Otherwise, she would princess carry him to the academic office for everyone to see. They quickly agreed to keep each other's secrets. However, Zyankaka, always a bit slow to react, finally realized that Bain remembered everything from last night, including the manga collaboration. Upon realizing this, Zyankaka immediately apologized and asked him to forget about it. After all, the manga collaboration was too absurd. How could anyone want to work with a nobody like her? To her great surprise, while Zyankaka was feeling embarrassed, Bain said he was willing to do it. Zyankaka couldn't believe it and confirmed multiple times, receiving all affirmative answers. Zyankaka looked at Bain's handsome face. Cherry blossoms danced slowly with the spring breeze. She and the person in front of her, just like that, unknowingly embarked on a long and wonderful journey together. At this moment, Bain looked at his phone. It was already 6 o'clock. Thoughtfully, he said to Zyankaka that she must be tired after signing all day. To repay the favor, he would treat her to dinner. The two sat in a restaurant eating. Zyankaka curiously asked, "Classmate Bain, aren't you surprised that I'm the author of Love Struck Girl?" Bain calmly took a sip of coffee. He explained that it was expected for the author who could write such clumsy plots to be an immature college student. As expected, he was still that familiar sharp-tongued guy. Zyankaka started to call out Bain, but before she could say anything else, Bain stopped her. He said that since they would be long-term partners from now on, calling each other classmate wasn't quite appropriate. After Bain's reminder, Zyankaka scratched her head, realizing it was indeed awkward. Then, after rehearsing in her mind, she called out Bain with a bit of embarrassment. Hearing this, Bain leaned forward and responded with, "I'm here." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zyankaka took out her phone, saying she would send him the constellation outline and settings for him to review first. After successfully sending all the materials, Zyankaka looked at Bain, eagerly awaiting his evaluation. But 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. Bain didn't say a word. Zyankaka couldn't help but ask if her writing was too bad. Bain hesitantly said there were actually some noteworthy points. For example, that, seeing Bain's reaction, Zyankaka understood. She covered her face and told Bain not to force himself. Just be honest, she could handle it. Bain immediately began his long critique. In summary, the female lead starts as a strong woman, but turns into a love-obsessed character. Also, although it's an episodic story, it lacks a main thread connecting the whole text. So it's necessary to add a long-term motivation and purpose for the protagonist. Zyankaka listened. Bain's critique felt familiar to Zyankaka, like being sprayed by Bain wielding a Gatling gun. After finishing, they left the restaurant. Zyankaka felt refreshed. Bain's soul infusion made Zyankaka feel like she had a breakthrough. Seeing Zyankaka's exaggerated reaction, Bain reminded her to bring her notebook tomorrow afternoon when she had no class to help her refine the remaining content. Hearing Bain's instructions, Zyankaka felt he was really reliable. With his help, the Constellation project would likely progress quickly. At this moment, the sound of fireworks caught their attention. The blooming fireworks before them were very beautiful. Bain looked at Zyankaka, asking if she wanted to watch. Zyankaka remembered she hadn't written her thesis yet. She turned to leave, saying it was too noisy and they should go. Hearing the reason, Bain immediately took out his earphones and called out to the fleeing Zyankaka. He accurately placed the earphones on her ears. He said, "Now it's not noisy, right?" Afraid Zyankaka might still want to leave, Bain said he would help her write the thesis. "Let's watch together." From behind, the two looked just like a matching couple, very compatible. The moment Bain touched Zyankaka's ears, they turned red. The slow-to-react Zyankaka was thinking, even though Bain's fingers were so so cold? Why did her ears feel so hot where he touched them? Soon the fireworks stopped. Zayankaku remembered about the early profit-sharing matter. She turned to tell Bain about it. As soon as she started, Bain said he didn't need it. I don't lack money, Bain said. Zayankaku's face darkened. This annoying guy. Was he showing off his wealth? Zayankaku didn't want to let it go like this. She formally explained that they were now in an employment relationship. As the client, how could she not give compensation? After listening, Bain still refused to take money. He said it would be enough if Zayankaku treated him to more meals. Zayankaku felt helpless. Even treating him to 30 meals a day probably wouldn't be enough. Worried that Zayankaku might feel burdened, Bain explained to her. This manga collaboration was also a kind of experience for him. She gave him an opportunity to challenge himself, so he should be thanking her. Thank you, Zayankaku, for choosing me. Seeing Bain smile at her, Zayankaku started to swoon. Then she ordered Bain to smile more at school in the future. Before she talked to him, she always thought Bain had a bad temper. Zayankaku imitated Bain's previous expression, criticizing him for always having a stern face. Everyone called him the cold god. Then Zayankaku continued, saying that after getting to know him, she found that although Bain's words were a bit harsh, he had a soft heart. While Zayankaku was praising Bain, she noticed he was staring at her. Slowly, their eyes met. Zayankaku realized the atmosphere had become a bit strange. So she changed the subject, pretending to be curious and asking what the song they were listening to was called. The moment Bain spoke, fireworks burst again, so Zayankaku couldn't hear. Bain had to lean in, remove Zayankaku's earphones, and say in her ear, I might like you. At that moment, Zayankaku was a bit stunned. She couldn't tell if the fireworks were blooming in the sky or in her mind. The next second, Bain looked at Zayankaku and said, that's the song title. In the classroom, Zayankaku was daydreaming, recalling the fireworks viewing. A senior student called out to her. Coming to her senses, Zayankaku quickly asked what was wrong. The senior placed some materials on her desk. She asked her to complete these promotional posters according to the reference images. Then bring the certificate, get a stamp from her, and she could report for credits. Zayankaku said she could do it and told the senior to go ahead with her business. To accumulate credits, she had to do everything. Zayankaku was full of fighting spirit, cheering herself on. Just as she was about to start, she didn't see the reference images. So she stood up and called out to the senior. She was about to ask where the reference images were. The curtain of the fitting room behind suddenly opened. Zayankaku saw the swooning looks of the girls nearby. Curiously, she turned to look. It was Bain standing there in a suit. The feeling of attraction instantly exploded in Zayankaku's heart. Zayankaku forced herself to face it calmly. Bain then greeted her, asking why she was dressed like this. Remembering why she was here, before Bain could answer, Zayankaku said she understood. It must be for credits. Bain recalled that yesterday a senior asked him to be a model, and a paid one at that. Although it wasn't for credits, it was more or less the same. Zayankaku complimented Bain, saying his outfit was quite handsome. She was even amazed. Bain asked in disbelief, really? Zayankaku also showed Bain her outfit for today, saying what a coincidence. They both wore suit jackets today. Bain, with his sensitive nose, immediately smelled that Zayankaku was wearing perfume today. Zayankaku explained it was 9.9 yuan with free shipping, just arrived today. She waved her hand, letting Bain smell it more comfortably, asking if it was juicy. Unexpectedly, Bain directly grabbed Zayankaku's hand. He leaned in to smell. Then he blurted out the word flower. Zayankaku couldn't help but think, here we go again. It was exactly the same feeling as when watching the fireworks last time. Before Zayankaku could ask flower what, Bain finished the sentence. The scent of Florida water. Zayankaku covered her face, feeling a bit helpless. She inwardly complained that Bain always made straight man remarks after flirting. She didn't know if he was doing it on purpose or not. Just at this awkward moment, a cry of surprise caught their attention. It turned out that a girl wearing a mascot costume had accidentally tripped and sprained her leg. But now, there was no one to be the mascot for promotion. Looking at the situation before her, Zayankaku suddenly had an idea flash through her mind. Then she raised her hand and volunteered, saying she could give it a try. The senior looked at Zayankaku with a hint of hesitation. After all, Zayankaku still had the task of drawing promotional posters. Zayankaku explained that she was quick with her hands and could finish drawing in a moment. More importantly, she wanted to earn more credits. Seeing Zayankaku's cute appearance, the senior finally agreed. Zayankaku and Bain, one in a mascot costume and the other in a suit looking like a restrained heartthrob, stood together, forming a stark contrast. Most of the girls in the crowd were looking at Bain, while a few would put on Zayangkaku's ridiculous headpiece to mock her. Zayangkaku also noticed the malicious glances. She felt a bit regretful. Wearing this mascot costume made her look like an idiot, especially standing next to Bain. It made her look even more foolish. Just then, the senior came over and instructed Bain to go hand out flyers nearby. Zayangkaku's task was simply to be a mascot and shout a few things. Suddenly, Zayangkaku's fighting spirit was at its peak. She thought that with her face painted like this, her classmates wouldn't recognize her. For the credits, she decided to keep going. Zayangkaku shouted enthusiastically, but there was still no one in front of her. Even when a child came over, they only asked why she had a PP on her head. On the contrary, Bain's side was clearly much busier. Seeing Zayangkaku sweating profusely, Bain told the girls beside him that they could take photos if they wanted. Soon after, Zayangkaku was surrounded by people asking for flyers. Looking at Bain's smiling face, Zayangkaku couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. She recalled their previous encounters. It made Zayangkaku feel an urge to immediately run to Bain's side. Suddenly, the senior appeared beside Bain, asking if he had read fairy tales as a child. In fairy tales, there's always a knight silently protecting the princess. However, the princess, completely unaware, falls in love with the prince who actively pursues her. She asked Bain if he would rather be the warm knight in the darkness or the brave prince in the sunlight. Bain thought for a moment. He said to himself, "If I could be the prince, who would willingly be that damn knight?" After it was over, Zayangkaku happily jumped up, complaining that she was finally free. She was drenched in sweat. "I'm exhausted." Seeing how tired Zayangkaku looked, Bain thoughtfully suggested that they skip discussing the zodiac at the coffee shop today. Zayangkaku refused to agree. She said spiritedly, "We manga people, generation after generation, how can we stop working just because we're tired?" Suddenly, Zayangkaku looked at Bain, curious about what happened to him today. He seemed to be in a good mood. Bain couldn't help but ask, "Is it that obvious?" Then Zayangkaku started to educate Bain. His mouth corners were now about 3 degrees higher than usual. Bain laughed and explained, "Maybe it's because I had a good dream last night." Zayangkaku immediately asked what the dream was about. Bain recalled the embarrassing dream from last night. He definitely couldn't say it out loud, so he lied and said he dreamt that Zayangkaku had become as round as a ball and was crying in front of him, saying she couldn't draw manga. Hearing this, Zayangkaku got very angry. She scolded Bain, "You really can't go a day without picking on someone, can you?" As she was focused on scolding him, she accidentally missed a step. Bain's heart skipped a beat. He immediately reached out and caught Zayangkaku. He said in her ear, "Good thing I caught you." The temperature between them kept rising. Zayangkaku's ears turned bright red. Then she said to Bain, "Thank you." Bain came to his senses. He quickly let go of her, saying sorry. Zayangkaku stammered, "It's okay. It was my fault for not watching where I was going." Then she couldn't help but criticize herself internally, wondering why she was so nervous. He was just concerned for her safety. Then the two of them walked together towards the coffee shop to discuss the manga. And, on the back mountain of the high school art school, through a small grove, there was an abandoned garden. Those 3 years of Zayangkaku seemed to be a part of that secluded paradise. The birds in the trees, the clouds in the sky, the fallen leaves on the grass, and the tree hollow classmate listened to Zayangkaku's complaints. Someone was talking bad about her again, saying things like looking like that and still drawing romance manga. Or today's update was so Mary Sue, it's disgusting. She was used to it. She was used to the disgust. The tree hollow classmate comforted her, saying she would definitely meet someone who truly understands her in the future. Zayangkaku woke up from her dream. She looked up. The first thing she saw was Bain. Zayangkaku realized she had fallen asleep during work hours. She asked how long she had been sleeping. Bain smiled and explained it was only 5 minutes. Zayangkaku picked up her laptop. Seeing that the outline had been completely revised, she said they could each go home now. After going back, she would submit this to Zebian for review. Unfortunately, as soon as they went out, they found it was raining. Zayangkaku took out her umbrella, feeling very fortunate that she had checked the weather forecast before leaving home today. When Bain heard Zayangkaku ask if he had brought an umbrella, he silently withdrew his hand reaching for his umbrella. Without blushing or his heart racing, he said he didn't bring one. And so, Bain successfully got to share the umbrella. However, due to the height difference, Zyankaku accidentally hit Bain's head. Bain took the opportunity to take the umbrella and even offered to carry Zyankaku's bag. A perfect gentleman indeed. Zyankaku took out her phone to check when the next bus would arrive. Unintentionally, the clothes on her shoulder slipped, revealing her shoulder. Bain caught a glimpse and quickly covered his face. He couldn't help but recall that dream. Thinking this wasn't good, Bain reached out his hand. He quickly pulled Zyankaku's clothes back up. Right after, Zyankaku suddenly looked up and said, "Why don't we just run for it?" Bain immediately felt embarrassed, criticizing himself for what stupid thing he was doing. Seeing Bain acting strange, Zyankaku couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Before he could answer, Zyankaku reached behind her back. Seeing Bain's suspicious behavior, she suspected he had stuck a note on her back. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, messing up both of their hairstyles terribly. Zyankaku grabbed Bain, wanting to hurry away. The rain was getting heavier. Suddenly, a whooshing sound caught Bain's attention. Seeing it, he quickly shouted to Zyankaku, "Watch out." Without time to think, Bain used the umbrella to block the advertising board that was flying towards them. While the board was blocked, the umbrella was ruined. Seeing their miserable state, Bain couldn't help but tease Zyankaku about what was going on today. First almost falling, then almost getting hit by an advertising board. Zyankaku dissatisfiedly retorted, asking if Bain wasn't also soaked to the bone. Why was he only laughing at others and not looking at himself? Zyankaku looked at the ruined umbrella in her hand, feeling very worried. At this time, Bain suggested that since they were already wet, they might as well run to the front and catch a taxi. Hearing this, Zyankaku's eyes lit up as she asked, "Are we going to see who gets there first?" Before Bain could answer, Zyankaku's competitive spirit rose, and she immediately started sprinting. She shouted that whoever arrives last pays for the taxi. Seeing Zyankaku already running, Bain chased after her, saying Zyankaku was cheating. Zyankaku, of course, didn't admit it, saying there was no rule against starting early. The two chased each other like this on the rainy street, feeling quite content. This moment right now might be hiding many last times. We often only realize how irreplaceable a day was after it has passed. After getting in the car, the driver jokingly remarked that young couples must be very happy getting caught in the rain together. Just as Zyankaku was about to refute, Bain spoke up and said, "Yes, indeed." Zyankaku didn't quite understand why he was so happy. She clenched her fist and quietly asked Bain what he was trying to do, why he was admitting to it. Bain looked at her and explained that taxi drivers are very chatty. It's better to just go along with it so they can have a quiet ride. In reality, Bain was thinking, if only it were true. Zyankaku blushed a little as she looked out the window, thinking that Bain was always like this, saying troublesome things with a nonchalant face. In the end, it was always only her whose heart would race. They first arrived at Bain's dormitory entrance. Standing at the car door, Bain reminded Zyankaku to text him when she got home. "Make sure you do." Zyankaku looked at Bain's handsome face, blushing a bit at his words of concern. She then assured him not to worry. She promised she would. Finally, Bain said in his enchanting voice, "Zyankaku, see you tomorrow." Zyankaku looked at Bain, although at that moment her ears were filled with various sounds. The vibration of raindrops hitting the car roof, the footsteps of passers-by splashing through the rain, the static noise from the car radio. She seemed to only hear Bain's voice and her own heartbeat. After returning home, Zyankaku, fresh out of the shower, looked at herself in the mirror. She reflected on how she could fall for such a straight guy. He either speaks without thinking, hurting people, or flirts. Zyankaku felt she shouldn't be getting so excited on her own, imagining things. She started drying her hair, forcing herself not to overthink. When Zyankaku picked up her phone, she found that Bain had called many times. Tree Hollow classmate had also sent many messages. She opened Tree Hollow classmate's chat interface. She saw some puzzling messages. Zyankaku was very confused. However, she thought she should call Bain back first to ask what was going on. He answered almost instantly. The first thing he said was for Zyankaku to open the door. Zyankaku confusedly opened the door. Bain was standing there, wet and bright. He then said fiercely, "Why didn't you text when you got home? Didn't you promise you would?" I called so many times, and you didn't answer. Don't you know how late it was when you got back? And it was raining so hard. Zayangaka felt a bit regretful hearing this. She had completely forgotten about it. As soon as she got home, she had been lost in her thoughts. She didn't even bring her phone into the bathroom. To show her apology, Zayangaka quickly invited Bain in. Closing the door, as she handed Bain a towel, she didn't forget to ask Bain how he knew her home address. Bain, drying his hair, explained that the class monitor had the contact information. Zayangaka apologized embarrassedly for making him worry unnecessarily. Then she asked if it would be convenient for Bain to go back later. Bain glanced at Zayangaka, saying helplessly that it was already past the dormitory curfew. Zayangaka was a bit surprised. She started to worry internally. What should they do now? Was staying at her place the only option? She couldn't just turn him away, could she? That would be too strange. But then Zayangaka thought, this guy probably doesn't think there's anything strange about it at all. Maybe she was just being overly sensitive and suspicious. It was a bit awkward. Before Zayangaka could finish her internal struggle, Bain took the towel off his head. He opened the door to leave, saying he would find a hotel to stay at. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Zayangaka that there was an early class tomorrow, to remember to set an alarm, and to bring her thesis assignment. Before he could walk out, Zayangaka reached out and grabbed Bain's collar. She said that it was actually okay for him to stay at her place. Bain turned his head to look at Zayangaka. He was a bit surprised. At first, he had come because he was worried about her. Seeing that she was fine, he felt relieved. But now, suddenly, other thoughts emerged. He was afraid Bain might misunderstand. Zayangaka hurriedly explained that there were no hotels or inns nearby. Moreover, it was raining so heavily outside. If he got soaked again, he might really catch a cold. She didn't dare to joke about his health. Suddenly, Zayangaka had an idea. She told Bain that her friend lived next door. When he came back, she could go sleep there, and Bain could stay here. Bain asked embarrassedly, "Won't that be troublesome?" Zayangaka explained that it wouldn't be. It was just letting the screenwriter stay for one night. It wasn't a big deal, especially since she hadn't paid him yet. After saying this, she led Bain to the bathroom door and told him to take a hot shower. Then, in the wardrobe, she found pajamas that should fit him. She told Bain in advance that he might not like them. Before even seeing the pajamas, Bain immediately said it was fine. Zayangaka, feeling her heart flutter again, quickly pushed Bain into the bathroom. She closed the door and then hurriedly took out her phone. She sent a message to Tree Hollow classmate, saying that the screenwriter had actually come to her home. A single man and woman alone together. How strange. Tree Hollow classmate comforted her. Didn't you say before that he's just a straight bookworm? He probably hasn't thought too much about it. It's not like you're staying together all night. Don't worry too much. After Tree Hollow classmate's words, Zayangaka felt they made sense. That guy's brain seemed to only be filled with young girls. Thinking about it this way, there really wasn't much to worry about. At this moment, Bain suddenly called out from the bathroom, telling Zayangaka that the water was cold. Zayangaka stood at the door, feeling very strange. She asked Bain to check if the gas was turned on inside. Hearing Bain say it was on, Zayangaka then asked if the switch at the top was turned on, or maybe it was the one on the side. Before she could finish speaking, the door opened. Bain came out with just a towel draped over his upper body. It was barely covering him. He asked Zayangaka to come in and look. Zayangaka quickly shut the door, telling Bain to cover himself properly before coming out. Bain opened the door again, not seeing anything inappropriate. He was covered after all. Seeing that Bain couldn't be reasoned with, Zayangaka had no choice but to go in with her eyes covered. She felt for a switch and confidently said it was that one. To her surprise, water suddenly poured down from head to toe. They both became drenched again. Cold, icy water splashed wildly on their faces. Bain laughed first, saying, "Are we at odds with water today? We've been soaked twice now." Zayangaka looked at Bain, amazed that he could still laugh. He couldn't even turn on the hot water. Bain retorted that Zayangaka had also turned on the wrong switch. Zayangaka blamed it on Bain not wearing clothes. They argued back and forth. After bickering for a while, Zayangaka came out and changed clothes again. She had to blow-dry her hair once more. Suddenly, Zayangaka felt that her previous heart flutters were all an illusion. This was clearly like taking care of a child. A troublesome child who couldn't even adjust hot water. A click sound of the door opening was heard. Zayangaka was about to ask if the pajamas fit, but when she turned around, she was shocked. Bain was wearing soft, cute pajamas. They fit him perfectly. Zayangaka took out her phone and started taking pictures of Bain. It actually suited him quite well. He looked absolutely adorable. Looking at the photos on her phone, Zayangaka said she had bought them a size too big and didn't know what to do with them. Now that they fit Bain so well, he might as well take them home. Seeing how comfortable the fabric was, Bain didn't refuse and directly agreed. Bain glanced unintentionally and saw the game console on the table. He didn't expect Zyankaku to have one of these at home. Zyankaku explained that she bought it half a year ago, but hadn't played it much. She never found anyone to play with, so it just sat there collecting dust. The two of them crouched there, discussing the game console. Finally, they agreed. They decided to play together. Outside, the heavy rain was still drizzling. Inside, however, it was lively. Zyankaku and Bain stared at the screen intently. Zyankaku directed Bain to go there, while she chopped vegetables. Soon, Bain said he was done on his side, and the vegetables could be sent over. Before long, the two of them cleared the game together. In their excitement, they high-fived, resulting in Bain's hand getting swollen from the slap. Bain looked at Zyankaku, expressing surprise at how well they worked together. Zyankaku also took the opportunity to invite Bain to come play at her house again. As soon as she said it, Zyankaku realized she had gotten carried away with the game and said something that could be easily misunderstood. She quickly explained that she was just talking nonsense and not to take it seriously. Bain looked at Zyankaku sincerely, asking if he could take it seriously. Perhaps his voice was too soft, as Zyankaku didn't hear, and asked what Bain had said. Bain didn't continue the previous topic, instead explaining that he had asked if there was any coffee. He wanted to organize the manuscript a bit more that night. Zyankaku immediately got up to get coffee for Bain, casually asking if he wasn't planning to sleep. Bain thought to himself, with a bed exactly like the one in his dream, how could he dare to sleep? While Zyankaku was searching for coffee powder in the cabinet, she heard Bain say it was okay, he could do it during class tomorrow. Zyankaku generously offered to cover for him. The coffee powder was on the top shelf, and Zyankaku couldn't quite reach it. As she turned to get a stool, Bain came up to help her get it. It immediately turned into a wall-pinning-like posture. After getting it, Bain looked down, and their eyes met. Zyankaku could clearly hear the increasingly loud heartbeat coming from her left chest. Neither of them spoke as they gazed at each other. Suddenly, Qiuxia burst in, announcing that she had just drawn an SR-level handsome singer boyfriend. Zyankaku and Bain quickly pretended to be seriously discussing thesis matters. Then they introduced Qiuxia and Bain to each other. After that, Zyankaku covered Qiuxia's mouth and fled in a hurry, afraid that her best friend might say something inappropriate if she stayed any longer, and say something out of line. Looking at the closed door, Bain felt relieved. Thankfully, they left. Otherwise, he might not have been able to keep up his straight man act. Qiuxia dragged her face, exposing Zyankaku, saying they were really fake just now. Zyankaku, her thoughts exposed, felt a bit at a loss. Qiuxia continued to interrogate Zyankaku, asking if she wasn't afraid of bringing a man home late at night, worried he might have improper thoughts. Zyankaku explained that Bain was just a super straight guy, the kind who couldn't even talk properly. How could he possibly have improper thoughts? Of course, Qiuxia couldn't just believe that. But then she thought this was the first time Zyankaku was willing to let a man stay over. Usually, she would rather be late than take the elevator with a guy, rather be scolded by the teacher than chat alone with a guy, rather claim to be Superman than let a guy walk her home. Zyankaku awkwardly asked Qiuxia to stop, saying there was no need to go into such detail. Qiuxia said with a gossipy face. She thought the special privilege would only be given to that Tree Hollow classmate. Unexpectedly, a big white eagle suddenly appeared from the tree. Zyankaku fell into thought. Indeed, among the guys she could call friends, besides Tree Hollow classmate, Bain seemed to be the first. Could it be because his sharp-tongued straight guy genes don't make her feel awkward, but instead make their interactions quite comfortable? At this point, Qiuxia asked Zyankaku, "Do you like him?" Zyankaku hurriedly denied it, saying how could she possibly like Bain? It was all Qiuxia's misconception. As she explained, Zyankaku's heart became confused, and her face unconsciously turned red. Qiuxia hugged the shy Zyankaku, loving her reaction. It had been a long time since she'd seen K-Bao with such a shy, cute expression. Qiuxia looked at Zyankaku, telling her to feel free to like him this time. She was good at judging people, and it shouldn't be like the person she had a crush on in high school. Zyankaku understood what she meant. How could Bain possibly be compared to that person? That person who had made her fear of love even worse. She really hoped to never see him again in this lifetime. The next day, as soon as Zyankaku entered the classroom, she saw Bain and the class monitor. After sitting down, Zyankaku quietly asked Bain what time he left in the morning. Bain replied, around 6 o'clock. Zyankaku worriedly asked Bain, you didn't sleep all night, will your body be okay? Bain said it was fine, just that he accidentally hit the cabinet with his head when leaving. Zyankaku quickly asked if it was serious. Bain said pitifully, there's a big bump on my head. Hearing this, Zyankaku's hand moved without thinking. She reached out to touch Bain's head, but couldn't find the big bump. However, Zyankaku's action was somewhat intimate. She realized it herself. It seemed Shosha was right. Only when facing Bain did she let her guard down and do such boundary-crossing actions without realizing it. At this moment, the class monitor's voice broke the pink bubble between them, asking what they were whispering about. After looking at the two of them, the monitor was very confused. Why did they both have such strange expressions? It was already weird enough that Bain didn't return to the dorm last night. Could it be that Zyankaku and Bain were both startled internally? As the two were panicking, the monitor finished his sentence, suspecting they were secretly talking bad about him behind his back. The monitor even thought Bain didn't return last night because he ate a piece of his radish yesterday. Zyankaku quickly interrupted to explain that they were discussing grouping for assignments, saying they were supposed to write a film analysis. The monitor's thoughts were successfully redirected. The three of them formed a group. Next, the monitor and Zyankaku talked across Bain. As it happened, the monitor had a meeting near the cinema tonight, so they decided to go watch a movie tonight. Bain, threatening not to let the monitor take radishes from his bowl next time, joined the conversation. At the cinema in the mall, the three of them came out after watching the movie. The monitor and Zyankaku were enthusiastically discussing the movie. Bain was following behind alone. The monitor looked at his watch, realized it was about time, and left for his nearby meeting. Bain offered to walk Zyankaku home. Zyankaku's first reaction was, of course, to refuse. Bain explained that he had some study-related questions to ask. He could ask on the way. Zyankaku understood and agreed. After settling the two, the monitor left. Walking on the road, Zyankaku directly asked if he wanted to discuss the comic. Bain confirmed it was so. He had thought carefully and felt that the male lead's love at first sight for the female lead was too unrealistic. Confessing at their first meeting seemed a bit too hasty. Zyankaku refuted that it was just the effect of alcohol, nothing special. After all, didn't Bain end up carrying her back in a princess hold? By the way, Zyankaku turned and teased Bain, asking if he was tired and if she should carry him back instead. Little Princess Bain said if he was a little princess, then was Zyankaku a big dwarf? Zyankaku immediately got angry. It's all because these steps are too low. Being over 1.80 m isn't that great. Bain calmly spoke up, saying it's a pity. He just reached 190 centimeters last year. This gave Zyankaku something to tease about, mocking the little princess for still growing. The two chatted and laughed all the way. The class monitor came out with a drunken face, finally finished with the meeting. He complained that these guys just wanted to come out and drink. He was wondering if Bain had properly sent Zyankaku home this time. A sound nearby caught the monitor's attention. A girl and a boy were tugging at each other. Looking closely, it was Chioxia being pulled by her boyfriend who she had just confirmed her relationship with yesterday. Chioxia was thinking about how to escape unscathed. Just then, the monitor appeared. Chioxia, seeing this hero-saving beauty scene before her, actually felt a bit of heartbeat. Zyankaku and Bain were standing there, gazing at each other. Zyankaku, misled by beauty, accidentally tripped and fell forward. Bain somewhat abruptly said, at ease. Then he knelt on one knee to be at eye level with Zyankaku. He said indulgently, do you think you're the female lead in a drama? You like tripping so much. Looking at Bain smiling gently at her. Zyankaku's heart screamed, it's over. Her heart was pounding nonstop. Just by looking into his eyes, her mind went blank. Zyankaku couldn't help but reflect that maybe she really had fallen for Bain. Bain reached out his hand, asking Zyankaku if she could stand up. Zyankaku put her hand in Bain's and stood up with his help. Bain suggested that since it was still early, they could go to the seaside for some fresh air. As if enchanted by Bain's voice, Zyankaku agreed without hesitation. At the seaside, the starry sky was beautiful. There was also someone selling sparklers nearby. 20 for 20% off with a free lighter. How could Zyankaku miss out on this? After getting the sparklers, Zyankaku vowed to use up all 20 today. Seeing Zyankika holding up the sparkler, Bain couldn't help but think of the scene of burning incense at a temple. However, Bain still marveled. Zyankika's luck was really good. He often came here last semester, but never saw anyone selling fireworks. Hearing Bain mention last semester, Zyankika curiously asked if he hadn't come this semester. Bain quietly explained. He had been busy with a new comic this semester. Even when sleeping, it was all about the comic. Zyankika covered her mouth and giggled, saying this was the joy of a working adult. At this moment, looking at the sparkling sparkler in her hand, Zyankika couldn't help but say, the process of creating comics is indeed arduous. But every time she thinks that someone will love the world she created, it feels like everything is worth it. Bain aptly said, it's like fireworks. Although fleeting, they always emit light in the darkness, illuminating people's eyes. Zyankika looked at Bain and softly called his name. Bain turned his head and responded gently. This single seemed to come out of Bain's mouth with its own sound system, as if his whole body was radiating light. Afraid of falling deeper in love, Zyankika went up waving both hands and scolded Bain. Are you filming a scene here? Spouting all this chicken soup for the soul. Suddenly being so serious. It's scary. Bain was quite speechless. He retorted, saying she was the one who started it first, and now he was complaining that his hair had been messed up by her waving. Hearing this, Zyankika quickly tried to smooth things over, saying it's normal for good brothers to joke around. Bain asked Zyankika, somewhat sadly, in his heart, are they really just brothers? Zyankika nervously said, of course, Bain is a very good friend to him. Then he asked Bain how he saw their relationship. Bain knelt in front of Tsiu, reached out his hand, and asked if he could stand up. Tsiu looked up at Bain, made a sound of agreement. Bain helped him up from the ground. Suddenly, Bain called him by his full name, startling him. It turned out Bain saw it was still early and wanted to invite Tsiu to the seaside for some fresh air. Tsiu listened to his voice, as if under some kind of spell. Without time to think, his mouth had already agreed. Meanwhile, 3 people stood in the middle of the road. A man and a woman faced a man with glasses. The man glared fiercely at the glasses-wearing man, insulting him as 4 eyes and telling him not to meddle in his business. The woman stared worriedly at the glasses-wearing man. Unexpectedly, after the glasses-wearing man counted down from 3, he suddenly took the woman's hand. He pulled her and ran away, leaving the man standing there dumbfounded. On the other side, Bain and Tsiu had arrived at the seaside. Tsiu marveled that he knew such a beautiful place. Suddenly, they were attracted by the crowd around them. Tsiu looked closer and saw someone selling sparklers. After buying the sparklers, Tsiu held them happily. Bain stood behind him, looking at him with affection. He told Tsiu that he was lucky because he often came to the seaside last semester but never encountered anyone selling fireworks. Bain told him that this semester he had been busy drawing comics with him, even dreaming about comics while sleeping. Tsiu burst into laughter. Bain took out a lighter and lit the sparkler. In the dazzling light of the fireworks, Tsiu told Bain that although the process of creating comics is arduous, just thinking that someone will like the world they created makes all the effort worthwhile. Bain smiled gently. He told Tsiu that it's all like fireworks. Although fleeting, the light emitted in the darkness can illuminate others' eyes and light up the path ahead. Tsiu couldn't help but call out his name, wondering what this guy was doing, radiating light like fireworks all over his body. He quickly waved at Bain, saying he was acting in an art film here. Suddenly becoming so serious was scary. They bickered, with Bain saying Tsiu started it first. Tsiu said it's normal to reflect on work. It's normal for good brothers to joke around. Bain suddenly fell silent. He asked Tsiu dejectedly if he really just saw him as a good brother. Tsiu said of course, he only treated Bain as a friend. Suddenly, he turned back and asked Bain how he saw him. Bain stared at Tsiu, lost in thought. On the other side, the glasses-wearing man had already taken the beautiful woman to a quiet, secluded place, shaking off the pursuit of the man from earlier. The girl couldn't help but laugh, saying she thought he was so capable, but he turned out to be a big bad wolf running away with his tail between his legs. The glasses-wearing man explained somewhat embarrassedly that her boyfriend was so big he couldn't fight him. Moreover, the student council members were nearby, so it wasn't convenient to get into a fight. The girl mocked the glasses-wearing man for being an old cadre. However, he thought that being an old cadre had its advantages. At least he wouldn't be entangled with troublesome people. The girl was troubled. She didn't want to, but she always encountered jerks. Unexpectedly, she had already been entangled with such people more than 20 times. The glasses-wearing man was curious. Where did the girl meet such people? The girl said these unreliable men are usually met in bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. Although they're unreliable, they look good and have great bodies. The glasses-wearing man suddenly looked up and asked the girl if she had broken up with a man from earlier. The girl was very angry. She fiercely stated that she would have nothing to do with that man ever again. Maybe those outwardly attractive men weren't suitable for her. Perhaps a boring old cadre, like the glasses-wearing man, might be a good choice. The girl was unsure, but unexpectedly, the glasses-wearing man picked up the conversation, asking if she wanted to try being together. The girl's face immediately turned red. Youth is like this, always full of many unknowns. The girl took out her lipstick and wrote her phone number on the glasses-wearing man's arm. It turned out her name was Lin Xiuxia. Lin Xiuxia asked for the glasses-wearing man's name. He stared at his arm, somewhat shy. Blushing, he said his name was Lin Enian. Lin Xiuxia thought it was a coincidence that they shared the same surname. On the other side, Xiuqiu was still asking about Bain's thoughts. Hearing his words, Bain took a step towards Xiuqiu, raising his hand to grab him, but Xiuqiu dodged. Xiuqiu's action made Bain fall silent for a moment. He withdrew his outstretched hand. Bain's face was hidden in shadows. He spoke words against his heart, saying they had always been friends. Xiuqiu was stunned. He smiled somewhat forcefully, agreeing that they were indeed good friends. Xiuqiu told his best friend Lin Xiuxia about this. Lin Xiuxia was surprised, saying she was actually dumped by Bain. Xiuqiu quickly explained to her friend that she wasn't dumped, she just wanted to test Bain's thoughts. It turned out Bain didn't like her. She blamed herself for developing feelings for Bain. Her friend, however, was very angry about this. She felt it was unfair. She thought Bain made Xiuqiu's heart flutter, but then turned around and said they were just friends. This behavior was too much. Xiuqiu quickly stopped her friend. She explained on Bain's behalf that maybe it was unintentional, and she was just overthinking. Her friend sighed, saying they both had bad luck recently, being played around. Xiuqiu was surprised, asking Lin Xiuxia if she had broken up again after just one day. Lin Xiuxia was a bit sad, saying this time had broken her record for the shortest relationship. But Lin Xiuxia quickly cheered up, saying she didn't lack suitors. Just after realizing her ex-boyfriend's true colors, she immediately met a cute old cadre. However, on the other side, Lin Enian was in a dilemma. His inner self constantly accused him, questioning why he would confess to a strange woman. Although he fell in love with Lin Xiuxia at first sight, what he did was so unlike himself. He couldn't help but cover his face, his mind full of thoughts. Bain, sitting next to Lin Enian, was the same. He covered his face with a troubled expression, sighing. When the other two returned, they saw them sighing and asked what was wrong. Bain recalled what Xiuqiu had said to him. He wondered why she asked that way. Was it a test? But why did she dodge? It seemed like a rejection no matter how he looked at it. Xiuqiu murmured, "Tree-hole classmate." Bain sighed. Love is indeed a terrifying thing. He worried that in the end, they might not even be able to remain friends. Bain and Lin Enian both sighed. Lin Enian thought that if Lin Xiuxia knew how cowardly he was, she would surely regret it. Bain thought that at this rate, he and Xiuqiu would have gray hair before they could date. When their friends returned, they saw the two standing by the window with worried faces, sighing. They thought they must have taken the wrong medicine. The next day at school, Xiuqiu and Bain met again. Both of their expressions were a bit awkward. After saying good morning to each other, they noticed that both had heavy dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't slept well. Coincidentally, neither wanted the other to guess the reason for their poor sleep, so they each came up with different excuses to cover it up. Bain suddenly felt relieved. There was still a long time ahead for their relationship, and someday Xiuqiu would slowly let her guard down. Just as they were about to say something more, suddenly a black-haired man appeared behind them, calling Xiuqiu's name. They both turned around. The black-haired man asked if she was indeed Xiuqiu. Xiuqiu fell into memories. The black-haired man had once complimented Xiuqiu on being cute, but then turned around and complained to other boys. He said he could never like a country bumpkin like Xiuqiu. He was just playing with her. Xiuqiu couldn't help but tear up. Coming back to her senses, she still raised her head and called out Song Rue's name. Song Rue looked Xiuqiu over, and said she had become much prettier. He also hadn't heard from friends that she was studying at Tsinghua University. Tsu thought to herself that since she had deleted all her high school contacts, of course no one knew. She was surprised that Song Rue was also studying here in the oil painting major. Tsu also mentioned her major. Upon hearing that Tsu was in visual communication, Song Rue looked very happy. Before he could finish speaking, Bain suddenly reminded Tsu that they were about to be late for their early class. Tsu then realized, said goodbye to Song Rue, and left. Song Rue felt a bit regretful for not getting her contact information. Remembering Bain beside Tsu, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. In the classroom, Tsu received a message from Tree Hole classmate asking if something had happened recently. Tsu asked why he would say that. Tree Hole classmate said Tsu had been contacting him less lately. Tsu realized it was indeed true. She had been spending a lot of time with Bain lately. Moreover, her previous dissatisfaction and negative energy from life and work. The recipient had changed from Tree Hole classmate to Bain. Thinking of this, Tsu suddenly laughed out loud. Bain heard and asked what she was laughing about. Tsu said it was nothing, just that she suddenly felt it was a good thing to have a friend by her side. Bain found it strange that Tsu suddenly said such things. Tsu turned back to chat with Tree Hole classmate. She said that in all the time she had known Tree Hole classmate, he had always helped her solve problems and relieve worries. She also wanted to help Tree Hole classmate solve some troubles and difficulties. Tree Hole classmate said he indeed had a recent worry. Tsu quickly asked Tree Hole classmate what kind of trouble he had encountered, telling him to feel free to speak up. Tree Hole classmate said he might have fallen for a girl in his class. Tsu was stunned. She had been chatting with Tree Hole classmate for so long, and because he was so gentle, she had long thought of Tree Hole classmate as a caring older sister. Only now did she suddenly remember Tree Hole classmate was a boy. After coming to her senses, Tsu was excited. She curiously asked Tree Hole classmate what kind of person he liked and wondered why Tree Hole classmate found it troubling. Tree Hole classmate said the trouble was because the person he liked, like Tsu, was a bit afraid of relationships, so he didn't know what to do. Tsu enthusiastically offered to teach Tree Hole classmate how to pursue girls. They immediately agreed and decided that from now on, whenever Tree Hole classmate encountered any love-related issues, he would come to Tsu for advice. At this point, Bain, sitting next to Tsu, laughed. Tsu wondered what he was laughing about. Bain said he was just happy to be her friend. Tsu felt that the barrier between them from last night had completely disappeared. Bain, on the other hand, thought about playing the long game, believing he would succeed someday. Suddenly, Lin Inian appeared before them, very excited. He said he had drawn a private amusement park ticket discount coupon and asked if they wanted to go together. Tsu introduced Lin Inian and Lin Xiaoxia to each other. Both of them were startled. Seeing Lin Ilian, Lin Xiaoxia seemed a bit unhappy. She sarcastically said that she had waited all night but didn't receive Lin Ilian's call. If not for this coincidence, Lin Ilian might have run away again. Lin Ilian quickly explained that wasn't her intention. She said she just wanted to sort out her feelings before taking action. Because it was her first confession last time, she immediately started criticizing herself. She always did this in front of Lin Xiaoxia and couldn't help but reflect on it. Then she immediately regretted it. Lin Ilian hurriedly explained that wasn't what she meant. This made Lin Xiaoxia find her very cute. Seeing this scene, Tsu realized that the old cadre Lin Xiaoxia mentioned was Lin Inian. Bain joked that the way these two interacted was exactly like the main characters in their comic. So he and Tsu agreed that for the sake of their comic, they should often invite these two out to play together. As they were walking around the amusement park, Tsu suddenly received a message from Tree Hole classmate. He said he had an urgent matter and needed her help. Tree Hole classmate messaged that he was with the girl he liked. He asked Tsu how to get her attention. Tsu replied with a few tricks from shoujo manga. Take the girl to a dark place, then show your boyfriend power by protecting her. Bain followed the advice. He took Tsu to the haunted house, but she didn't react as expected at all, instead comforting the NPCs in the haunted house. Tsu then suggested trying some thrilling rides to make the girl feel dependent. As a result, the three of them were terrified, but Tsu wasn't scared at all and was instead very excited. Xiu also suggested interacting with small animals to show that he's a caring person. While Lin Xiaoxia and Lin Ilian were getting along harmoniously, they ended up fighting with alpacas over cabbage, telling them to eat grass instead. While queuing for the Ferris wheel, Treehole classmate told Xiu that all her methods had failed. Xiu was surprised and remarked that the girl Treehole classmate liked must be hard to pursue. After queuing for an hour, Bain decided to buy ice cream. He knew Xiu wanted matcha flavor and asked what flavors the others wanted. Lin Inian wanted strawberry. Bain asked Xiaoxia what flavor she wanted, but Xiaoxia suggested going with Bain to buy them. Bain took the last strawberry ice cream, but Xiaoxia said she'd take it for Lin Inian and asked Bain to switch with her. Xiaoxia asked Bain if he wasn't enjoying himself today, noticing he had been gloomily looking at his phone all day. Bain made an excuse about family matters. However, Lin Xiaoxia said he was lying without blinking. Xiu felt she could trust her, but she didn't think so. After all, who would trust a liar? Bain asked her what she meant. Xiaoxia asked him, should she call him classmate Bain or Treehole classmate? Bain asked how she knew. Lin Xiaoxia was also a bit surprised. She had only suspected it and was just testing him. She didn't expect Bain to really be Treehole classmate. Lin Xiaoxia said that her Xiu was a bit slow, so it wasn't hard to fool her. Her only long-term online chat partner was Treehole. Today, as soon as she picked up her phone, he also took out his phone to type. This had happened 6 or 7 times already. Also, if he were a normal classmate, Bain wouldn't know Xiu's exact address. Even if Lin Ilian had it registered, it wouldn't be as detailed as the door number. Since the big rainstorm sleepover, Lin Xiaoxia had been curious. Clearly, when Bain looked at Xiu, his eyes were full of emotion, yet he still disguised himself as a completely straight guy. She asked him how long he planned to keep pretending. Bain explained that he had no choice. Xiu had a fear of relationships, so he was just waiting for the right moment. Lin Xiaoxia said she knew Bain was a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend time creating 2 versions of himself to get close to Xiu. But Lin Xiaoxia still warned Bain. She didn't want scumbags like her father and Song Rue to appear in Xiu's life again. She asked Bain if she could trust him. Bain promised Lin Xiaoxia that he wouldn't hurt Xiu because Xiu was more important to him than a lover. Lin Xiaoxia was very happy. She encouraged Bain to do his best and definitely win Xiu's heart. She didn't want to see Xiu end up alone in the future. At the same time, she reminded him not to keep this secret for too long, as it wouldn't be good. Bain agreed. When they returned, Xiu asked why they took so long. Lin Inian also said it was almost their turn in the queue. Xiu asked Lin Xiaoxia if she had fought with Bain, and even spoke up for Bain, saying he must be a good person. Lin Xiaoxia assured her not to worry, she hadn't. Bain gave Xiu the matcha-flavored ice cream she wanted. Xiu took a bite and showed them her green-stained tongue. They all showed their colored tongues too. Only Bain with his plain flavor escaped unscathed. The people behind started pushing again. Bain told them to stay close. Don't get separated. The people behind not only started pushing, but also cutting in line. Lin Xiaoxia and Xiu got separated in the crowd. In the rush, Xiu reached out her hand. The two of them squeezed into a Ferris wheel cabin together. Xiu was about to say they almost didn't get to sit together, but realized something was off. That hand felt a bit rough. Clearly it was Bain's. Her heart started racing. She was still holding Bain's hand. She unconsciously called out his name. Xiu quickly apologized, saying there were too many people and she accidentally grabbed the wrong person, pulling Bain in. Bain asked if she didn't want to sit with him. Xiu blushed and replied that wasn't it. She just averted her gaze, saying being alone with him made her nervous and unsure what to do. Bain looked out the window and told her to quickly look outside. Xiu turned around. She saw a brilliant sunset. She exclaimed how beautiful it was. Bain thought to himself, a Ferris wheel and sunset is the ultimate move in shoujo manga. He couldn't believe he might still come up with a new way to ruin the romance. Xiu called out Bain's name, saying this was perfect for their manga. She took out her phone and started snapping photos, feeling the amusement park trip was totally worth it. She had character references for the male and female leads with the class president and Xiaoxia, and got a lot of material. After taking photos, she realized they hadn't taken any pictures of each other yet. Bain looked up and asked if she wanted to take one. Tsiu immediately agreed, saying she'd take one for him and telling him to keep his pose. But he moved over and took the phone from Tsiu's hand. He said they should take a picture together, then held up the phone and took a selfie with her. Their shoulders unexpectedly touched. Tsiu was very nervous. Then she heard Bain call her name. She instinctively asked what? Bain's face came closer, looking at her up close. He said she needed to change her mascara. It was clumping like fly legs. She thought to herself, she almost forgot he was a sharp-tongued, straight guy. Why was her heart racing? Bain was feeling smug. Finally, it was his turn to counterattack. Beep, beep, beep. Tsiu's phone received a text message. Zebian told her their constellation would be online next week. Tsiu was extremely excited. She asked Bain if he saw it. Their constellation was finally set. Bain saw it and thought it was great. He couldn't believe he finally waited for this day. He thanked heaven and earth and thanked Bain for being his scriptwriter. They happily discussed what to eat to celebrate. Barbecue, hot pot, or seafood were all options. Because they were too excited, their cabin started shaking violently. They were warned over the loudspeaker not to do that. Below, Lin Ilian and Lin Xiaoxia wondered what the two of them were doing in there. Lin Ilian asked Xiaoxia if she had fun today, because she saw her looking scared in the haunted house and on the roller coaster. Remembering Tsiu said the amusement park was her domain, Lin Xiaoxia thought he was silly, because she might not have been really scared. Lin Ilian apologized to her, saying he'd make it up to her next time. He asked Xiaoxia where she liked to go for fun. He rubbed his head, adding that if it was nightclubs or bars, he'd need some time to adjust. Lin Xiaoxia thought he was indeed a straightforward yet introverted old-fashioned guy. She rested her chin on her hand and said yes. She'd have to think about it carefully. Then she asked if he was inviting her on a date. Lin Ilian looked at her and said he did want to go on a date with her. Lin Xiaoxia laughed and said she'd look forward to it. In the school classroom, everyone was discussing the transfer student, remarking how handsome he was. Song Rui pulled out the chair opposite Tsiu and sat down, calling her name. He told her that from today on, they were classmates and asked her to take care of him in the future. Bain passed by outside the window the scene just like years ago. It was still the two of them sitting in the classroom, with Bain passing by outside holding a skateboard. 3 years ago, Bain couldn't face Tsiu with his true self, let alone take her away from Song Rui's comfort zone. And now, the person who hurt her appeared again. This time, he could finally take off his mask and bring her back to a safe harbor with his true self. Bain walked up to Tsiu and asked Song Rui why he was in their class. Song Rui recognized Bain as the guy from before. He thought it was great because he seemed to be just classmates with Tsiu. Bain glared back at him unhappily. The class bell rang. The teacher stormed in, demanding to know why everyone wasn't in their seats when the bell had rung. Did they want him to deduct points from their regular grades? He mentioned the group project he had assigned earlier, asking them to do a social survey and write a report for him. Those who failed would directly fail the course. The teacher scratched his ear and said that for grouping, they would go by student ID numbers, 2 people per group. Tsiu felt that she and Song Rui were indeed fated. Not only did he transfer to her major, but they were also grouped together. At that time, he was on the street looking for people to do the social survey. On the other side, Beiying and the class president were grouped together. Lin Ilian looked at Beiying's dejected face and asked if he was that unwilling to be in a group with him. Beiying thought indeed. How could Tsiu be grouped with that scumbag? And he had no reason to disturb their research. Song Rui asked Tsiu if she was hot and offered to buy her water. Tsiu refused, saying she brought her own, and asked if he wanted some. He said he didn't need any. Then he offered to hold an umbrella for her. Tsiu said she had applied sunscreen and didn't need it, telling him to use it himself. Still persistent, he tried to invite Tsiu to dinner that night. Tsiu declined, saying she had plans with friends. Song Rui rubbed his head and said, "I see." He remarked that Tsiu had changed a lot, completely different from before. Tsiu continued the conversation, saying he hadn't changed much, still the same after all these years. She asked Song Rui if he didn't find it tiring. Song Rui was stunned, not quite understanding what she meant. He then responded by referring to the questionnaire. He said that as it was an assignment, it was important and he wasn't tired. He thanked her for her concern. He reached out to touch her, seeing that she didn't move. He thought this was right, just like years ago, being easily controlled and manipulated by him. Suddenly, Tsiu let out a sound and the questionnaire fell to the ground. She used the action of picking up the questionnaire to avoid Song Rue's hand. She picked up the paper and told Song Rue that if he wasn't tired, they should quickly continue working. After all, he was the group leader for this project. She wouldn't be manipulated by him anymore. Otherwise, she'd be no different from the Tsiu at Longzhou. Song Rue felt Tsiu had changed. Before, when she looked at him, her eyes were always full of stars. But why was she now showing such an unfamiliar expression towards him? Why had she forgotten him? He reached out and grabbed Tsiu's hand, calling her name. Tsiu reacted strongly, asking what he was doing and telling him to let go. She broke free from his hand, but accidentally tripped. Song Rue told her to be careful and quickly protected her. At the hospital, Song Rue told Tsiu not to worry. It was just a minor injury. She felt very guilty, saying it was her fault for not paying attention, and apologized to him. Song Rue reminded her that she had dinner plans tonight. It was getting late. Why wasn't she going to her appointment? Tsiu said she had canceled it. Because of what happened to him, she didn't feel right going to the appointment. In reality, there was no appointment at all. Outside, a vendor selling boxed meals passed by, shouting about pork chop rice and egg fried rice. Tsiu ordered 2 portions. She got pork chop rice, saying Song Rue was allergic to eggs and couldn't eat them. He was surprised. Tsiu opened the chopsticks, puzzled, asking if he couldn't eat eggs. During the previous training, she saw him being forced to eat a fried egg once, and his whole body turned red. Song Rue agreed, surprised that she remembered such an insignificant detail. Tsiu didn't think it was insignificant because allergies are very uncomfortable. She was allergic to mangoes. After eating them, her whole body would ache and itch, swelling up like a roasted suckling pig. Song Rue laughed at her description. He felt like being with her was like it had just happened yesterday. He missed her smile, which was the same as 3 years ago. Tsiu lowered her head, thinking that if it were her former self, she would have been overjoyed inside. She looked up and asked him if he remembered everything she had said before. Song Rue was confused, asking what she had said. Tsiu thought to herself, was she expecting this hypocrite to admit his past crimes? Song Rue asked what was wrong. She was thinking it would be better to repay the favor quickly and stay away from him. She stood up, saying there was no water and she would go get some for him. Song Rue felt something was off. He reached out to stop her, asking her to wait. Tsiu asked why he was doing this again. Song Rue hesitated, then quickly let go of her hand. He apologized, saying it was instinctive. He told Tsiu not to get him hot water. Cold water would be fine. Tsiu said she understood and would definitely get him cold water. Song Rue watched her back, remembering her egg allergy. The only person who loved drinking cold water was her, and she was the only one. Suddenly, a guy came in, pushing open the door. As soon as he entered, he mocked him, saying, "Let me see who beat you up like this." Tsiu raised her hand and apologized, saying it was because of her that Song Rue got hurt. Song Rue said his friend had arrived, and it was getting late, telling Tsiu to go home and rest early. He also thanked her for taking care of him. Tsiu said goodbye to them, saying she'd see them tomorrow, and left. As soon as the door closed, the guy asked Song Rue who that was, saying she was so pretty. He asked if the guy had forgotten that was Tsiu from the training period, although they were from different high schools. The guy was surprised, asking if this wasn't the pink fish he had kept before. How had she changed so much? Song Rue told him to watch his language and show some respect. The guy raised an eyebrow, wondering why he was so serious. And since when did he defend girls? Was the sun rising from the west? Song Rue pointed out that the sun always rises from the east. He still found it unbelievable. This was his Rueji after all. The Rueji who was the master of the fish pond. He wondered if this time he might be serious. Song Rue agreed, complaining that a male best friend had appeared on Tsiu's side, a guy called Baiying. He was handsome and a bit troublesome. The guy felt the name was familiar. Song Rue was curious about how he knew this name. He quickly remembered that Baiying was his high school classmate. Song Rue was surprised by this, not expecting him to be from number 3 high school. However, the guy said it must be someone with the same name. The Baiying from his high school was very unremarkable. It couldn't be the handsome guy he was talking about. Song Rue asked if he still had their graduation photo. The guy said it was at home, but he'd find it and send it over later. He thought he had seen that face somewhere before and wondered who that blue-haired guy really was. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxia angrily asked how that scumbag had appeared again and even transferred to Xiutu's class. Xiutu didn't know how Song Rui found out which university she got into. Lin Xiaoxia told her to be careful and not get fooled again. Xiutu sighed, hugging a pillow, saying she knew that, of course. The other person suspected that he deliberately got into the same school and then transferred to their class. Otherwise, such a coincidence wouldn't be possible. Xiutu thought it was impossible. Song Rui had so many fish in his pond, he wouldn't go to such lengths for her. But if it was true as he said, that would be quite perverted. Bai Ying, far away in the dorm, sneezed, wondering who was talking about him. Lin Xiaoxia asked what they should do next. Xiutu thought staying as far away from him as possible would be best. The other person thought it was impossible since they were in the same class and would see each other all the time. But Xiutu had no other solution at the moment. She hugged Lin Xiaoxia and cried, saying she didn't know why he suddenly transferred to their class and what she should do now. Lin Xiaoxia hugged her back, comforting her. Soon, she came up with an idea. She suggested Xiutu should start dating someone. This way, they could discourage him. After all, even a scumbag wouldn't go after someone who has a boyfriend. The other person thought this plan wouldn't work. If she could date someone, Buddha would bow to her. Lin Xiaoxia knew that, of course. She meant Xiutu should find someone to pretend to be in a relationship. Xiutu laughed, but the other person had many reasons to convince her. For example, this would not only help her get rid of Song Rui's pestering, but also provide material for her manga. She thought Bai Ying would be a good choice. He was also the scriptwriter for her manga. This way, they could kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, she could use this excuse to get closer to him. Did Xiutu want to pretend to be a couple with Bai Ying? She immediately had images in her mind, like not wanting to hold hands because of sweat, saying her hair was too oily when hugging, and running away when seeing each other without makeup. Just thinking about it was terrifying. She definitely didn't want to pretend to be a couple with Bai Ying. Bai Ying sneezed again. Lin Ilian saw this and told him to go get a COVID test quickly. While Song Rui was showering, someone told her that her phone had been ringing and asked if she was done. She came out drying her hair and picked up her phone. It was the guy sending her the graduation photo, circling which one was Bai Ying. His bangs were so long you couldn't see his eyes, with a keep-away look. No matter how you looked at it, he wasn't the handsome guy Song Rui mentioned. Xiutu heard many people in the crowd praising how handsome Bai Ying looked today. This was the first time they had seen him try this style. She asked him what was going on today. Bai Ying said he wanted to change his style. Xiutu teased that he looked like a nerdy guy secretly wearing his trendy roommate's clothes. But she thought he actually looked quite handsome, just too shy to say it out loud. He brought up that the company had asked them to attend a party over the weekend and to discuss something with Zebian. He asked if she had time. Bai Ying immediately agreed, saying he had time. Xiutu was very happy because she had almost finished stockpiling her manuscripts. They could study out of town and travel at the same time. He wanted to travel alone with Xiutu, imagining them staying in a single room together, or being trapped in a cave during rain with no phone signal, or him getting drunk and holding onto her arm. Lin Ilian heard this. Her eyes lit up and asked them to bring her along. Xiutu agreed to let the class monitor go with them. It would be more fun with 4 people. Lin Ilian was confused about why it was 4 people. Xiutu said, "That's right, we should invite Xiaoxia too." He thought to himself, traveling with Xiaoxia? Isn't that like a honeymoon in disguise? After class, Song Rui called out to Xiutu. He invited her to have lunch together. Xiutu refused because she had plans with Bai Ying. Song Rui then asked if she was free in the evening. They could have dinner. Xiutu sighed. She said she thought she had made herself clear. Remembering preferences was just because they were classmates. Taking care of injuries was to repay a favor. To be honest, she found it tiring to watch him keep pretending, because she remembered his most genuine self. Song Rui expressed confusion. Xiutu continued, saying she knew he was just playing around. Song Rui was curious how she knew. She stated that his injury was no longer a problem, so they shouldn't talk anymore in the future. He called out to Xiutu, but she turned and said Bai Ying was waiting for her, so she had to go. Song Rui wasn't giving up. He asked if she really knew who Bai Ying was. Xiutu found it strange. Song Rui asked if she knew which high school he attended and where he trained. He wanted to reveal something about Bai Ying's high school training, but before he could finish, Xiutu interrupted him. She stated that Bai Ying was her friend, and she would only believe what she saw with her own eyes. Even if he had something difficult to say, she would wait for him to tell her voluntarily. She then said goodbye and turned away. She needed to find a way to completely get rid of Song Rui. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoxiao's suggestion was worth considering. The four of them packed their things. Lin Ilian hoped to make progress with Xiaoxiao this time. Buying also wanted to make progress with Xiu Xiu. Lin Xiaoxiao just wanted to eat well, drink well, and have fun. Xiu Xiu wanted to meet some authors and learn from them. So, the four of them, each with their own thoughts, finally set off. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Xiaoxia and Xiu Xiu were both amazed. Xiaoxia thought the hotel was huge, and she loved it. Xiu Xiu put down her backpack and told her that she and Bai Ying were going to attend the party and would probably return late. She could go around and have fun with the class monitor. At the mention of the party, Lin Xiaoxia got excited. She urged Xiu Xiu to quickly change into the dress she had prepared for her. Xiu Xiu was a bit shy. Lin Xiaoxia told her not to be shy, shouting, "Girl, don't resist," and praising her smooth skin. The two boys next door felt a bit awkward. Bai Ying wondered what the two of them were doing. Lin Inian, while undressing, scolded Bai Ying, telling him that the comic company had invited them. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Inian knocked on the door next door, saying Bai Ying was ready and asking if Xiu Xiu was done. As soon as the door opened, it was a beauty shock. Xiu Xiu, dressed in formal wear, turned back to tell them she was almost ready. Lin Ilian praised her dress, saying it looked good and fit well. Lin Xiaoxia chimed in, saying that Xiu Xiu looked good in anything. Xiu Xiu complimented Bai Ying, saying he looked quite handsome. He returned the compliment, saying she wasn't bad either. Xiu Xiu immediately bristled. Can't believe he just said she wasn't bad. Lin Inian thought they didn't look like they were going to a party. Lin Xiaoxia thought they looked more like they were going to a wedding. Lung Mao was looking for his green-haired girl. Ouyang thought it wasn't his business. Bai Jiujiu asked Su Jiji why when Hoiga didn't come. Su Jiji said he had a variety show to attend today. Zhiqi and teacher Lu Chai also came. The two of them were saying they didn't poop before leaving and felt annoyed. Xiu Xiu felt happy to meet so many great authors. Bai Ying was completely confused because he didn't recognize any of them. A short-haired girl came over to them, asking if they were teacher Xiaonyao and teacher De Ying. She was Zebian. Limo was happy to meet them. Xiu Xiu grabbed her hand, saying she finally met her. Without her this time, the two of them wouldn't have survived. Limo thought she was overpraising. She saw that the two of them looked good together and asked if they were a couple. Xiu Xiu explained they were university classmates. Bai Ying was happy, thinking they looked like a couple in others' eyes. Limo apologized for the misunderstanding. After the mutual flattery session ended, Limo smiled and suddenly changed the topic. Although it was a bit abrupt, she still wanted to ask if neither of them had been in a relationship. She said teacher De Ying's script was very professional, and teacher Xiaonyao's visuals were beautiful, but the work seemed to lack a sense of reality. Limo scratched her head and suggested they experience love firsthand. It might help their work, but their constellation went online today, and everyone had high expectations for this work. When they came out, he was already drunk, wearing Bai Ying's coat and singing. Bai Ying didn't expect him to get drunk. Xiu Xiu insisted she wasn't drunk, just excited from chatting with author friends. Bai Ying thought to himself it was more than just excitement. This group of Avengers authors got along so well, sharing their hardships at the party. Bai Ying said he knew her alcohol tolerance and didn't want a princess carry her again. Xiu Xiu got angry, asking how he could be like this. How could he not drink? She called his name, saying he was actually very cute when drunk. She cupped his face, saying she liked it a lot. She stood on her tiptoes, leaned in, and kissed Bai Ying's cheek, making a chew sound. She was very happy like this. Bai Ying also smelled of alcohol, waving his arms as he walked away, saying he won. Bai Ying touched the spot where he was kissed, thinking with a red face. Does she even know what she's done? The next day, Xiu Xiu woke up from her sleep. She felt dizzy and heavy-headed. She looked up and saw Bai Ying sleeping with her on the sofa. The first thing she noticed was her changed clothes. She let out a terrible scream. Then a pillow was thrown at Bai Ying's face. She hugged the pillow, saying she didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Bai Ying woke up startled, hurriedly explaining that she misunderstood. He called Xiu Xiu's name, asking her to wait. Xiu Xiu thought he was different from other guys but didn't expect him to do such a thing. Bai Ying chased after her, explaining it wasn't what she thought. With a bang, Bai Ying pinned Xiu Xiu against the wall, telling her to calm down. He said last night she was completely drunk. She collapsed on the street. He had to carry her back to the hotel room. As soon as he put her on the bed, she woke up and vomited all over him. He finally changed his clothes and coaxed her to bed, but she started acting up again, suddenly saying she was hot and started taking off her clothes. He had to close his eyes and help her put on clothes. Then she resisted and kicked him, calling him a stinky man. After cursing and hitting him, she went to bed and slept. Worried, he slept on the nearby sofa. He woke up from a nightmare in the middle of the night to find her clinging to him tightly. It was too tight. Finally tired, he might have unknowingly fallen asleep. That's roughly what happened. Xiutu gathered her thoughts. She refused to admit it, saying this was just his side of the story. How could she possibly do such silly things? Buying silently took out his phone, showing her the video inside, saying he wanted to prove her ridiculousness and his innocence. In the video, she was shouting, "Watch this justice warrior defeat this evil big white bird." With the video evidence, Xiutu immediately apologized, begging for his forgiveness. Buying thought it was fine, it wasn't really a big deal. Xiutu was very sorry, saying it was her fault. She said she'd do anything he wanted. Hearing this, Buying said, "Oh," and asked if she really meant anything. Xiutu looked at him puzzled. Buying solemnly told her that he hoped in the future, if they encountered such misunderstandings, she would trust him first. He would never do anything to hurt her. Xiutu fell into deep thought. Yes, being misunderstood and not trusted by a friend like this, he must have felt very disappointed. She immediately said okay and agreed. She also asked if he had any other wishes. Was there anything practical she could do to help him? Buying looked at her, saying he'd tell her when he thought of something. He didn't expect her to take it so seriously. Lin Xiuxia and Lin Ilian came. Leaning on the doorway, they teased that the two must have slept well last night, smiling so brightly. Buying had sent a message saying they arrived safely at the hotel, which put their minds at ease. Xiutu was curious where the two went to play. Did they play all night? Their dark circles were so heavy. The two exchanged glances and answered in unison that they played games all night. Xiutu didn't believe it. Besides, they were supposed to go out together today. She doubted Xiuxia, wondering if they could even go out like this. Xiuxia said she had no right to talk about them. She and Buying still smelled of alcohol and sweat. The four who hadn't showered yesterday fell into silence. People around started discussing, "Look, aren't those for imitating S4? They look so funny." Amidst the discussions, the four of them made a dazzling entrance wearing sunglasses. Lin Xiuxia saw a photo booth and suggested they take pictures together. The four of them posed, and with a click, the photo was taken. They had a lot of fun today. They drank bubble tea together and petted cute dogs, though Lin Ilian, who was afraid of dogs, didn't find them cute. While crossing the street, they talked about how much fun they had today. They bought things, ate delicious food, and took nice photos. Buying asked if their flight was tomorrow morning. Xiutu said yes, and their constellation would be online tomorrow. It was an important day. Speaking of this, Buying had some work-related matters to discuss with Xiutu privately. Lin Xiuxiao quickly grasped the point and ran off with Lin Inian. Xiutu reminded them to be careful. Buying thanked Xiuxia. After they left, Lin Ilian asked if she had something to discuss. Xiuxia thought she was an idiot, completely oblivious to the atmosphere. This was obviously an excuse. Lin Ilian hadn't realized, but it was perfect timing since she had promised to take her somewhere when they were on the Ferris wheel last time. "Let's go together now." Xiuxia was confused. Now? But the subway has stopped running. Lin Ilian told her to trust her. "Let's go together," she said, taking her hand. Xiuxia looked up at her, then smiled and made a sound of agreement. On the other side, KK asked Buying if there was something he wanted to tell her privately. He touched his neck and asked how she felt about the house she rented. She said it was a rental, and she felt it was quite good. Just the soundproofing was a bit poor, but everything else was fine. She asked what was up. Was he planning to live outside too? Buying did have this idea. KK was very happy. This way, it would be more convenient for them to communicate about work. KK felt the timing was just right. She'd have to ask sooner or later anyway, so why not just ask him now? He spoke up, mentioning the wish he had promised her this morning. He said he had thought it through. They simultaneously called out each other's names, asking if they wanted to simulate dating. They looked up and made eye contact. Buying looked at her curiously. Could it be that she also... KK called his name, saying for the sake of making their work better, they should simulate dating together. Buying covered his face with his hand and chuckled softly. He extended his hand, saying, "Let's start with holding hands then." She looked at him, then lowered her head. After making a sound of agreement, she placed her hand on his. He asked how she felt. Was it different from usual? She didn't answer, but instead asked him the same question. Buying looked at her, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He said he felt the same as her. On the other side, Lin Xiuxiao looked at where Lin Ilian had brought her, feeling a bit skeptical about life. Lin Ilian was scrolling through her phone, whining. The internet said that at this time, you could see many stars. Lin Xiuxia hugged her arms and said it was so cold. She immediately turned back and asked if she was cold, taking off her own clothes to put on her, even though she was wearing a fake two-piece. Lin Xiuxia quickly stopped this behavior. In the middle of the night, her standing here, bare-chested, would be quite strange. This place was already creepy enough with no one around. Lin Xiaoxiao made an "oh" sound, discovering there were many mosquitoes here. She reached out to swat them, but Lin Yinian stopped her. She told her not to move, then reached out to touch her face. Just as the atmosphere was right, she slapped her face with a paw, telling her there was a mosquito on her face. Lin Xiaoxia cried out in pain. Lin Yilian quickly apologized. She said she was only focused on hitting the mosquito. She was really sorry. Lin Xiaoxia touched the spot where she had been hit. She said it was okay, then sighed. The big white bird was pretending to be straight, but this guy was genuinely straight. Lin Yilian looked at Xiaoxia feeling a bit guilty. She apologized again, saying she had wanted to give her a surprise, but ended up messing everything up. Xiaoxia covered her mouth, her face turning red. She told her that she didn't actually need any romantic surprises. Even if she took her to eat at street stalls or dragged her to the library to read books, she would find it interesting, because that's the most authentic Lin Yilian. Lin Xiaoxia shivered. The cold wind came again. She took Lin Yilian's hand, saying it was much warmer this way. Both of their faces turned red one after another. Lin Yilian gripped her hand tightly, repeating what she had just said. Yes, it's much warmer like this. Holding her hand, they walked forward. They were going back. On the other side, Bai Ying said, since it's for better creation, let's make a list of events to simulate based on the progress of the male and female leads in their manga. KK thought this sounded very good. They could experience the plot in advance according to the outline to get a feel for it, but they should only go so far. He asked if he understood his meaning. Bai Ying assured him not to worry. He wouldn't go to the last step. It's all for work. However, their understanding of the last step was quite different. KK thought it was a kiss, while Bai Ying thought it was that. He realized this. His face suddenly turned very red. He asked what he was thinking about, saying he would call the police. 5:59, the four of them were holding their phones, waiting for the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then they all liked it together. Lin Xiaoxia said the notification came out, telling them to quickly like it and occupy the front rows of the comment section. KK was very happy. He actually got the first like. He noticed Bai Yin's expression. Bai Yin said it was nothing. It's just that seeing their names suddenly appear on the homepage they often browse, he suddenly felt that creation is such a proud thing. KK smiled and affirmed him. In the future, please continue to proudly write better stories. Lin Xiaoxia teased from the side, saying their atmosphere was a bit off. Looks like last night's talk went well. KK and Bai Yin would now be official simulation couples. Everything was to create works that readers would like more. Lin Xiaoxia was very happy, hugging KK, asking him to say it again. Was it true? Was he really not lying? He explained while being hugged, saying it was just for work. Lin Yilian asked them if they would make this public in class. KK thought it wasn't necessary for now, because his original intention was just to discourage Song Rue, and it was only a simulation. It wouldn't be good to deceive their classmates. On the return flight, everyone was asleep. Although Bai Yin didn't know if this simulated dating plan would help their work, he could get a little closer to KK. Thinking this, he touched Queek's head. Even if it was just a little, it could make him happy in his dreams, with the corners of his mouth unconsciously turning up. Back at school for class, early in the morning, KK heard someone calling his name. He turned around to see Song Rue. He greeted him, asking if he had a good weekend, and invited him to go to the classroom together. KK called his name, saying he had something to tell him, but Bai Yin came from behind and held his hand. He asked Song Rue what he wanted with KK. Song Rue looked at their joined hands, asking if they were dating. KK firmly said yes. Song Rue withdrew his gaze, congratulated them, and then left. KK was surprised that he didn't persist this time. He happily covered his mouth, secretly delighted. He didn't expect the simulated dating trick to work so well. This time he really gave up, right? Bai Yin was still holding his hand tightly. He quickly let go, saying they didn't need to go this far. Bai Yin said the guy had always been troubling him. He was surprised Bai Yin knew about this. He asked if there was anything he couldn't see through. This reminded KK of what Song Rue had told him before. He called Bai Ying's name and asked back, "What about you?" Since they were from the same city, he asked if Bai Ying and the other person had met before. Bai Ying explained that they probably hadn't. The other person didn't think so. He was curious about where Bai Ying had trained before, saying they might have been in the same area. He said he didn't remember. After all, it was a long time ago. Xiang KK felt he was trying to hide something. He wondered what it could be. Not only did it make him go to great lengths to hide it, but it also made Song Rue feel threatened. At this time, a light rain started falling. KK and Bai Ying stood by the roadside. Passers-by remarked that it was the plum rain season. He felt this scene was familiar. because they used to do this before, watching the summer rain and marveling at how fast time flies. After all, it was already the end of the first year. Suddenly, Bain asked him to reach out his hand to catch the rain. The other person was confused. He explained this was the interaction scene for the main characters in the next episode. They were simulating it now. Seong KK said he hadn't even given him the script. He thought this was better. It would be more empathetic. The other person agreed, so he reached out his hand. Then he wondered how it should develop. The other person thought he should be imagining the male lead's smile in his mind, and he should unconsciously say the male lead's name. At this time, the male lead would appear behind him and softly say he's here. Then Bain asked how this scene was. He thought it wasn't great. He also said that in the future, he should review all the interaction scenes between the main characters. Suddenly, Lin Enian appeared and slapped his hand. He asked if they were showing off their love to the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess. At this time, Seong Queek's hand was still hurting. Bain took out his phone to send a voice message to Chioxia, explaining to the others that Lin Enian loves to fart in his sleep. Lin Enian yelled angrily. Then he directly dragged him away, explaining to the person behind that he was going to deal with this guy. Seong KK told him to deal with him harshly. Then he realized there was no class tomorrow. He wondered if he could keep up this simulated romance. After all, he was losing control of himself more and more, showing revealing expressions. He didn't know if he had given himself away in front of Bai Ying. At this time, the cup in Su Rue's hand suddenly tipped over. She was scalded by the hot water. The man next to her told her to come over, so he could apply toothpaste for her. She looked at her hand, thinking it really hurt. The next morning, the pink-haired woman was woken up by someone. He opened his eyes to find it was Chioxia. He said there was no class today, so sleeping in was fine. But the other person didn't care about that. He told him to quickly brush his teeth, wash his face, and change into clean clothes. He was confused. He wondered why Chioxia was dressed so nicely. Suddenly, someone outside knocked on the door, about to come in. He thought the voice sounded familiar. The person said, "Excuse me," and then the door was opened. Two men appeared. One was Lin Ilian, and the other was Bai Ying. Lin Ilian explained they were moving in. Everyone clinked glasses. Chioxia was happy they were living together now. He thought it would be more convenient for going out. He wondered when they had looked at the apartment. Bai Ying explained it was the night they went on the business trip. If they found it troublesome, he wouldn't move in. The two people beside him said they didn't understand, but were greatly shocked. Chioxia asked Bai Ying to send people back. Seong KK wondered why they needed to be sent back when they were in the same building. But he was pushed away, being told that they had something to discuss with Lin Enian. After they left, Lin Enian realized this was an excuse for them to be alone. The other person explained it wasn't. This was because he wanted to be alone with him. Chioxia wondered why he moved in when he didn't have much living expenses. The other person blushed and said it was already obvious. He felt that since they weren't at the same university, meeting wasn't very convenient. Moreover, he wanted the other person to think of him when needed, even if this made him seem a bit greedy. Chioxia smiled slightly and walked up to him. He said he felt the same way. At this time, at the door, Seong KK said it was fine to send him this far, telling him to go back and write the script. The other person thought this place was suitable for simulating a scene. He wondered what scene. Bai Ying began to explain. It was when the female lead discovered the male lead's secret. The male lead approaches the female lead with a fierce look, threatening that she'd be dead if she dared to tell anyone. They were too close, and his face turned red. Bai Ying thought the manga's female lead shouldn't have this reaction. He wondered what the female lead would do at this time. Seong KK was frantically brainwashing himself internally, constantly hypnotizing himself that this was work, not to be fooled by this man's pheromones. Then he stomped his foot on the wall, grabbed the other person's tie, coldly stated that he was really bold, daring to threaten her. It should be him who dies. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Bai Ying covered his mouth and laughed secretly. He thought his lines and reaction were excellent. He planned to go down and revise the script immediately. Seong KK said it was great if he could help. Then the two parted ways. After closing the door, both of their expressions became dejected. They both thought the other's reaction was too much to handle. They couldn't withstand it. The next day, someone rang the doorbell. He thought it was Chioxia. Opening the door, he found it was Bai Ying, who greeted him proactively. He quickly closed the door, thinking that person actually saw him in his bare face. Outside the door, Bai Ying asked if he wanted to go to school together. He repeatedly refused, saying he was very slow and told him to go first. After a while, there was no sound outside. Relieved that he forgot to set an alarm last night. Fortunately, Baing called him. Then he hurried to wash up and put on makeup. Half an hour later, she finished her makeup and came out, realizing she had broken her record. She had finished her makeup in just 30 minutes. Suddenly, someone explained it was more accurately 30 minutes and 21.5 seconds. She was surprised to find Baing was still outside the door. He explained he would be idle in the classroom anyway, then asked if they wanted to go to school together from now on. She hesitantly agreed, hoping he wouldn't ring the doorbell. So they set a secret signal. Baing heard it and started teasing Xiang KK. He angrily kicked at him, and they started to play fight. At this time, in a bar, a boy was arm in arm with Song Rue, feeling that he had been absent-minded lately. If he went out to play more, his mood should improve. He said he wasn't in the mood. Then he got up and left. The others realized he was like this because of that Xiang KK. They wondered if Song Rue had said before that it was just for fun. How come now he couldn't eat or sleep because of that person? Song Rue wondered if he really said such things. The other explained, before in the studio, he not only said Xiang KK was ugly, but also said he wasn't serious about him. He suddenly remembered, earlier Xiang KK asked him if he remembered what he said before. He angrily thought he was a jerk. He immediately rushed out. The young man behind wondered where he was going. After all, it was still raining heavily. Others told him not to mind. Song Rue urged, quickly send out the third photo in the phone. He thought the photo from the training 3 years ago wasn't worth looking at. But when he opened it, he discovered the secret in that photo. Baing was looking at Xiang KK from behind, even blushing, while he was completely unaware. Meanwhile, Xiang KK was waiting for the rain to stop, sighing why it kept raining recently. Suddenly someone called his name. He turned around and found it was Song Rue. He ran over, panting, saying he had something to tell him. Xiang KK asked Song Rue to come in, saying not to stay in the rain outside. He explained he had said hurtful things and kept apologizing, regretted being too young and speaking without thinking. His cheeks slightly reddened from embarrassment, and he started to stammer. Wanted him to continue looking at himself in the future. Unexpectedly, Xiang KK directly refused, feeling that once a wound heals, no matter how many band-aids are put on, the scar can't disappear. He admitted he had liked him, but only in the past, while he had always liked himself. In any case, Xiang KK still thanked him for giving him the most sincere heartbeat. Someone noticed Song Rue in the rain. They wondered if he had just been rejected. Baing, who just finished class, wondered why he was in the rain and asked him to come in. The other thought he was pretending to be nice. Song Rue regretted why he didn't notice earlier the stars in Xiang Quique's eyes. Otherwise, how could it be his turn? The more he thought, the angrier he got. He even tried to hurt Baing. The other caught his hand. Baing explained that from 3 years ago, his gaze had never left him. He said he had healed him, so whether it was a knight or a prince, he was willing to be. Then he grabbed that person's clothes. He explained that his kindness was just basic respect between classmates. Told him not to push his luck. Song Rue mocked him for being a deep, dark horse. Wondered, wasn't he afraid that he would expose his hidden identity? The other believed Xiang KK wouldn't give him a chance to speak. He suddenly remembered that person had said Bain was his friend, so he would only believe what he saw. Song Rue felt he had indeed lost completely. At this time, Xiang KK was taking a bath. Thinking about what happened during the day made him angry. He thought he should have scolded him instead. After all, it had been so long. What's the use of apologizing now? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He realized it was his and Bai Ying's secret code. He wondered why they were looking for him so late. Then he decided to comb his hair and asked that person to wait outside for a moment. While removing the shower cap, his earring got caught in the string. He cried out in pain. The person outside was startled. Bai Ying wondered why he didn't remove his earrings before bathing. He said he forgot and asked her to be careful. He wondered how to do it. She told him to just turn the strap a bit. Then he realized how close they were. Xiang KK blushed. The other person noticed his uneasiness, chuckled softly, then said he couldn't untangle it. Suddenly leaned closer, caressed his cheek, saying it's not necessary, it's already out. He felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Xiang KK wondered why he came so late. The person explained that he had asked him to come play games. He just realized he had forgotten about that person, marveled at his memory. Bain said that the main characters would be apart for a while. It's summer vacation anyway, so they could put the simulated romance on hold for a bit. He thought the other person must be tired too. Seong KK happily agreed that this was good. Then he found his feelings strange, both disappointed and happy. Happy because he didn't have to hide himself. Disappointed because that person wouldn't cross boundaries with him anymore. Because Seong KK kept covering his face with a towel, the other person wondered how long he would maintain that posture. He explained that he looked ugly without makeup. The other said he wanted to see, but he quickly refused, thinking he would be scared. Bying pulled the towel off his head. She said since they were magic girlfriends now, they should be honest and show their true selves. After seeing his real bare face, that person said he looked no different than usual. Seong KK didn't expect him to compliment his bare face. As midsummer passed, they welcomed a new chapter of sophomore year. Lin Enian greeted the three of them and asked how their summer vacation was. Chio Xia explained that he played hard for 2 months. Seong KK said he desperately rushed to meet deadlines. Lin Enian wondered why they didn't go out to play for a few days. The answer explained the competitive pressure was intense. Suddenly, a young man walked over. He told Seong KK that he was his type and asked if he knew which door led to happiness. He explained there was no door. The other said he was sorry for bothering and left. Chio Xia thought he was still an iron-straight girl as always. Lin Enian understood why. Bying wasn't worried at all. Bying told him that Song Rue chose a different direction, so they wouldn't be in the same class as that person anymore. That person felt it was truly fortunate. Seeing this, Bying realized that person hadn't revealed his true identity. He wondered how to confess to someone. Suddenly, Seong KK excitedly said their manuscript fees had been paid. Wen Yin was also very happy. That person asked if he had any place he wanted to go. He wanted to use their first bucket of gold to have fun for a day. Bying said if that's the case, they should go on a date tomorrow. KK called by Yin's name, asking what they were doing now. He answered the other's question with a lifeless expression, saying they were on a date. He asked another question, wondering why they were dressed up like this. Bying told him that in this scene, the male and female leads are on a date, but accidentally run into the female lead's part-time job. To get off work early, they both have to hand out flyers together. KK didn't expect it was a simulated date after all this fuss. He thought it was real. He said it's good it's not summer, otherwise the sweat would be enough for 3 showers. Bying told him there was a flying insect on him. He calmly asked where it was. He said it's okay. He'd help swat it away. KK felt he did it on purpose. He quickly apologized, saying it was because of the mascot costume. He couldn't control his strength well. Their fighting scene caught the eyes of passersby. A little girl pointed at them and told her mom, "Two butts are fighting." Her mom corrected her, saying those were peaches. KK told Bying to watch his counterattack, asking him to wait. But it was too late. With a thud, both of them fell to the ground. He landed on top of Bying. Both of them were shocked. The little girl told her mom to look. The 2 peaches were trying to hug again. The mom quickly pulled her away. Bying sighed in relief, then burst into laughter. KK looked confused and asked what was wrong. He took off his headpiece and said he didn't expect they'd naturally act out the scene he had written before. He also took off his headpiece, hardly believing it was such a coincidence. Did the female lead accidentally touch the male lead too? He corrected him, saying it was the male lead who pinned the female lead against the wall. But after experiencing it, he thought it might make more sense if the roles were reversed. He apologized to KK. He called Bai Ying's name, asking if he was a masochist. After the part-time job, Bai-in remarked that during the last university extra credit activity, he didn't feel much wearing a suit, but now he realized how tiring it was to hand out flyers in a mascot costume. KK agreed, saying it was even midsummer then. He said it's just like the simulated scenario, only after truly experiencing it can one write a more vivid story. He said if he could get a 6, it would be even more vivid. KK thought he was going to praise him for being great. Instead, he told KK to put his thumb away. He then thought he wanted to do something to him. Bai-in hooked his finger, saying this meant he wanted to hold his hand. KK was very shy and asked if this was also part of the simulated scenario. He denied it. He asked what he was doing. He answered that he just wanted to see the confused and helpless expression on his face. KK was annoyed and huffily went to the bathroom. As he walked out, he angrily thought, who could handle such a sudden attack? Luckily, he had the excuse of using the bathroom. Why blush for an annoying straight guy? He fanned his face with his hand, trying to cool down the temperature. He couldn't let it be discovered. At this moment, someone called out his name. He recognized the person as Song Rue's friend who visited the hospital back then. He was surprised the person still remembered him. The person said how could he forget they used to be in the same art training institution. KK was very surprised. He thought he and Song Rue were college classmates. The person scratched his head, saying the intensive training before was for students from different high schools, so it's normal not to know each other. He even mentioned the past, saying he still had photos of him and Bai-Ying from high school. He felt confused, wondering if he and Bai-Ying knew each other before. The person said it was also a coincidence they were all from the same training school before. On the day of the group photo, he was randomly taking pictures with his phone and happened to capture the two of them. He recalled past events. It was the 4th monthly exam. He ranked second and had to go on stage to receive an award. People around were gossiping about him, even making personal attacks. Fortunately, passing through the small grove behind the art school, there was a sanctuary that belonged to him, where he could release his tears alone. Suddenly, there was a click sound. KK immediately looked up and asked who was there. The person apologized, saying he had been sitting there and didn't mean to hear him crying. He didn't expect this place to be occupied by someone else and immediately wanted to leave. But the person started chatting with him, asking if he was the one who drew shoujo manga like KK. He asked how he knew. He said KK often spoke at the monthly exam award ceremonies. His voice was very distinctive, and about his manga, he trembled and interrupted the other's words. He asked what was wrong with his manga. Then he blurted out what those people said about him, that his manga was very cliché, embarrassing, not at all like something drawn by a country bumpkin like him. He asked if he had said enough. After saying that, he cried. Unexpectedly, the person praised his manga, saying it was very good and he liked it a lot. His eyes widened, asking if it was true. He said of course it was sincere. The art style, plot, and panel layout were all very unique. He could see the pure heart of a young girl in his manga. KK wiped his tears, saying that hearing him talk like that, it seemed he understood shoujo manga quite well. He must read a lot of it. He admitted it, and self-deprecatingly asked if it was disgusting for a boy to read shoujo manga. He found it strange, wondering why it would be disgusting. Don't boys have the right to pursue a maiden's heart too? His eyes widened too, affirming what he said. He asked if he often came here to space out before. He said yes. Maybe they had missed each other due to different timing. He also said this place was perfect for clearing one's mind. KK said it seemed he had a lot of troubles too. They started chatting like this. He even mentioned that his friend found wire in the cafeteria food yesterday. He asked if it was true. He hadn't eaten that, but he had found hair before. He thought the other was so unlucky. He mentioned next week's extra homework for the whole school. He said he'd need coffee to survive. The other agreed, saying he was the same. Before they knew it, the preparatory bell rang. KK was surprised he had chatted with a stranger for so long. He thanked him for listening to his complaints about the dorm and teachers. He also said he was the first person he had opened up to hear, thanking him for sharing his burdens today. But he said he should thank him because he had spoken more today than he had in the past year. KK was very surprised, thinking he seemed quite talkative. He asked if he could call him Tree Hole Classmate. He wanted a haven where he could heal his heart through confiding. He felt a bit disappointed, asking if he didn't want to know his name. During their chat, he had deliberately avoided the topic of classes. KK scratched his head, saying he didn't mean to dislike him. Although he already knew and had seen his face, he still hoped that outside this small grove, they could pretend not to know each other. Because he wasn't good at face-to-face conversations with boys yet, but chatting with them behind a wall was unexpectedly enjoyable. He didn't want this obsessive habit to ruin their connection and hoped he could understand. The person said he could understand this point. He would wait for him to leave first. Once outside, he absolutely wouldn't recognize him and never would in the future to put his mind at ease. KK thanked him for tolerating his flaw, truly very grateful. Treehole Classmate asked if he would come tomorrow afternoon. He said he comes every day at 2:10 p.m. They agreed to meet tomorrow. From then on, this grove and this wall became like silent observers, always keeping the secret between him and Treehole Classmate. Later, the joint exam results came out. KK asked Treehole Classmate how he did. He said it was not bad. He performed better than usual. He asked about KK, who said he did well too. But he still needed to stay a few days for the university he liked, waiting to go out of town for the school exam. Treehole Classmate asked if it was Qingyuan University. He said yes, for the visual communication major at Qingyuan. He asked about the others' plans. After hearing this, he silently thought about Qingyuan University's program. Then he answered the specific question. He might leave after taking the group photo, probably using the joint exam results to stay local. KK thought staying local was good too, close to home? He also asked what was wrong with his voice if he had a cold. He said it was his voice changing. KK was surprised he was changing so late, curious if his voice would change to the point he couldn't recognize it. He said it was possible. Moreover, he didn't want to recognize him outside the grove. He asked if he still felt the same way. He made an affirmative sound and apologized, saying he really cherished their friendship. But it was okay. After they returned to school to prepare for the college entrance exam, they probably wouldn't see each other anyway. In any case, they'd have to chat online in the future. Treehole classmates said he had it all planned out. He was happy to be online friends too. KK thought to himself how afraid he was of facing him. KK said that was good then. He reminded him it was time for the whole school group photo. He said to follow the old rule, he'd leave first. KK couldn't remember what he was thinking then. Maybe knowing it was the last time with Treehole classmate, his head involuntarily turned back. Through the gap in the window, he saw blue-purple short hair. He arrived at the photo location. Someone was handing out flower wreaths, saying the quantity was limited. They quickly got them and stood in formation for the photo. Especially students from different high schools should cherish this, as they wouldn't see each other after returning. They should prepare well for the college entrance exam after going back. A girl helped KK get a wreath and offered to put it on for him. He thanked her. After putting on the wreath, KK reflected on how young and naive they were at 18. There were princes wearing hypocritical masks standing among flowers. There were black knights silently guarding behind princesses. Song Rue asked why the light-haired guy kept taking photos nonstop. He continued taking photos with his phone, saying he needed to take more quickly. There were so many beautiful girls from other schools, and they wouldn't see them after going back. Plus, they might serve as mementos in the future. Back to the present, the light-haired guy brought up KK and Bai Ying's relationship, saying no wonder Song Rue had been so distracted lately. But honestly, he was quite pleased. It was the first time he saw Song Rue become so dejected because of a woman. However, he didn't mean to tease KK. After all, he was in the same class as Bai Ying before. Bai Ying asked KK if he was done, suggesting they could walk around more since it was still early. She asked if he needed to buy anything. KK said he wanted to buy a soft mattress pad. He was curious, saying wasn't his back not good and he always preferred hard mattresses? He was surprised, asking how he knew that. He had never mentioned it to him. Bai Ying laughed it off, saying he heard it from Qiu Xiao before. KK was still suspicious. That night when he was drunk, he suddenly revealed secrets no one else knew about him. And on that rainy night, he said he found him based on the class monitor's external information about him. But he never wrote the specific room number. And there were the hidden memories of training together in high school. And that 0.6 seconds of blue-purple that day. Bai Ying said it was getting dark and they should hurry home. He agreed. But in his heart, he was thinking, is he really not Treehole classmate? While showering, KK was still thinking about whether Bai Ying was Treehole classmate. He couldn't understand why he would hide his identity. Logically, he was good friends with both of them. If he had told him from the beginning that they were the same person, he might have fallen for him even faster. Although he hadn't developed inappropriate feelings for Treehole before. After all, he had mistaken her for a caring big sister during their online chats. But if Treehole was this close friend, he probably would have fallen deeper into Bai Ying's world. After all, she had given him a lot of confidence and warmth. So if he really was Treehole, why hide it? He suddenly remembered what he had said to Treehole classmate before. Once they left this small grove, they would pretend not to know each other. So it was his own stupid request. Was Bai Ying unwilling to admit his identity because of this? He thought, rubbing his chin. These were all just his one-sided guesses. Maybe Bai Ying, like him, just didn't want to face their high school training days, so he hid it. And if he was mistaken, wouldn't it be even more awkward? Because Treehole and Bai Ying's tone and personality were completely different people. He wouldn't go so far as to pretend to be an annoying straight guy just to hide his identity, would he? He was getting frustrated. Why was this happening? What was going on? But the most urgent matter now was to confirm whether Bai Ying was indeed Treehole. He needed to take some action. His spy versus spy plan to test if Bai Ying was Treehole classmate began. First, he hid in the crowd and sent a message to Treehole. Treehole's reply came back quickly. KK was curious how he replied without moving his hands. After Bai Ying's identity was discovered by Qiu Xia at the amusement park, he learned his lesson and mastered the skill of replying with one hand using an old phone. Operation Plan 2. Use Treehole's personal information to trap Bai Ying. After class, KK suggested they eat pineapple pizza today, Unexpectedly, he agreed readily. He couldn't understand. Treehole had said he hated pineapple the most. Little did he know that after almost being exposed that day, Bying immediately memorized all the personal information they had revealed. He ate the pineapple pizza while feeling uncomfortable. Plan 3. Directly shout the name. KK suddenly shouted Tree Hole's name on the street. Bying was startled. Turning back, he said the tree holes in this botanical garden were so big that squirrels could build a 3-bedroom apartment in them. He went along with his words. KK thought it shouldn't be like this. He should have had a subconscious reaction to hearing tree hole. Little did he know that he was almost scared to death, nearly turning around and responding instinctively. He told him to hurry up or he'd fall behind. While catching up, he thought this wouldn't do. So many attempts without concrete results. Moreover, these obvious probes might make him more cautious. As he was thinking, Bying suddenly called him short legs. He angrily chased after him, but he was thinking he needed to use his ultimate move. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. Bying, who was drying his hair, called out, "Coming." He asked who it was and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was KK. He asked why he came to his place so late. KK entered his home with his arms crossed, saying he was thirsty and asking if he had coffee. He closed the door, wondering what this was about. Was it another test? Bying asked if he came to his house just to drink coffee. KK retorted, asking if it wasn't okay. Didn't he used to come over for no reason before? Bying said that was different. He came for work. He put his hands on his hips and said, "All right, with all the extra work and assignments lately, I'm exhausted. I came to relax and play games at your place tonight." He handed him the coffee and asked if he brought his game cards. He said of course. His hand was unsteady, and he didn't catch the coffee. The coffee spilled all over Bying. He immediately apologized. He told him to quickly rinse off and change clothes in the bathroom. He said okay, and asked him to wait a moment. After seeing him leave, KK thought to himself, playing games was a lie. Drinking coffee was also a lie. He came to finally verify his tree hole identity. Once he wanted to change clothes, he would send a message to Tree Hole to see if his phone would ring. Electronic technology wouldn't lie. Bying, while taking off his clothes, thought that KK had been acting a bit strange lately. He felt like he was deliberately doing things to catch him off guard. Could it be that he had been exposed? He saw the phone placed on the cabinet. He silently exclaimed, "Not good." He had brought the wrong phone inside. The backup phone for his tree hole identity was outside. KK found it strange. How come there was no response even after sending several messages? It should have automatically lit up the screen. At this moment, Bying rushed out of the bathroom, saying he had changed. He didn't expect him to change so quickly. He asked why he was crouching there. He picked up the phone and looked. Fortunately, it hadn't been charged earlier. It had automatically shut down. KK said he was looking at his new phone and asked when he bought it. He explained that this was his old phone from before. One for work, one for personal use. It was more convenient this way. He said, "Let me see it." But Bying refused, saying the phone was out of battery. He still insisted on seeing it, saying he also wanted to buy this brand of phone. He asked him to charge it and let him try. He promised not to look at his privacy. After saying this, he went to find his charger. He told him to wait, but it was too late. He found Bying's charger near the TV and said, "Wait a moment." As he was about to charge the phone, he was suddenly pulled back. KK asked what he was doing and told him to let go quickly. Soon his hands were tied. He got a bit angry. He just wanted to charge it. Was Bying's charger made of 24K pure gold? He told him to untie him quickly. He leaned in and asked if he really wanted to turn it on. He couldn't guarantee that the phone's desktop would be clean. KK was still confused about what clean meant. He was curious about what picture he used for the desktop. Then he thought of something and cursed him as a pervert. But the more he said this, the more curious he became. What a strange reverse psychology. KK shook him off, his hands still tied. He said if that's the case, he wanted to see it even more. Then in one swift motion, he plugged in the charger. After seeing the phone's desktop, he was stunned. This was the unclean thing. It was clearly a photo of him and Bying together. KK, blushing, asked what he wanted to do. He said of course he wanted to crush him mercilessly in games. KK was a bit frustrated. Why choose the game he was worst at? He begged him to let him off. In the next room, Lin Xiuxia told Lin Yinian to quickly rush in and surround him. The class bell rang. The teacher said the homework had been posted in the group chat. Xiuwei would package and send it to him by tomorrow night. Bying, carrying his bag, came to ask KK what he wanted to eat, but he found him still sleeping. He had been working a lot lately with assignments and deadlines. His dark circles were almost impossible to hide. KK mumbled Tree Hole's name. Bying was stunned. He didn't expect him to dream about him, thinking that while he was asleep, he might as well try to face him and confess once. He hesitated and stammered as he confessed. He said he was actually Treehole classmate. Just as he was about to lean in, unexpectedly, he woke up. KK rubbed his eyes, wondering how long he had slept. He looked back. He saw Baing sleeping next to him. Baing thought, why did he instinctively lie down and pretend to sleep? He hadn't done anything to feel guilty about. He quickly noticed that they had been sleeping face to face. He hoped their classmates hadn't seen them. He lay back down, trying to recreate the previous position. Was it like this? Close enough to even feel his faint breathing. He thought about whether he should say the things he couldn't say normally while he was asleep. Maybe he could actually do it in the future. He faced Bain. Calling his name, he said, Bain, I like. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't say it. If he couldn't say it while he was asleep, how could he possibly say it when he was awake? He thought he might as well keep his secret love until he died. After he left, the person sleeping on the desk raised their head. It turned out KK had heard everything. However, he didn't know what kind of like the person was referring to. He wished he had finished his sentence. Outside, a man asked Xiaoxia if she wanted to go party. She refused, saying she had plans with a friend. However, the man persisted, asking if her friend was male or female. 01 suddenly appeared beside her. He asked the man, what do you think? Xiaoxia was surprised to see him. He explained that he came to pick her up because they had planned to go out. He thought he had trained well. Even the 1,000-year-old cadre had learned to pick people up. The man in white asked if he was Xiaoxia's boyfriend. Another man in gray stated that this person definitely couldn't be her boyfriend, as Xiaoxia wouldn't go for that type of guy. Xiaoxia was furious and told them to watch their words. Lin Yining suddenly fell silent. Then he admitted that he indeed wasn't her boyfriend, but only for now. The two stood side by side, watching the sunset. Xiaoxia sighed, it's really beautiful. He also looked happy. After all, he finally didn't choose the wrong place this time, and he was glad that things didn't go wrong this time. Suddenly, Lin Ilian said that he had experienced many firsts since meeting her. His first time climbing a mountain to see the stars and observing the atmosphere between other couples. He thanked Xiaoxia for giving him so many firsts. Xiaoxia thought his words sounded strange, as if she had corrupted him. He suddenly called her name, 01 year, thinking it was time. After all, the atmosphere was perfect. But before he could finish, they overheard discussions nearby. A girl was complimenting Xiaoxia's figure. Another girl said she must be this girl's boyfriend. However, the first girl thought he must be Xiaoxia's younger brother. Xiaoxia asked him what was wrong, but he stopped mid-sentence. He said he wanted to discuss fashion with her because he felt like an old-fashioned cadre. She said it wasn't necessary because that was his unique characteristic. She thought he was already great and didn't need to change. Lin Ilian felt he didn't match her at all. What he didn't know was that at that moment, she was thinking about the old cadre. I'll wait for you a bit longer. Baing stood outside the door, looking at his phone. He wondered what was going on. He was 15 minutes later than usual. He wasn't replying to WeChat messages either. He decided to knock. Xiang KK quickly opened the door. He told him to go ahead and not wait for him. He asked worriedly about his condition. After all, he looked very off. Xiang KK explained it was nothing, just that he slept late last night. However, before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. The other person shouted his name in shock. When he woke up, he found himself in the hospital. Baing anxiously asked about his condition. He was confused about why he was in the hospital. The other explained that he fainted due to exhaustion and low blood sugar. He wondered how late he stayed up last night. KK remembered he forgot to order takeout. He was exasperated with his own memory. This would affect his final grades. Baing explained he wouldn't fail, and if necessary, he could make it up later. He anxiously scratched his head because he hadn't finished coloring his draft. He planned to go back and finish the draft as soon as this was done. After all, the next episode had important plot points. Suddenly, the other person shouted. He said it wouldn't matter even if he missed one episode. He didn't want to be like his mom, always nagging him to rest well. Xiang K angrily replied that he wanted to rest too, but making up for failed classes was troublesome. Plus, the comic competition was very fierce now. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He asked why comics had to be weekly. Why was his drawing so ugly? He couldn't help but express all his grievances. He felt these things were really annoying. Suddenly, the other person smiled. He was stunned and then wondered why he could still laugh when he was feeling so bad. Bain explained he was happy because this was the first time he had expressed his true feelings to him. He pulled up the blanket for him and explained that holding back tears wasn't good for health. He told him to let it out since no one could see anyway. KK thought they were face to face, and he could see everything clearly. The other person suddenly hugged him, saying now he couldn't see. He told him to pour out his feelings freely. KK couldn't help but cry loudly in his arms, releasing all the frustrations of these days. After a while, he pushed the other person away, saying he had cried enough. The other seemed reluctant, but nodded. He felt sorry because he had wet the other's clothes with his tears. Bying said it was nothing. He would wash it when he got back anyway. He suddenly caressed his cheek. He said that in the future, if he wanted to confide, his clothes were available for him to wet as much as he wanted. But he hoped Seong KK would only do this with him. Seong KK wondered why he was saying such mushy things again. The other said this was what the male lead said to the female lead in the summer drama. He asked if it touched his heart. He explained it didn't, but it made him want to use his fists. Bying noticed the 4 was finished, and he had taken another day off. He suggested skipping class and worked to go for a walk in the park. In the park, Seong KK wondered what was happening the day after tomorrow. The other explained that the last simulated date didn't go well, so he wanted to have a more formal date this time. He asked what he thought about it. He remembered it was Mr. Treehole's birthday the day after tomorrow, so he said he had to rush his work and couldn't go. The other reminded him to eat and sleep, otherwise if he fainted again, he wouldn't carry him to the hospital. Suddenly, Bai Ying's phone rang. It was Zebian calling. He told him to sit and rest while he discussed the script with Zebian. He suddenly realized that he had been with Bai Ying for most of the past half year. They had been helping each other with work and life. He almost forgot that this person was known as the cold and aloof guy by his classmates. He still couldn't be sure if Bai Ying was the same person as the low-key and cautious Mr. Treehole. Suddenly, a man's scolding voice came from behind. It turned out to be a man losing his temper at his girlfriend. The reason was that his girlfriend kept looking at a blue-haired man in the distance. The man was angry that she dared to talk back, so he started yelling. He pushed his girlfriend while angrily scolding her for not knowing how to dress up. The girl couldn't take it anymore and left directly. The man was furious that she dared to run away. He then said he must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to be her boyfriend. She muttered to herself that she needed to find a time to deal with her. She couldn't listen anymore and was about to speak up. Bying suddenly walked out from behind her, wondering what was wrong. The man angrily told her not to meddle. Suddenly, when the man saw Bying behind her, he was stunned. From her eyes, it was clear she knew Bying. The person excitedly said it was indeed him, even enthusiastically introducing himself. It turned out his name was Passerby A. He was from the same elementary school as Bying. Bying remembered the image of this person stepping on him and pulling his hair in the past. At this moment, the person was still chattering away. He said they used to be good friends, even very good friends. He wondered if Bying had forgotten. Bying remembered him beating him until his face was full of tears. He coldly said he would never forget. The person enthusiastically explained that they hadn't seen each other since elementary school. He wondered how Bying had grown to be so masculine and manly now. After all, he used to be a little sissy who loved reading romance novels. Then he looked at Seong KK beside him. Seong KK asked him what color he liked. The other said that as a man, of course he liked black. He laughed while curiously asking if he was good at fighting. Seeing a beautiful woman talking to him, the other person became even more excited. He said fighting was a necessary skill for every man. Saying this, he even mocked Bying. Suddenly, Seong KK kicked towards his groin, asking if it was like this. The other cursed her as a crazy woman while wondering if she wanted to die. Seong KK coldly said it was just that he wasn't masculine enough. Bying watched all this, suddenly falling into memories. He thought, this is Seong KK after all. He brought me smiles, led me out of darkness. I absolutely can't be like before, cowardly hiding behind him. Passerby A was furious that he dared to hit him, so he moved to strike. But he was blocked by that person. Then he pushed the other person down hard and told him not to appear in front of him again. The person told him to wait and see, then left. After he left, Seong KK asked what had happened between them before. The other explained it was nothing. He thought they had both seen each other's out-of-control side, so they were even. Seong KK didn't think they were even. He said, if you hide things from me, I won't open up to you either. The other explained that after knowing this secret, he might regret it. He said whether he regretted it or not was his business. Chiu Xia was waiting bored in the restaurant. Just now, Lin Ilian had refused his invitation. This was the first time that person had refused him. He found that being rejected by Lin Ilian was a very disappointing thing. Then he noticed Lin Ilian chatting and laughing with another girl not far away. Compared to being rejected, being deceived was even more disappointing. Baing thought that person should be rushing to finish his draft now. Usually, they would go out together, but today he came out alone. He found this to be a very disappointing thing. Suddenly, a new message came on his phone. He wondered if it was from Seong KK. Opening it, he found it was a birthday message from the company. Seeing this, he felt even more disappointed. Suddenly, there was another message on his phone. He thought it was another message from the company. Opening it, he found it was a call from Seong KK to Mr. Treehole. He was at a loss, not knowing whether to answer or not. But if he didn't answer, he was afraid his voice would give him away. With trembling hands, he answered the phone. He called that person's name. The person said it was the first time he heard his voice after the voice changer. He felt like a weathered old man living on the streets. Then he burst into loud laughter. He explained that he had a cold recently, so his voice sounded strange. Then he secretly rejoiced that the voice acting class he took was useful after all. The other person apologized, saying he called without notice. Bain explained he was a bit startled. Then he asked if something had happened. The other explained nothing was wrong. He just wanted to wish him a happy birthday personally. After all, it was the third year of their acquaintance, and a phone call seemed more sincere. Then, in a relaxed tone, he asked what the birthday boy was doing now. Bain explained while walking that he was out alone. The person was curious about what he did when he was alone. Then, as if remembering something, he explained that a new dessert shop had opened recently and was selling like crazy. Bain said what a coincidence because there was one right in front of him. The other told him to hurry in and eat. After entering, he told the waiter he wanted 2 original egg tarts. The other person secretly thought, has his throat been burned? After eating the egg tarts, Bain thought the taste was indeed good. The other said, see how well I know you. Then he mentioned a book that was exploding in popularity online. He wondered if he had come across it, saying bookstores should have it for sale. He seemed to have endless things to say. Bain said thanks to him. He had gained a lot today, just that his stomach was about to burst and his card was nearly maxed out. The other thought that talking while visiting many places was like the two of them shopping together. Bain thought if it were really like that, it would be great. Suddenly, the sound of bells came from a distant building. Bain felt time had passed so quickly. It was already midnight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. At this moment, Seong KK was also holding a phone. He said, "Happy birthday, Treehole classmate." At this time, Baing hadn't reacted yet. He thought he was hallucinating, as if Seong Queek's voice came from behind. He thought he must have heard wrong. Then he turned around. Seong KK behind him was looking at him. He finally understood. So Treehole classmate was really Baing. Seong KK wondered if he was still listening. The other explained he had zoned out just now. He expressed his gratitude because Seong KK was the first person to wish him happy birthday right on time. The other said it was nothing. After all, they had been friends for so many years. If he didn't mind, he would chat with him every year from now on. The next day, Chiu Xiao found that Lin Ilian's outfit was completely different from before. He wondered why she dressed like that. She explained these were clothes she just bought. He wondered why she suddenly changed her dressing style. Chiu Xiao realized she changed her dressing style to be popular with girls. The other explained it was about right. However, what she thought was that she hoped to be popular with her, because she felt no one would like her country bumpkin look. Chiu Xiao remembered when he called her out yesterday. She explained she was busy with student council matters. He wondered where she found time to buy clothes in 2001. The other said it was online shopping. How could she have time to go shopping when she was so busy during that period? Chiu Xia felt her lying to him, and smiling at other girls was very hurtful. She thought Lin Ilian was different from other boys, who knew she also wanted to wear fancy clothes. When Yehua said she didn't understand what the other meant, Chiu Xia explained that he hated lies, whether well-intentioned or malicious. Moreover, what attracted him was her pure heart. However, the closer he got to her, the further he felt from her heart. Lin Ilian frantically called his name, but he left without looking back. She couldn't understand what had gone wrong. She just wanted to become someone more worthy of him. The next day, Seong Queek's phone rang. The other person wondered why he didn't knock on the door, but insisted on calling. He said, "You'll know when you open the door." So he opened the door and went out. Outside was empty. He wondered what Baing was up to again. Then the person on the phone told him to look down. Seong KK looked down. Then he was stunned by the sight before him. It turned out the person had arranged leaves on the ground in the shape of a heart. The other explained that this was a plot to be used in the next comic. He wondered if it had moved his heart. Seong KK remained silent. Bain said he understood. "It's very cheesy, right?" He said he would discuss with Zebian about changing it. The other suddenly called his name and explained that this time he was really moved. Bain was very surprised, unable to believe it was true. KK made a sound of agreement. He thought readers would like it if used in the comic. He then asked if he, as the simulated girlfriend, would like it. Without waiting for an answer, KK hung up the phone. He thought tearfully, as expected of Xiang Qianqian. After hanging up, Queek's mom put down the phone in her hand. Remembering Bai Yin's question just now, of course she liked it. KK and Bai Ying stood in front of Lin Ilian, asking in unison what was wrong with her. Why did she have such an expression? They looked at her listless appearance, curious if the student council had a lot of work recently. Lin Ilian hesitantly called out to KK. Asked from a girl's perspective, did he think she was worthy of Qiuxia? KK mercilessly thought she wasn't. Qiuxia was sexy and cheerful, but she was straight-laced and old-fashioned. However, he changed his tone, telling her that from a good friend's perspective, she was definitely worthy. Because only as a friend would one understand that beneath her ordinary appearance, she had a more sincere heart than others. He believed Qiuxia could definitely feel the warmth of her true heart. Lin Ilian looked away. She still wasn't very confident. What if Qiuxia thought her heart had gone bad? Bai Yin mocked her from the side, asking if she thought she was fresh meat, talking about going bad. She angrily told her to shut up. Despite this, Lin Ilian still lacked confidence. She was struggling with whether she was really very straight-laced and unromantic. Bai Ying rested her chin on her hand, saying that was obvious. KK thought she had no right to talk about others. 01 thought they were both really annoying. Were they a die if they don't contradict people combo? KK sighed and suggested she could wait until after class today when Qiuxia came to find her and talk to him privately then. He felt there must be some misunderstanding between them, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Let the two of them resolve it well. He also told Lin Ilian that because of her previous relationships, Qiuxia was very insecure. She was very averse to a constantly ambiguous passive relationship. If she really liked her, she should give her a clear, positive explanation or response. Perhaps she had been waiting for her stance all along. Bai Ying looked at KK and fell silent. Lin Ilian, however, was very grateful to him. She thought he was indeed worthy of drawing shoujo manga. She then asked if the two of them would argue often and how they resolved it. They both replied in unison that they argue every day. A fight would settle it. Lin Ilian thought they were really annoying, but she asked them again how their experience as simulated couples was going and if it had any reference effect on their manga. Bai Ying was a bit shy. He thought it was quite good and very helpful for work. After hearing he was very satisfied, Lin Ilian started to gossip. She asked KK what he thought. KK also thought it was very good. However, he felt that if the partner was someone else, it would be more perfect. Lin Ilian was surprised. She was curious who this other person was and wanted to know their name. KK chuckled and said they didn't know him. He was a very good friend called Treehole Classmate. Then he changed his tone, saying maybe they might know him after all. Bai Yin looked at him in surprise, but he quickly laughed it off, saying he was just joking. Lin Ilian was curious why he was called that name. Was he an online friend? KK reminisced about him. After a long time, the summer bell rang. As they were walking out, a girl called out to Lin Ilian, asking how it went that day. Did her girlfriend fall in love with her after the makeover? Lin Ilian explained she wasn't her girlfriend yet, but still thanked her for helping with the outfit change. Although Qiuxia wasn't very into that style, the girl was a bit dissatisfied. She studied fashion design, after all. How could she question her expertise? Also, why was she back to her old style today? Had she forgotten everything she taught her last time? Just as they were talking, Qiuxia came over and interrupted their conversation, telling the girl not to touch Lin Ilian. Lin Ilian nervously called out Qiuxia's name. Qiuxia questioned her with hands on her hips. Was this the student council work she mentioned before? Working by chatting and shopping with pretty girls? Lin Ilian quickly apologized and explained that she didn't mean to lie that day. She just wanted to give her a surprise. Lin Qiuxia wasn't buying it. She didn't want this kind of surprise where she was nice to her on one hand, but shopping with other girls on the other. She really misjudged her before. Lin Ilian hurriedly explained that she really misunderstood. She just wanted to improve herself for her to see. But she thought, why bother with a makeover when she had nothing better to do? Did she want to become everyone's darling that badly? Lin Ilian didn't quite understand what she meant. She just didn't want to be mistaken for her little brother anymore. She also didn't want people to think she was with her out of pity. She just wanted to become a guy more worthy of her. She chuckled softly, saying she wanted to be compatible with her again, taking her to watch the sunset by the sea, inviting her to play games at her house, following her around with a wagging tail every day, troubling her, stirring her emotions. What exactly did she want to do? What was she after? Lin Yinian clenched her fists, finally having the courage to speak her mind. She asked what else could she be after? Of course, it was for her to like her. She shouted it out loud. She just liked her. What could she do about it? She just liked her. She liked her. Liked her. With a snort, Lin Xiaoxia burst out laughing. She asked if she was an idiot, but she finally fell for it and said it out loud. Lin Ilian was surprised, her face turning red with embarrassment. But she wasn't going to let him off so easily. She asked if he liked her. Then was the next sentence. He felt a bit embarrassed, but he still said what she was expecting. He asked Xiaoxia if she would date him. Xiaoxia immediately agreed. She told him not to lie to her anymore. She also reflected on her own issues, saying it was because of those jerks in the past that she didn't trust him. But waiting for this old cadre to say he liked her was really torturing her impatient self. She wondered how she should make it up to him. Lin Yinian apologized and decided to treat her to something delicious tonight. Lin Xiaoxia muttered that the man she chose must be worthy of her. She told him to hold her hand proudly from now on, regardless of what others say behind their backs. He chuckled and obeyed. KK watched as the two of them were about to leave. He teased Xiaoxia, asking wasn't it supposed to be girls' night tonight? How quickly she forgot her friends for a guy. Lin Xiaoxia felt a bit sorry. She said she was going out with the old cadre tonight. She asked Bai Yin to take good care of her little bird. KK grumbled that they were really troublesome. The next second, he heard Bai Yin asking where he wanted to eat tonight. He thought for a moment and told him he knew a good place. He led him to Lu Chai Desserts. He recommended the shop to Bai Yin, saying his friend ate there the day before yesterday and said it was good. He suggested Bai Yin try it too. Bai Yin felt a bit guilty because the friend he mentioned was actually himself. KK chimed in, saying the friend he mentioned was Tree Hole classmate. He hesitantly asked if Tree Hole classmate was important to him. He got an affirmative answer. He told him that Tree Hole classmate was his most important friend of the opposite sex. The shop assistant greeted them and asked what they needed. She quickly recognized Bai Yin and said he was here with his girlfriend today. Bai Yin asked, "What?" The shop assistant explained with a smile that he was here the night before last. She also said his throat seemed to have recovered. KK was curious about his throat and asked if this wasn't his first time here. He gave the shop assistant a look and started making up an excuse. Of course it was his first time here. Maybe the shop assistant mistook him for someone else. The assistant quickly played along and apologized, asking what the two of them would like to order. They agreed on 2 chocolate egg tarts, but KK corrected it to 1 chocolate and 1 original flavor. He thought he would definitely prefer the original flavor. They sat outside the dessert shop. KK asked about what he was doing the night before last, after refusing the simulated date. Bai Yin felt a bit guilty and just said he stayed at home reading. There wasn't much else to do besides that. He refuted his words, saying he had knocked on his door that day, but couldn't find him. He panicked even more. He said he was wearing headphones. KK asked with a smile, "Is that so?" He reluctantly suggested that next time before going to his place, he should contact him by phone first. At this point, KK suddenly said he was just kidding. He never knocked on Bai Yin's door. Did he overthink it? He felt that Queek's questions were particularly pointed. He remembered the message he had asked someone to pass on earlier, hoping he could wait a bit longer. Suddenly, KK stood up, saying he needed to find a bathroom. He told him not to eat without him. He acknowledged and told him to hurry back. As he walked, he thought that guy was acting pretty well. He had tested him so many times, yet he still didn't slip up. But then again, he was always poker-faced. He wanted to tell Tree Hole classmate directly to forget about their previous agreement and just reveal their identities to each other. But he felt that would be too embarrassing, like slapping his own face. However, come to think of it, the bathroom here was too far away. Or had he taken a wrong turn again? He was still looking for the bathroom when a guy called out to him. The two of them approached him, asking if he was Bai Ying's girlfriend from the park the other day. KK looked up at them, recalling the scene from that day. The two men weren't planning to let him off easily. They brought up the place he had kicked last time, saying it still hurt and demanding compensation. He thought about how there were 2 of them and he couldn't fight them. So he spoke up, asking what they wanted. He warned them that there were cameras here. They pressed closer, asking if he was dressed up so prettily for a date with Bai Yin. Conveniently, his childhood friend was also here today. They told him to call his boyfriend over. The 3 elementary school buddies could catch up together. Meanwhile, Bai Yin wondered why KK was taking so long in the bathroom. Could he have gotten lost again? Then he received a message from him, asking him to come over. He also shared his location. He found it strange. This didn't sound like him at all. At this moment, the shop assistant came out with the packed egg tarts. but Bain told her he didn't need them anymore. He took off running. The shop assistant watched his back, thinking he was really a strange person. The person she saw that night was definitely him. At that time, his expression while talking to the girl on the phone was exactly the same as when he was talking to his girlfriend just now. But why did he choose to conceal this passionate feeling? Bain ran anxiously to that location, calling out Queek's name, but he saw him sandwiched between two men. The guy with the hat greeted him, saying the three brothers were finally reunited. It was time to settle some scores. The hat guy mocked him, saying this little sissy had grown taller. He asked if he still loved reading romance comics. He really couldn't believe he actually had a girlfriend, not a boyfriend. He also said, wasn't he always crying before? Why not cry for them now? KK interrupted them, telling them not to go too far. The short-haired guy grabbed Bai Ying's collar and threatened him, saying he went easy on him in the park last time. He told him not to get cocky. This time, the three of them would have a good catch-up and settle all old scores. Bain called out. KK took off his clothes and covered his head, telling him not to look. The short-haired guy crossed his arms and taunted him, asking if he was angry. The hat guy joined in the provocation. They told him to punch like a man. The short-haired guy called him a coward. The next second, Bai Ying's fist smashed into his body. He said this punch was for KK, to be threatened by such scum. This punch was for himself, just now, enduring their unreasonable taunts. This punch was for his past self, for being forced to wear a skirt and be humiliated, for being slandered and framed by other male classmates they manipulated, for being thrown into the water, for that school bag his mother saved up a year to buy, for his treasured comic books they burned, for his self-esteem that only revived after 10 years of being trampled on. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of fists and howls, KK saw the most vulnerable, the most naked, and also the most real Baing. He was breathing heavily. He quickly went forward and called his name, but Baing reached out and hugged him, saying sorry. Sorry for letting him see his miserable self, his miserable childhood. He must find it very dirty and disgusting. He called out his name, begging him not to hate him. Like a helpless child, he buried his head in his shoulder. KK hugged him back, thinking he was an idiot. What on earth was he saying? How could he possibly hate him? He never would. He called out his name too. He told him he'd done well. He'd been working hard all this time. He could rest easy in front of him now. That night, Baing forgot to tell him. The person who awakened his self-esteem that had been trampled for 10 years was the one who called him tree-hole classmate in the art school's back garden. KK supported Baing, asking if he was in pain. With his face full of injuries, he said it was fine. He told him not to act tough and suggested going to the hospital. At the hospital, KK felt a bit regretful. He thought he should have punched those two guys too. A few punches, maybe. Bain said it was all over now, let it go. Besides, they were now beaten so badly they could hardly stand up. He couldn't understand how such evil people could exist. He suddenly stood up, telling him to look. He was fine now, and his body was very resilient. There wouldn't be any major issues. Just as he finished speaking, his bones made two cracking sounds. He immediately howled in pain. KK advised the old man to rest. Then he noticed the bandage on his face was about to fall off. Bain wanted to do it himself, but KK stopped him, telling him not to move his hand. He would do it. He told him not to cause secondary injuries to himself. He said thank you to him, but KK felt he should be the one saying thanks. After all, he saved him today. Suddenly, KK felt the atmosphere had become strange again. He patted his shoulder, saying they were close friends. Why be so formal? But he accidentally hit his injured spot, causing him to cry out in pain. KK quickly apologized, forgetting he was hurt. Bain said to thank him. He would take him to a nice place tomorrow on Christmas. KK was curious. What was he going to do? Was he going to give him a Christmas gift? He told Bain not to prepare any surprises. He didn't like surprises. The next day, Lin Enian was all smiles, helping female classmates move things. Then he asked the student council members if they had a heavy workload this week. He offered to take care of it. They all thanked the vice president. He also complimented Baing for looking very handsome today, and KK for being as beautiful as always. They both fell silent. Baing told him to wipe that smile off his face. He might as well write, "I'm in love" on his forehead. Lin Ilian wondered if it was that obvious. The surrounding classmates also teased her. The news of her confessing to the beautiful girl from another school yesterday had spread throughout the class. They asked her to treat them to a meal. Many classmates chimed in. They said she should treat them to a meal and praised her for being able to win over such a beautiful girl. Lin Ilian was pleased with the compliments, but tried to act humble. Then some classmates brought up by Ing and KK, saying even the class monitor had a partner now. why weren't they together yet? They both asked what? In unison. KK didn't know how the topic had shifted to them. A female classmate said, they always go to and from school together. It's so obvious. Did they think their classmates didn't know? KK tried to explain it wasn't like that, but was interrupted by a male student who criticized Baing for being so handsome, yet so timid. He told him to be more proactive. Was he waiting for the girl to ask? The girls nearby also thought they were a perfect match. It would be a shame if they didn't get together. KK hadn't given up trying to explain to them. They've all misunderstood. She and Baing were just good friends. But the classmates said that even opposite-sex friends wouldn't spend an entire semester together, always sticking to each other, sitting together in class, chatting and laughing, doing club activities together inseparably. He even saw them dating alone before. Or were they just fooling around? The classmates started teasing them about playing around so openly, but they said they could accept that too. At this point, Baing spoke up. He said they weren't just fooling around. He and KK were in a serious relationship. The classmates immediately exploded. They thought they were a perfect match and should be together. They shouted, asking them to treat the whole class along with the class monitor. Amidst the commotion, KK raised her hand and grabbed Baing's ear, saying she wanted to talk to him privately in the back. Seeing this, the green-haired classmate remarked that he would be henpecked in the future too. They went to a place where no one was around. KK angrily questioned what he was doing. How could he just go along with a lie and admit it? Baing thought they were simulating a relationship, since they were often together for work anyway. Rather than having people gossip and misunderstand behind their backs, it was better to openly admit it to facilitate their work. KK scratched her face, thinking his reasoning made sense. But she was still angry because they hadn't discussed it beforehand. Baing apologized to her, admitting it was indeed his fault this time. He turned to go back and tell them it was fake, but she quickly stopped him. She thought if they went to clarify now, others would definitely find it strange. And since it had already been said, they could only go along with it for now. Baing was particularly happy to hear this. The green-haired classmates suddenly appeared, teasing them for still flirting. KK retorted that they weren't. The green-haired classmate told them that the class monitor had agreed to treat everyone to karaoke tonight. The three of them would split the bill. He told them not to forget to come. Baing said they wouldn't go tonight as he and KK had plans. The green-haired classmate told them to have fun. Suddenly changing his tone, he leaned in and whispered something to Baing, telling him to remember. Baing, embarrassed and angry, kicked him, wondering what on earth he was thinking. KK was curious about what the green-haired classmate had said to cause such a big reaction. He averted his gaze and told her that the guys said they would still have to split the bill for the treat later. KK got angry too and kicked him, telling him to look at how much money his lie was costing them. She told him not to lie anymore in the future. Baing said he understood. The green-haired classmate watched the scene unfold, remarking that it looked like domestic violence. Walking on the road, KK was curious about where the wounds on Baing's face from yesterday had gone. It had only been one night, yet his face was clean and clear. She told her that during the previous makeup class, hadn't she taught her about concealer? This morning, she tried to cover it up to prevent classmates from overthinking if they saw it. She was surprised at how quickly her makeup skills had improved. She asked if the wounds still hurt. She replied it was much better today. KK said she wasn't worried at all, just feeling guilty since she got hurt because of her. KK brought up that yesterday, he said today was Christmas and he would take her to a nice place. She asked where they were going. He answered it was the bathroom. Her reaction was big, wondering if he was going to give her a toilet. Baing explained that wasn't it. He just needed to use the bathroom first. KK told him to go ahead, but in her heart, she wondered what new tricks he was up to. Passing by the Luchai dessert shop, yesterday's clerk recognized KK. He apologized to her again, saying he must have mistaken her boyfriend yesterday. KK said he hadn't mistaken him. The clerk was surprised, wondering if the person he saw on the first day was indeed her boyfriend. KK confirmed his words, explaining that Baing wasn't her boyfriend, but a good friend. The clerk was pleased. He said he thought so. They were both very attractive, and he couldn't have mistaken them. But he wanted to gossip a bit. He felt they couldn't just be friends. Baing's gaze, he couldn't have misread that. She was curious about what kind of gaze it was. The clerk said it was his gaze when talking to her on the phone, and when looking at her the next day. Both were very obvious. KK still didn't understand what was obvious. The clerk thought it didn't need explaining. Of course, it was the gaze one has when looking at someone they like. She was surprised. Was it love? The clerk sighed, not expecting that the handsome guy was still in unrequited love. But he was curious why he hadn't seen him today. KK replied that he went to the bathroom. In her heart, she thought it was one thing for classmates to tease them, but even a restaurant server who had only seen them once or twice said the same thing. Although she could vaguely feel something, she still felt it shouldn't be true. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. She answered, asking Bai Ying if he had finished using the bathroom. He directed her to walk forward and turn at the next intersection. KK followed his instructions, wondering if he was planning to prank her. Bai Ying told her to keep walking, go through that small alley. KK asked if he was sure and got an affirmative answer. She continued walking as he said, reminding him it was Christmas, not Halloween, and not to scare her by dressing up as a ghost. He assured her he wouldn't do that. KK had arrived but couldn't see Bai Ying. It was pitch black here. It was scary, and she called out his name. She was about to ask where he was. Looking back, she saw Bai Ying standing under a Christmas tree. He wished her a Merry Christmas. He also wished her a happy birthday. KK was curious how he knew it was her birthday today. Bai Ying used an excuse he had prepared earlier. He said he had sneaked a look at her personal information filled out for the class monitor. She said out loud that he really liked prying into others' privacy, but in her heart, she thought he probably couldn't come up with any other reason. Bai Ying promised he wouldn't do it again. KK expressed her thanks, saying this time it was indeed a surprise, not a scare. He was a bit in disbelief, very happy that she liked it. KK said of course she did, but she said he spent a lot of money on this, telling him not to make such a big fuss in the future. He didn't earn much money to begin with. Now he had even spent money for the sake of ceremony. Bai Ying burst out laughing, thinking she was really too cute. She didn't understand and wanted to know what he was laughing at. He mentioned the book signing, where she exposed his identity as Teacher Bird. Didn't she say at the cafe that day that he looked good when he smiled, and told him to smile more in the future? KK said since he was so obedient, he should help her finish tomorrow's homework. Bai Ying sighed, saying the moonlight was too bright. He couldn't hear what she was saying. She teased him, saying his old ears must be dazzled. Bai Ying invited her to take the high-speed train back together during the winter break. KK agreed, sending off summer, welcoming autumn. The wind dances intimately. Bai Ying told his mother he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. Mom teased him, asking if he was going on a date with that girl since he was dressed so handsomely. He confirmed. Mom was a bit unsatisfied with his progress. It had been so long. Why hadn't he told her who he was yet? How long was he planning to wait before confessing? Bai Ying stood up and answered that he would do it today. KK arrived at the meeting place first. Bai Ying called out her name. She immediately turned around and greeted him. He just looked at her like that. KK showed him her phone, telling him it was Xia. That girl didn't go back home for the first time and was having a great time with the class monitor over there. The two of them seemed to be getting along well. It was snowing there too. She wondered when it would snow here. Bai Ying thought it would be difficult, as it hadn't snowed here for 4 years. But she felt that when good things happen, snow would fall. He was curious where she heard that from. KK said it was her own idea, of course. She also asked if he had ever tasted snow. Bai Ying said no. She thought it was boring and wanted to quickly find an arcade to challenge him. KK was very happy today. She had beaten him badly today, not knowing that Bai Ying was deliberately letting her win. She asked where they were going next. Bai Ying said he would take her to a place. KK guessed if it was the bathroom again, like last time. He flatly denied it. She asked many questions along the way. Bai Ying said she would know when they got there. She complained that he was being mysterious again, noticing that he always held back until the end to give an unexpected surprise. Bai Ying asked if she felt burdened by it. KK said she was used to his surprises by now, and each time his surprises were indeed eye-opening. Bai Ying was glad she liked them. She was still curious where Bai Ying was taking her, passing through so many trees. Was he going to catch wild people in the mountains? And she felt this place looked familiar. Bai Ying suddenly called her name, asking if she had said before that she would decide for herself whether to forgive someone who lied to her, right? She replied yes, asking what was wrong. He asked again, even if it was a lie that spanned several years. KK lowered her eyes. She thought whether it's several years or several decades, whether to forgive or not, everything could only be decided by her after the lie became truth. Bai Ying closed his eyes, saying he understood. She excitedly called his name, telling him it was snowing. She couldn't believe it was snowing. It hadn't snowed here for for 4 years. The last time was during the high school art training. It seemed something good was about to happen today. She turned back to find Bain, but found he was gone. The person who was just here, how did he disappear? Ring, ring. Her phone rang. She answered. She called out Treehole classmate. Treehole classmate told her to part the branches in front of her. She did as told. Before she could ask how he knew there were trees in front of her, she widened her eyes and froze in place. This place, isn't it the small grove behind the high school art school? And the one who watched falling leaves and flying snow with her, accompanied her for 3 years, helped her through rumors and gossip, always kept his promise, always hid his identity, silently protecting her. Bain reappeared in front of her, holding his phone and maintaining the call, greeting her. She smiled and returned the greeting. Hi, Treehole classmate. He said maybe she could call him Bain. KK felt like crying. This guy really was? She said sorry to him. This was indeed a heavy lie. But in order to keep the promise of hiding his identity back then, he had no choice but to face her as a different self. He took off the scarf around his neck, wrapped it around her neck, and asked if she would forgive him. KK smiled. She stood on tiptoes and whispered in his ear that she actually knew he was Treehole classmate long ago. Bain was shocked to death, stepping back several steps. He couldn't believe it. How could she know? And when did she find out? She said she wasn't an idiot. After all, they were together every day, so some details in daily life were easy to expose. Soon Bain thought of what happened before. So she was teasing him all this time? She said since she already knew, not exposing him was just waiting for him to confess voluntarily. KK said of course, it would be awkward if she asked, and she wasn't entirely sure, so she could only guide him to say it in various ways. Bain excitedly asked if this meant she forgave him. KK thought he was an idiot. He didn't need her forgiveness at all. It should be her asking for his forgiveness. After all, it was her who didn't want him to reveal himself in the first place. Just because of her strange persistence back then, it must have been hard for him to pretend for so long. Bain covered his face. Suddenly, he squatted down and started shouting. After a while, he sighed. It's really great. He had always been afraid. Afraid of this day coming, afraid that she would ignore him, hate him. KK mentioned what he said before. He said he could never hate him. Never ever. Because over these years, no matter which identity he took, he gave her courage and comfort in her life in the mire. She thanked him for all this time. After saying that, she felt embarrassed. She didn't expect she could say such mushy words. She really had changed. Bain was silent. Then he also thanked her for always being by his side. KK looked at him suddenly, putting his hands on his hips, telling him to quickly tell her about the past events. Otherwise, how could he live up to their years of honest friendship? Bain called her name. He reached out and held her hand, asked her if it was just friendship. KK said, although the following words might be a bit cheesy, her feelings for him indeed surpassed friendship, surpassed family love, and even surpassed romantic love. It was the best comrade-in-arms relationship. They had pulled each other out of darkness. Isn't it? He hummed in agreement, thinking she was right. But there was one point she got wrong. How had he been honest with her? From the day they met, he had always avoided the topic of his father. He had never told her about it. KK thought about it and felt it wasn't a big deal to talk about it now. It's just that she was too young then, and it had a big impact on her childhood. Her father was very dirty, really dirty. So dirty that she still feels ashamed to mention him now. When he was in a good mood, he could be a smiling, welcoming father who cooked at home. When in a bad mood, he could be a stranger who threw things and cursed. Although he never hit her or her mother, the Cold War that lasted for months and sudden outbursts of anger were quite frightening. Bain asked if her mother never thought about leaving. KK said it had been over 20 years. Her mother had long gotten used to her father's weird temper, and she no longer had emotional expectations as a wife. Now she could go out and play with her sisters every day. It couldn't be better. Bain laughed, saying it seemed her aunt's heart had gotten much better recently. He told her not to worry. Her mother's heart was healthy now. Bain thought this was why she feared love and marriage. She agreed, probably. The pain from one's original family is hard to heal in a lifetime. Just like the bullying she suffered in childhood, it might be hard to forget for a lifetime. She agreed. Although she didn't mind it as much now, some memories and wounds were indeed unforgettable. However, KK thought he would have been very popular when he was young, given his outstanding appearance. But it was quite the opposite. It was because he stood out that bad people would notice him first. Whether his so-called outstanding qualities were positive or negative, in their eyes, he was a target for bullying. First, verbal probing, then escalating to physical harm, finally psychologically crushing him. making him a clown who couldn't lift his head in front of everyone. But fortunately, since that summer afternoon when he met her here, he slowly started to dare to look up at others, dare to wear pink clothes, dare to cut his long bangs, and make new friends. So all this was thanks to her. KK felt that if he said so, then her becoming less afraid of relationships should also be thanks to him. Bain was very happy. Was she really not afraid of love now? If so, his confession plan could also be launched. She nodded. After half a year of simulated dating with him, she found it wasn't that scary. Although she couldn't accept it immediately, she was certainly not as afraid as before. Because Bain made her realize that finding a partner doesn't necessarily mean encountering a jerk like her dad. She might also meet a straight guy like him who needs a punch. But a straight guy is still much better than a jerk. At least there are no moral or principle mistakes. She smiled and praised him, saying that no matter what, he was a very good dating partner. Bain asked the question he cared about most. Would she really choose to date someone like him in the end? KK remembered what the shop assistant had told her. Instead of answering immediately, she threw the question back to Bain. Would he choose to date someone like her? Bain's answer had only 4 words before she interrupted him. He laughed and said they were China's good comrades. What kind of question was KK asking? It was really ruining the mood. Then he started to blame himself internally. His probe was too obvious. But he couldn't understand why Bain suddenly asked such a troubling question. Bain was surprised. He didn't understand. Could he really accept love now? Could he handle a confession? One was thinking whether to continue probing him. The other was considering whether to confess to him. Morning at Queek's home, Mom shouted at KK, telling her to get up quickly. Didn't she see what time it was? She opened her eyes groggily, looked at her phone. Wasn't it just 9 o'clock? And it was still winter break. Mom wouldn't listen to any of that. She told her if she didn't get up, the moon would be shining on her. But then she started her complaining mode, complaining about how long she'd been back, and her room was already a mess. How would she ever get married like this? It was enough to give her a heart attack. Who knows what man would want her in the future? KK asked her mom how to tell if someone likes someone. Mom excitedly asked who it was. Which man? Was he real? Not just on screen? What did he look like? How did they meet? How tall and old was he? She also advised her not to find a jerk like her dad. She said not everyone was as blind as her, but Mom slapped her, asking who she was calling blind. But seriously, Mom had much more experience in this area than her. To judge if someone likes you, you need to take the following actions. First, pay attention to how they look at you. When a guy looks at a girl he likes, his eyes are full of love. On Valentine's Day, KK and Bain went out together. As soon as they met, KK said it was another day of torture for them. Sitting down in the internet cafe, KK took out her phone, planning to pretend to take a selfie. She wanted to see how Bain looked at her, but seeing the undisguised Wu Yushi in his eyes, she was stunned. What was this? Wasn't this the look you give an idiot? Bain was also depressed. Other girls go on dates to watch romantic movies or visit couple parks on Valentine's Day. Why did it turn into playing games at an internet cafe with him? Second, guys will give special care to girls. In daily life details, they can treat her matters as their own. KK held a bottle of water and started probing again. She complained that the cap was really tight. She asked Bain to help open it, but he refused. He said if he could princess carry her, how could he not open a bottle cap? She said she didn't know. Her hand seemed particularly weak today. Bain took the water and opened it with a snap. KK was about to thank him, but before she could say it, he drank the water himself. He said since she had no strength, she shouldn't drink. He was thirsty anyway, so he'd drink it. Seeing this, she was speechless. Third, they will unconsciously move closer to you. When sitting together, they will instinctively sit close to you. KK blew on her hands, wondering if she was underdressed. She felt so cold. But Bain said, wasn't the heater on in the car? KK felt she needed more heat. She was really cold. Bain directed the heater towards her, asking if it was warm enough now. Her hair was being blown up. It was so warm she felt like she was burning. She really thanked him. KK lowered her head and thought none of this matched up. This straight guy wasn't following the script at all. Or was he just pretending too well? Never mind, she thought. The new semester was about to start. She heard there would be an off-campus field trip right after school started. This time, she must carry out the final probing operation. No matter what he thought of her, she had to take the initiative and go all out. But although she said she would go all out, she didn't mean to this extent. The short-haired girl came over to tell them that for this off-campus field trip, they had been arranged to share a room. She told them to get along well together at night. When KK heard they would be sharing a room, she asked the deputy class monitor to rearrange it. The classmates sitting behind had gossip-hungry expressions. They told her not to. The deputy monitor said it was for their own good. KK still felt it wasn't right and firmly refused. But Bain gave a thumbs up, indicating it was okay. Then he looked at KK somewhat resentfully. Bain leaned over and asked her, "Are you that afraid of sharing a room with me?" Queek's competitive spirit was instantly aroused. Who's afraid of whom? Was he afraid she'd fight him for the bathroom? After calming down, she felt a bit regretful. Was this for real? This meant that for the next few nights, she'd be sharing a room with Bain. Bain thought she was too easy to read. Her previous probing attempts and today's reaction were too obvious. It seemed that on this trip, he should also prepare to confess his feelings. After getting off the bus, the teacher guided them to line up. They had to fill out forms before entering the park. The first to reach the mountaintop would get a cable car ticket down. Others would have to walk down. Bain voluntarily let KK use his back to ride on, saying it would be easier. He apologized to her. Classmates teased that they were showing affection even while lining up. Everyone started imitating them. Lin Ilian at the front of the line felt lonely and really missed someone. As autumn began, everyone rushed forward with all their might. They didn't want to walk down if the first place got to take the cable car. KK was also a bit excited, wanted to run with Bain. He advised her to save her energy lest she run out of strength halfway. At this time, Lin Ilian came to remind him. First place could take the cable car. Didn't he want to ride the romantic cable car down with KK? After hearing this, he got fired up too. He told KK to hurry. They had to get first place. He turned around to see him carrying the deputy monitor on his back. KK asked the deputy if this wasn't tiring for him. Was it comfortable? The deputy said it was super comfortable. Bain felt he shouldn't have expected any ambiguous behavior from her. Suddenly, he noticed something. He asked Fuban to get down, saying he wanted to walk with KK. Fuban didn't understand, saying he'd get down now and wouldn't take advantage of his girlfriend. It was just for fun. He pulled KK close, holding her in his arms. KK thought he was overreacting. What was wrong with giving a friend a piggyback ride? He didn't explain, just took off his jacket and tied it around her waist. Then he asked her, "Don't you know your own body?" She was still confused. What about her body? He leaned in and told her that her skirt was stained. She realized something was indeed wrong. Bain asked if she had brought that. She replied, blushing, that she hadn't. She'd forgotten, and her period seemed to have come early. Bain said he'd take her to the bathroom first. She nodded. Lin Inian and the deputy monitor nearby felt like third wheels. Bain waited outside the bathroom, asking if he'd bought the right thing. KK said yes and thanked him. She was grateful for his help this time, but she asked if anyone had stared at him in the supermarket. He nervously rubbed his nose, saying no, just a group of girls surrounding him and taking photos. KK felt her body starting to react now. Her waist and stomach were beginning to hurt. She suggested maybe they shouldn't climb the mountain and just sit at the bottom for a while. But he disagreed, insisting on getting first place to defend the honor of their warrior couple. He was worried if her body was really okay. She said it wasn't a big deal. Bain added, "Whoever has a stomachache tonight is a puppy." She still said she definitely wouldn't be in pain. But in the evening, she ate her words. KK lay on the bed, whimpering that she was a puppy. Her stomach hurt so much. Bain had told her earlier not to push herself. He poured her a cup of hot water and asked if she needed help drinking it. She sat up on the bed, saying it was just her period, not paralysis. Unexpectedly, she was proven wrong again. The cup almost fell. Fortunately, Bain caught it in time. He told her not to move and said he'd do it. She said it wasn't necessary, but then she realized something else was off. She had already decided to take the initiative. She quickly changed her tune, saying it was troublesome for him. Bain asked if the water temperature and pressure were okay. She said it was perfect and gave Nurse by a 5-star rating. She remembered what her mom had said that day. The ultimate trick to determine if someone likes you is to casually look into their eyes seductively and call their name, then observe their reaction. That's how her dad had won her mom over back then. KK had criticized her mom, saying he was just a player. As a result, her mom chased her to hit her. She thought about how to make a seductive look. She looked up at Bain, tucking her stray hair behind her ear. With her big, innocent eyes like a little white rabbit, she softly called Bai Ying's name to thank him. Bain became a bit shy and fumbled with the cup, spilling some water on KK. He immediately apologized and suggested she go change her clothes in the bathroom. He asked if she needed help getting there. She thought since things had gone this far, why not push it a bit further? Playing with her fingers, she asked if he could help her change clothes. Bai Ying's face turned incredibly red. He looked at KK in disbelief. Seeing Bai Ying not moving, she urged him to hurry up and help her undress. Bai Ying was very shy and couldn't get a word out before she interrupted him. She told him to hurry up and take it off. It was just changing an outer garment. What was he nervous about? Bai Ying was a bit speechless, but he should have expected this. If it were real, she wouldn't be the KK he knew. But why this sudden, obvious flirtation? After changing clothes, KK picked up her phone and saw a message from the deputy monitor inviting them to play games next door. She asked if he wanted to go. Bai Ying was curious about what game it was. She continued reading. It seemed to be truth or dare. Apparently, losers had to drink. She suggested they shouldn't go, since Bai Ying gets drunk after one cup. He was silent for a moment, then decided they should go after all. She was a bit shocked. Arriving next door, everyone was in high spirits. Those who lied or refused dares had to drink a cup. The first girl drew a dare to call her mom and say she failed another course. She made the call with trembling hands and, unsurprisingly, got scolded by her mom. 01 drew a truth question. When was the last time you apologized? He answered it was just now. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. He had glanced at Teacher Chen's belly and congratulated her on finally being pregnant, but she said she had just eaten too much. A boy drew a dare to say, "Baby, you're so beautiful," to the person on his right. The person on his right was also a boy. He covered his face after saying it, while classmates who enjoyed the drama recorded it. This time it was Xiaohei's turn. Someone asked if he wanted truth or dare. He chose dare. He read the card in his hand. Rub cheeks with the person on your left. The group became a bit tense. The person on his left was KK. They asked Xiao Lu if he was willing to do it, or else he'd have to drink. KK was annoyed. Why didn't anyone ask if she was willing? Bai Ying suddenly snatched the card from Xiao Lu's hand. He said KK wasn't willing, then leaned in himself. KK hadn't even reacted yet. She was like a startled little rabbit. The people around them cheered. Bai Ying had broken the game rules and had to drink a cup as punishment. They urged him to drink quickly. KK said he couldn't drink. He'd turn into an idiot if he did. Bai Ying downed it in one go. KK thought to herself that this was going to be trouble. The classmates thought KK was lying to them. How could Bai Ying possibly get drunk from one cup? He looked like he could handle his alcohol well. 5 minutes later, the classmates realized she wasn't lying. Bai Ying really was a lightweight. He was even singing Little Tiger now, and someone recorded it. KK told them to continue playing while she took him back. Heaven knows what nonsense he might say if he stayed any longer. The classmates said they understood and told them to go ahead. KK wondered what they were thinking all day. KK threatened the swaying Bai Ying, telling him to behave unless he wanted to be carried like a princess again. He repeated her words, then suddenly started spinning in circles, saying he was a spinning sushi, a revolving door spinning round and round. She really didn't expect him to be even drunker than last time. Since that was the case, she called out his name. There was something she had always wanted to ask him. Did he like her? If it was true, she thought she could give it a try. She felt she had finally said it out loud. Anyway, he was so drunk now, he'd definitely forget tomorrow. But Bai Ying suddenly called her name, pinned her against the wall, and asked how she was sure he wasn't pretending to be drunk. She was surprised. The next second, he said he felt like throwing up. She told him to hurry to the bathroom. This drunk fool, really. Watching Bai Ying vomiting his guts out in the bathroom, she wondered what on earth he was up to. With his alcohol tolerance, how could he possibly be pretending to be drunk? Bai Ying was holding his head at the sink. For today, he had been training his alcohol tolerance for several months. Thinking about what KK had just said to him, he wondered if he was dreaming that she liked him. Did this mean she could accept being in a relationship now? He thought, since she had said that. The next day, they both showed up at the gathering with dark circles under their eyes. Their classmates teased them, saying they must have played games until late last night. Not bad at all, you two. They both said the others were overthinking it. Bai Ying had insomnia, and KK wasn't used to the new bed. The teacher came over to tell them that during the day, they could freely explore the park area. In the afternoon, they would attend a screening event by the Free C team. The main creators would also give a speech at their school. They could learn more about it today. After reminding them to be careful, the teacher dismissed them. The classmates discussed the Free C team, asking if it was the creative team that recently entered the film and TV industry. Someone nearby confirmed, saying he had seen their work and it was really good. They used to do stage plays before. They only recently shifted to the film and TV industry. Their scripts were amazing, Rumor had it they were back in the country to recruit talent. KK thought this sounded like a field Bai would be interested in. She called his name a couple of times, curious about what he was thinking. Was his hangover that bad? Bai was thinking that he said he would confess, but he didn't know which kind of surprise gesture she would like more. Should he buy 99 roses? Or use sparklers to form a heart shape on the beach for the confession? Or pretend to go to the bathroom at night and lead her to a lit-up area to confess? But that wouldn't work because he had already used it last Christmas. He was troubled. How should he arrange it to really impress her? He was really dragging his feet. If all else failed, he could just shout it out. Just as he was thinking this, KK suddenly called his name. She told him to look quickly. The cherry blossoms were blooming. They were so beautiful. She asked what he thought. He was reminded of 3 years ago, when he secretly gazed at her silhouette through the window in the city wall. She had said the same thing to him then. He made a selfish wish, hoping that 3 years later it would still be the same as that time. Bai hummed in agreement, saying they were indeed very beautiful. She looked up at the cherry blossoms. He looked down at her. KK brought up previous events. The last time they stood under the cherry blossom tree chatting, it was the day she had just revealed her identity as teacher Xianyao. It was also that day they decided to draw manga together, and when they handed out flyers together to earn credits. And when it rained heavily and their umbrella broke, they ran home in the rain together. That night, they went to the beach to light sparklers. The four of them together, doing book signings outside. There were so many memories. Looking back, they really had gone through a lot together this year. KK was a bit dissatisfied, asking what was wrong with him today. He had been walking behind them silently. Was he still not sober from yesterday's drinking? Look at his sleepy, miserable appearance. There was even a cherry blossom petal on his head. He asked where it was. She pointed to his forehead, saying it was there. Bai reached to touch it, asking if it was like this. He told her it was a bit to the left. She did as told and asked if it was there. KK couldn't stand it anymore and stood on tiptoes to help him herself. She took the cherry blossom off his hair. He called Queek's name and pulled her into his arms. He realized that all his meticulous planning couldn't compare to the unexpected heartbeat she gave him. He finally said those words of confession to her. He liked her. Since high school, when he was her secret confidant, he had always liked her. Bai told her not to feel burdened. He didn't need her response. He just hoped that while she was considering, she could continue to treat him as a normal friend. After all, they had been ordinary friends for so many years. Wasn't that right? KK said no. She didn't want to avoid it anymore. That would be too unfair to him. Although saying these words and making this gesture was already her limit, she still wanted to say those 4 words to him. Bai curiously asked which 4 words. KK stuttered, saying she liked. Bai asked again, like what? She said she was trying her best, asking him to wait a moment. This was really too difficult for her. Bai didn't understand. How was it difficult? It was just 4 words. KK said it was easy for him to say, but not for her. It wasn't that easy to blurt out. Bai retorted, asking how it was easy for him to say. He didn't know how long she had been struggling internally. She thought she had been struggling too. He also knew how long she had been anxious and conflicted. Bai said she didn't seem as conflicted as him. It was just 4 words. What was so difficult? Provoked by his challenge, KK blurted it all out. Yeah, it's just I like you. What's so hard about that? Are you satisfied now? I like you, okay? How's that? Bai smiled and asked her to say it again. KK, blushing, said it again. She liked him. He asked her to say it one more time. She said it again. Bai hugged her and said he liked her. He called her name and said he liked her too. KK said she understood. She asked if she could let go now, but he said no. She wondered how long he wanted a hug. He answered, until the next life. She teased him for being so cheesy. That night, Bai couldn't sleep. She called his name, asking if he was asleep. All she got was his snoring. She exposed him, asking when he learned to snore. KK spoke up too, asking why she wasn't asleep yet. Bai asked her the same question in return. She replied that she wasn't used to the bed. Usually, she slept with a long body pillow, so she felt uncomfortable. Bai asked if she needed a body pillow. She answered that maybe she'd fall asleep faster with one. He suggested that he could be her pillow. KK reacted strongly, sitting up in bed. She asked what he was saying. Bai told her to treat him like a pillow and hug him. She thought he was joking. He challenged her, saying she had the courage to confess today. So why not the courage to sleep together? Or was she expecting him to do something to her? KK suddenly threw off her blanket, saying who was expecting anything. It's just sleeping. Who's afraid? She then got into his bed. Bai looked at Queek's back and asked what she was doing. KK was regretting her impulsive action. She had gotten into his bed out of embarrassed anger. Now she couldn't go back. She thought she must be crazy. He asked if she was warm. She mumbled a response, but Bain leaned closer, asking if she really got into bed so defenseless. Wasn't she afraid he might do something? KK said she trusted him. He definitely wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Bain thought if she trusted him, why was she turning her back to him? She explained she just liked sleeping on her side. Bain moved closer, saying the temperature seemed to have dropped a lot tonight. He asked if she didn't feel cold. She nervously told him to wait, asked what he was doing. He hugged her, saying wasn't it okay to seek warmth from her? KK thought it should be okay. She didn't know if this was allowed after confessing. Bain thought her shoujo manga knowledge was wasted. What could they do after becoming a couple? She was extremely shy. She said she didn't know about that either. He called her name, telling her it was late. He said goodnight and turned away to sleep. KK was stunned, unsure of his intention. Was it a heart-shaped trap or revenge for her previous denseness? But this was good too. If they had continued, it might have been dangerous. Bain, red-faced, buried his face in the pillow, thinking he almost couldn't control himself. Before dawn, KK woke up. She shouldn't have drunk so much water. It was only 5 a.m. She thought since she was awake, she might as well check if her clothes were dry. She opened the curtains and looked out. She saw a person in black stealing her underwear. She screamed loudly. Bain woke up startled from his sleep. He asked what happened. KK immediately ran out, yelling at the underwear-stealing pervert not to run. Bain called out to her, but couldn't stop her. She shouted at the pervert to stop. She thought she shouldn't have hung her underwear outside the window. She thought it would dry faster in the morning sun. Who knew the first floor would be so easy to rob? She chased after him, telling him not to run and to stop. She reached out and grabbed his backpack. She cursed him as a pervert and told him to go to the police station with her. The thief turned and asked if she knew where the police station was. KK thought she was in trouble. She only wanted to catch the thief and hadn't considered anything else. Besides, where were they anyway? The thief said that after stealing so many times, this was the first time someone had chased him down directly. She was truly unique. KK stepped back a few steps, asking what he wanted to do. He said she had delivered herself to him. He took out a knife and asked, did she want him to slash her pretty face? That's what she got for meddling. The next second, he thrust the knife towards KK. She struggled desperately. There was a thud. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Bain had subdued the thief, pinning him to the ground. He told him not to move. He asked who he was trying to slash just now. Was he looking to die? The thief quickly explained it was just a joke, and the knife was only a toy. He showed Bain that it was soft. He just wanted to scare her. Bain told him to listen carefully and never let him see him again. Then he released him. As soon as the thief was free, he ran away, promising he wouldn't do it again. Bain looked at the toy knife in his hand. He sighed. Then he turned his gaze to KK. He called out to her, asking if she wasn't afraid of getting hurt. What if he had a real knife? She took her safety so lightly, always making others worry. As he finished speaking, he realized something was off. He had yelled at her again instinctively. He thought they were going to argue again, but unexpectedly, she apologized. She admitted she was wrong this time and promised not to be reckless again. When the thief took out the knife, it really scared her. In the future, she would think twice before acting in such situations. Bain took a deep breath and noticed her other slipper was missing. She noticed it too. It must have fallen off while she was chasing him. He picked her up in a princess carry. KK asked what he was doing. He said since she had princess carried him before, he should return the favor. KK thought it was different. Besides, she wasn't drunk or limping. She told him to put her down. She could walk by herself. Bain maintained the position, ignoring her and preparing to go back. Bain looked up at the sky. He told KK to look quickly and said, wow. They saw the sunrise. He looked down and thought, it's so beautiful, she said to him in his arms. This is my first time watching a sunrise with someone else. Bain called her name. He asked if he could kiss her. Her face turned bright red. She was surprised at what he was saying. She didn't know. Don't ask me about these things, she said. Bain took it as a yes. He leaned down and kissed her. After the kiss, Bain apologized to her. He actually wanted to do this last night in bed, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. For her safety, he continued. As he spoke, he looked down and saw her face red as an apple. He asked if she was okay. Holding her, he asked if she knew how to get back to the hotel. KK replied she didn't know. He didn't know either. They didn't know what to do. KK called by Yin's name. They might be lost. Bain agreed with her. But this place was really nice. He said the meeting time hadn't arrived yet. They should sit down and rest for a while. She teased him, saying he must be tired after carrying her. He wouldn't admit it. She sat down, still not quite understanding. Back when he said he wanted to stay local for the college entrance exam, he was lying to her. He actually just wanted to find out which university and major she was applying to. Bain admitted it frankly. He asked if she thought it was creepy. She thought it was fine. She just wanted to ask if he had always followed her steps. What about his own thoughts? Bain wanted her to remember one thing. It was because of her that he regained confidence. It was because of her that he discovered his hobbies and strengths. It was because of her that he realized his dream of becoming a screenwriter. And it was also because of her that he found the person he wanted to protect for life. KK shuddered. Every time he said such cheesy things, didn't he feel embarrassed? He thought it was fine. Those were his true feelings. Shouldn't she also say some cheesy things back to him? She said she wouldn't say such corny lines. He teased that she just didn't dare. KK told him not to try reverse psychology again. She wouldn't fall for it this time. Yesterday, wasn't he just provoking her to sleep with him and do strange things to her? He was stunned. He didn't do any strange things to her last night. She retorted that hugging her from behind wasn't strange. He pinched her cheek. How could she say he was strange? She didn't know how long he had been holding back. KK thought, what? She pinched his cheek back. Did he think he was the only one holding back? She was an adult just like him. He didn't believe it. She had always rejected his advances. KK said she was a girl and needed to be reserved. Bain was annoyed. Now she was playing the girl card. Usually, she acted like his bro. He asked if she had any complaints. As they were talking, a butterfly flew by. KK closed her eyes in fear, not knowing what it was. With a thud, Bain fell on top of her. He called her name and suggested they both stop holding back. Queek's hand slapped his face. What was he saying? He should keep holding back. He had just kissed her. He shouldn't push his luck. He said he understood. He gently touched his forehead to Queek's and said he would hold back until she agreed. KK looked up and thought. For a moment, she couldn't tell whose heartbeat was pounding. Bain stood up and offered to help her up. After all, it was getting late. They needed to hurry and find their way back to the hotel. At the hotel, Lin was holding her phone. She was curious about how wild they had been last night, as both of them looked disheveled. KK told her to stop imagining things. Bain echoed, telling her to shut up. At that moment, the assistant director ran over, asking KK why she was at the main entrance. Why wasn't she staying in her room? She didn't even bring her phone, and they couldn't reach her. KK apologized, making up an excuse about going out for some fresh air. She asked if something had happened. The assistant director told her to quickly pack her belongings. She should buy the fastest ticket home immediately. There was an emergency with her family. KK immediately thought of her mother. She hurriedly wanted to go back and pack her things. Bain called out to her. He said he would go with her. She turned back and responded with The two sat in the car. KK remained silent. Bain looked down at her. Their hands were tightly clasped together. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor said that fortunately, Ms. Gao had been resuscitated this time. However, due to this sudden relapse, she might only have a few months left. They recommended a heart transplant, but the transplant cost was very high. They suggested the two of them discuss it as soon as possible. Ms. Gao thought it was too expensive and suggested they forget about it. KK disagreed. She said they would definitely help get her on the list. These few days, she should just rest and not worry about anything. She and her father would be there. She turned to ask her father if she was right. However, her father said he came today to discuss other matters with Ms. Gao. He asked her to look at the divorce agreement. These years hadn't been easy for them. If she agreed, she could sign it. He would arrange for a lawyer to handle the property issues. He had work to do, so he would leave first. Bain, standing at the door, called out to stop him, but he regretted it immediately. If he, an outsider, started a conflict at this moment, it would definitely trouble KK even more. Queek's father scolded him, calling him a meddling kid. KK rushed out from inside, cursing him as a bastard and a scumbag. Her father called her name, saying she was still young. She would understand when she grew up. She accused him, asking what he understood. Playing around outside? Keeping mistresses? Losing money in stocks? Or emotionally abusing his family? Her father became angry and embarrassed. He accused her of talking nonsense and asked how she dared speak to her father like that. He told her to show some respect. She said she wouldn't fall for that. Her mother was in this condition, and he still wouldn't admit it? He still wanted to abandon them, right? She said fine. If that's the case, she took off her shoe and threw it at her father. She severed ties with him. She said she no longer had him as a father. She told him to get lost. Her father was very angry, but turned to leave anyway. He said she could do whatever she wanted. Then he slammed the door and left. Magpie recalled the times long ago. Murmuring why, Bain reached out and hugged him. At this moment, he realized that apart from a pale embrace, he couldn't give him anything. Would such a helpless version of himself be his future? KK lay on the bed. Let Ms. Gao sleep on the bed. He'll be fine. Ms. Gao told him not to worry about him. Just close your eyes and sleep. The scene changes. Now it's KK protecting Ms. Gao. The three of them sat together. Lin Xiaoxiao wondered how to gather so much money now. His mom could only lend 20,000. KK said his previously saved manuscript fees would only cover a small part. Bain said if he took on more jobs now, he should be able to gather some. Lin Xiaoxia felt this couldn't possibly be enough. It's not like they, as kids, could mortgage their family house. Kiketot about borrowing. He felt his comic could be updated twice a week, which should cover more. Bain disagreed with this idea. Updating twice a week, how could his body possibly handle it? He told him not to worry. He had experience from fainting last time. This time he would definitely manage well and wouldn't end up in the hospital again. Beiying hesitated to speak. I can help you pay it all at once. He had no right to say such words. KK told them not to feel too pressured. After all, this was just his own matter. If it burdened them, he would feel bad too. He would also borrow from relatives. He'd be very grateful if they could help him a little. He told them to quickly return to school. Don't fail classes because of him. The two prepared to leave. Beiying said they'd come back to keep him company after school. KK urged them to go quickly. After seeing them off, KK lowered his head and cried alone. 01, who returned from an out-of-town inspection at school, asked if the situation wasn't optimistic. Bain blurted out that they needed a large sum of money for KK's transplant. Where could they get so much money? Lin Ilian said that even if they all worked part-time jobs, they couldn't gather that much. Should they try online fundraising or borrowing? On the podium, Danny Gao, from the Free Child team, was introducing himself. He would teach them some knowledge about script creation today, as well as conduct a Sui Tang test. There were teachers supervising at the back. Lin Ilian said they'd discuss it together after class. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Beiying was stopped by Danny. He asked if her name was Beiying. She answered yes and called him Teacher Danny. Danny thought he had mistaken her and told her to just call him Danny. She asked if he had something to discuss with her. Danny explained that he and the team had just reviewed the Sui Tang test. They felt her story stood out as unique among the uniform manuscripts. Their team returned to China this year to recruit some domestic talent. He thought Beiying would be a good fit for them. The Free Child team invited her to join. Danny told her this opportunity was truly rare. If she joined their team, she could get the chance to study abroad. There's also a signing bonus. He gave Beiying his business card, telling her to contact him once she's made a decision. Beiying stared at Danny's business card, lost in thought. Arriving on the street, he decided to inquire at every store. But he was met with rejection everywhere. One place didn't hire college students for part-time work. Another said his major didn't match. There was one that said his image would be very popular, suggesting he try their place. High pay in the evening. Bain sighed helplessly. Was finding a part-time job this difficult now? He wondered how KK's double updates were going, whether there were any problems. His script work didn't take too much time. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Isokike. He was carrying express deliveries. He told the person to leave it to him, saying he was strong. Suddenly, his hand cramped. The box and person fell uncontrollably. In a flash, Bain helped catch the box. He called out his name in surprise, asking what he was doing. He said he wanted to find a courier job in his spare time. It should help cover part of the medical expenses. He told him not to worry. It's just a courier job. He said he's very strong. He asked if he wasn't already doing double updates. How did he have time for part-time work? He said he could always find a bit of time. Bain noticed his constantly shaking hand. He asked what was wrong with his right hand. KK told him not to block the way. He had many more deliveries to make. Bain thought that hand was meant for creating. Now it was being used for hard labor. How could he not feel heartache for him like this? He agreed not to ask further, but requested to be allowed to work with him. He approved. In the evening, they sat on the road. KK sighed, saying courier work was really tiring. Luckily, it was a holiday. No one wanted to deliver. The daily wage was doubled. He thought it was great. Bain mocked that he had just fallen badly earlier. He said it couldn't be helped. The dog suddenly appeared and startled him. Drinking soda, he was happy he had been praised today. Bain suddenly crouched down, taking out cotton swabs to treat his wounds. He wondered when he had bought alcohol and cotton swabs. He replied that he knew. He definitely wouldn't go to the hospital for such a small injury, so he bought some disinfectant on the way. He made him promise. He should always put himself first. Specifically, he should quit after this period. As for the medical expenses, he shouldn't worry about them either. Bain asked him if one day, suddenly an opportunity that could make his future broader appeared before him, would he temporarily leave those around him to pursue it? He lowered his eyes, thinking he probably would. Realistically speaking, they've seen that at this stage, they're all just not fully mature college students. Just as he had just said, put yourself first. So you should always put your prospects before emotions. Your personal future is more important than any romantic entanglements, isn't it? Bain hummed in agreement, thinking he was right. He said the driver needed to return to the hospital, telling him to hurry home. He asked if he needed help walking. Grandma, he retorted, I'm the grandma. You old geezer. He replied that this way, they were still a couple. He told him to shut up. Back home, Bain finished his shower. He took out the business card Danny gave him, thought for a moment, then dialed his number. Danny was delighted. Bain had indeed contacted him. He welcomed him to join the Free Child team. He thanked Danny for giving him this rare opportunity. He hesitated for a moment. Though it might be abrupt regarding the signing fee, Danny told him not to worry. In a few days, it would be transferred to his account, along with the contract and team information. As for the school, he would negotiate. They'd fly to London together at the beginning of next month. He looked forward to Bain's future performance. He told him to spend more time with his good friends in these few days, especially his most genuine person. Meanwhile, KK received a phone call. He answered that he was the daughter of Ms. Gao in room 6. Asked what they were saying. The person on the phone told him they had received the heart transplant fee. They thought he had been arranged on the transplant list. They would notify immediately once a match was found. But he was very surprised. He hadn't. Then he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, it was Bain. He guessed he was here delivering packages. He told the doctor he'd contact him later and hung up. He asked if he had paid the medical fees for his mother. He got an affirmative answer, curious where he got so much money. Bain said he came today to tell him about this. He had signed with the Free Child team. That money was the signing fee. In a few days, he would go abroad for further studies. KK recalled what Bain had said that night, although he had already guessed what might have happened. He asked if he had decided to sign because of his mother's situation. Bain said of course not. He chose this for his own future. It just happened that on the path of pursuing his dream, he could help him out. He told him not to feel guilty at all. KK asked how long he would be gone. He answered probably 3 years. He told him not to rush to repay this money, not to feel pressured because he felt indebted, and he didn't know if he was willing to wait for him, but he would definitely always wait for him. KK repeated the time, lowered his eyes, and said he understood. He would wait for him. As he spoke, he took his hand. Bain lowered his head, reached out, and hugged him. He told him to quit this job quickly. Don't suffer anymore. Resume weekly updates for the manga too. Now, they didn't have to worry about money. In these few days before he left, would he be willing, while taking good care of his mother, to spend more time with him? He agreed. Of course. Bain said in the next few days, they should do everything couples should do. KK panicked a bit, asking which aspects he meant. The only answer he got was Bain's smile. KK then said everything was arranged for his mother. Now they could focus on dating together. Bain thought the word dating sounded strange coming from his mouth. He complained, wasn't he the one who wanted him to say mushy things? They watched a horror movie together. Bain hugged a pillow in fear, wondering when the ghost would appear. KK comforted him, telling him not to be afraid. They even did each other's makeup. KK was unsatisfied, asking if it was Avatar or Big Bear. Bain thought his makeup looked quite pretty. They also went shopping at the supermarket together. KK sat in the shopping cart, telling him to rush. As a result, they were scolded by the supermarket staff. The two also planned to spend a night together. KK felt this was moving too fast. How could they suddenly sleep together? He said it was just purely sleeping together. He wouldn't make a move on him. Saying this, he hugged him and lay down. He said just hugging like this was good enough. KK was so satisfied. They couldn't sleep for long anyway. In a few hours, he would have to go to the airport. He was glad that teacher Danny had chosen him. That was an international team. Now that he's going, he must work hard in the future. Bain felt this wasn't certain yet. Maybe it was just his luck this time. But he believed in him. He had always seen his scriptwriting skills. Actually, he had been thinking if he didn't do romance themes, he might be able to express himself more perfectly in other types of stories. He asked if that was so, but those stories wouldn't have him in them. KK pushed him away. How could he say that again? Always saying such cheesy lines without feeling embarrassed. How many more mushy words did he have in his head? Bain said he had plenty. It had been almost 4 or 5 years since he met K. Quebec. He should have accumulated 5 or 600 sentences to tell him. KK told him to stop. He didn't want to hear them. Bain thought he should be used to it by now. He felt this was something he couldn't get used to. He said he would in the future. He once had a small wish. It was hoping that one morning, when the sunlight woke him up, what was lying in his arms wasn't a pillow, but he would be looking at KK's sleeping face. He smiled silently. He called his name and said good morning to him. KK opened his hazy eyes and also said good morning to him. He got out of bed. It was time to pack his luggage. But before that, he would make breakfast for KK first. KK said it wasn't necessary. He would help him pack instead. Ring, ring, ring. Que est fondant? He answered, saying he was K. Quebec. He froze in disbelief. There was a matching heart. He promised to go there immediately. He happily shared the joy with Bain. His mother could be saved. His mother could finally be saved. Bain wanted to go with him, but he persuaded him to quickly pack and go to the airport. He would go find him after everything was settled there. He told him not to miss the plane. He agreed and told him to be careful. He responded with a MM. As soon as he left, Bain received a call from Danny. He said he was ready to leave. At the airport, Danny asked if he wasn't checking in yet. Was he still waiting for his girlfriend? Bain apologized, telling Danny and the others to go in first. Danny agreed, telling him to hurry. Bain was very worried about K. Quebec. He didn't know what was happening. He wasn't answering his phone. Could something have happened? Just as he was thinking, he heard someone call his name. He looked up and saw it was KK. He anxiously asked if the surgery was successful. KK apologized, saying he wanted to tell him in person, so he didn't answer the phone. He told him the surgery was very successful. He was really happy. His mom was okay. Now she just needed to stay in the hospital for observation for a while. Her condition was very stable. His mom was really fine. He thanked Bain, saying it was all thanks to him. Bain let out a long sigh. It was really great. It's good that it was successful. At this moment, an announcement came over the broadcast. The flight to London had started boarding. Passengers who hadn't boarded yet were asked to proceed quickly to Gate 6. KK exclaimed that he should go now, but Bain said, just one more minute. Bain solemnly told him that he couldn't give him any money, status, or honor for now. He also knew KK wouldn't believe empty promises. He could only guarantee that at this moment he liked K. Quebec. He liked him very, very much. KK stood on tiptoe, hugged him, and kissed him. He understood. He told him to go quickly, not to miss the flight. They could continue the rest when he came back next time. He smiled and said he understood. Then, goodbye. Bain and KK said simultaneously, wait for me to come back. Wait for you to come back. Zing zong zong. The shop assistant greeted KK, saying he came to buy books for his mom again. Looks like he lost the fight for the remote control last night. He could never win against him. This time, it's the usual. Danny Gao's trilogy. The shop assistant said he knew and had already prepared them for his mom. The TV broadcast news about the Green Jade Bamboo Award ceremony. KK turned to look. The winner of the 36th Green Jade Bamboo Best New Screenwriter Award was Bain from the Collarbone Freedom Team. The shop assistant praised Bain. He heard this handsome guy was their fellow townsman. He really brought glory to their small city. Talented and handsome too. He wondered if he had a girlfriend. KK hummed and answered that he did. He entered and greeted his mom. Ms. Gao asked if he bought the books. He assured her, all by Teacher Danny. Speaking of Teacher Danny, Ms. Gao asked about Bain's return to the country these days. She was curious if KK wasn't going to pick him up at the airport. He said Bain didn't want him to pick him up, saying he wanted to give him a surprise. Ms. Gao thought he was quite romantic and told KK to learn from him. He sat on the sofa and started picking his nose. Sometimes Ms. Gao really wondered if Bain was blind to fall for her daughter. Dong, dong, dong. The doorbell rang. Ms. Gao called out, coming, coming, and went to open it. It was Lin Xiaoxia and Lin Enian at the door. Lin Xiaoxia greeted Ms. Gao, saying they came to freeload again. Lin Enian also greeted her. KK complained about why they came every week without paying for meals. Xiaoxia said it was because he loved Aunt Gao's braised pork the most, better than any restaurant. Ms. Gao was pleased. She thought Xiaoxia really knew how to talk, unlike her rude daughter who would talk back even about chili oil. Lin Enian asked KK if Bain didn't tell him which day he was returning. He said no, not knowing what trick he was up to again. Qiuxia said that Big White Bird hadn't changed after all these years, still emphasizing mystery. KK said he was used to it. Lin Enian said KK had changed a lot since graduation. She wondered how she had changed. Lin Enian didn't know how to describe it. Maybe she was more like an old woman who had seen through the vanities of life. KK repeated her words, asking her to look at her fist to see if it was firm. Qiuxia quickly explained that the straight man's meaning was that she had become mature. Lin Enian hurriedly agreed, saying that's exactly what he meant. KK wondered if she was mature. She didn't think so. Her career was at a standstill, and she had no life goals. She felt indifferent towards things. Is this considered maturity? Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was Bain calling. He said he had arrived. KK was curious where he was. Why was it so noisy? Bain said he was on the roof of the mall opposite her house. KK was confused. The mall roof? KK told Ms. Gao she was going out for a while. She kept thinking, has he really come back? Has he really returned? In her hurry, she ran out wearing slippers. Could she finally see him again? She ran up to the roof of the mall, panting. She happily called out his name. Bain was standing in front of a helicopter, wearing a suit. He turned around and happily called out KK. They both ran towards each other. They hugged each other. Bain's second sentence was that he missed Quebec. She responded that she did too. After saying that, she suddenly felt a bit shy. Bain sighed. She was still the same KK as before. They sat on the steps. KK asked if their team had decided to develop in China. Bain said yes. They were now focusing on the domestic market. He would stay here from now on. Danny even set up the studio here for him. KK said it was expected for someone who had won international awards. The treatment was indeed different. She was right, wasn't she? He would definitely make a career for himself. He asked KK if she really didn't plan to create original comics anymore. KK thought being a comic assistant was quite good now. Although she earned less than before, it was also quite relaxing. After all, she couldn't write good stories. Bain was silent for a moment. He asked if she wanted to go see the studio. She agreed. Arriving at the studio, she exclaimed how beautiful it was. Now they could afford to rent such a big villa. It was really big. She felt they could even have a hot pot party here. Bain said the house prices here were much cheaper than in London, and with so many people, they indeed needed more space. But since they hadn't returned to China yet, only he was living here. KK thought it must be great to live alone. But come to think of it, where was his room? Bain asked her to follow him. He opened a door and said this was it. KK was saying it looked nice, but she stopped when she saw the decorations in the room. Bain had hung a photo over on the wall. She thought it was creepy and asked him to take it down immediately. He thought it was cozy but still took it down. KK hugged the photo and asked if he wasn't scared living alone in such a big house. Weren't they all living together over there? He replied that he would definitely feel lonely. He asked if KK could stay with him for the night. She asked him to wait a moment, saying she needed to adjust first. Bain was confused. Hadn't they kissed before? She said that was 3 or 4 years ago, and it was just once. So much time had passed, she would definitely feel shy. Bain said he understood. He would take it slow. He wouldn't touch her, but at least let him smell her scent. As he said this, he leaned in closer. His foot slipped, and he fell on top of KK on the bed. He immediately apologized, saying it was an accident. KK didn't believe him. This guy had learned quite a lot in these years. He asked if that was so, and what changes KK thought he had undergone in these years. KK looked up. She touched his Adam's apple, saying it had become more prominent. Her hand slid down. She touched his shoulders, saying they had become broader. His voice and demeanor had become more mature. Bain asked what else. She blushed and said she seemed to like him even more now. Bain also became shy. He made a couple of sounds and fell onto her, telling her to say such things less often in the future. KK found it very puzzling. Hadn't he always wanted her to say more? Bain explained that he was afraid he couldn't control himself. Bain had KK. He asked if she would sleep here tonight. She agreed. The next morning, KK came to find Bain. She asked when he woke up, saying she had borrowed one of his shirts. Bain was making breakfast at the counter. He told her to come eat after washing up. She felt like this was giving her a sense of newlywed life. She was the wife, and Bain was the husband. KK thought the breakfast he made looked very nice. He said it was authentic English breakfast, and it should taste good too. But it turned out to be too hard to bite. Bain found it strange. He had followed Danny's recipe exactly. He told her not to eat it and suggested ordering takeout instead. KK said it was still edible, no problem. She just realized that he had flaws too. Now he was wealthy, had a good reputation, and considerable charm. For a moment, she felt he seemed unrealistically perfect. In comparison, she was just an ordinary office worker. Bain forbade KK from belittling herself. She wasn't ordinary at all, because his current self was all thanks to her. He asked KK if she wanted to collaborate on a comic with him again. KK asked what he meant. Bain said he had a script he planned to adapt into a comic. He knew KK always disliked drawing other people's works, but what if that person was him? KK asked if it meant drawing his work, but she still refused, saying they could find someone better, more talented. Bain felt that the KK he knew before would never be afraid to face challenges. No matter how difficult the task, she would always try her best. Isn't that right? KK said people change. Bain hadn't been by her side for a full 3 years. There were many things they hadn't talked about on the phone, so she just wanted to do a good job as an assistant now. That was enough. Bain saw through her pretense. Having known her for so many years, he could easily see through her smile. He sighed and said he understood. If KK really wanted to change her mind, she could tell him anytime. As he said this, he took a bite of the breakfast he made. He found it too hard to bite. Maybe they should go out for breakfast instead. KK laughed, saying it wasn't that bad. He suggested they go back to meet her mother. He brought Bain back to his home and greeted Ms. Gao. Ms. Gao came out and teased him. Looks like you had a good night last night. He was stunned for a moment. Bain immediately greeted Ms. Gao too. He said KK should have told them she was bringing her boyfriend home. He hadn't prepared anything or cleaned up. Bain said it wasn't necessary. He just came to see Ms. Gao. KK added, and to have a free meal. Ms. Gao asked what he wanted to eat. Bain said anything simple would do, no need to go to trouble. He felt there was no need for formalities. They were family now. Hearing this, Bain was very happy. He thought KK's home was very cozy. KK didn't feel that way at all. Bain wanted to see her room. KK said it was okay, but he should know it wouldn't be very clean. He thought it's just like KK, clothes not folded neatly. The desk was messy, and trash was all over the floor. KK thought this is really like newlyweds. They cleaned the room together. He thought he did a great job. By the housekeeper. KK didn't expect cleaning together would be so fast. Besides giving him a 5-star review, what else should she reward him with? Bain said nothing, suddenly reaching out to hug her. KK asked what he was doing. He said just a hug. What hug? They were still outside. Bain pouted, asking if even a hug wasn't allowed. She thought, what's this, like a big puppy? Did he think she'd fall for this act? But she actually did fall for it. Bain revealed a mischievous smile, his lips moving downward. Kakazaias widana. She told him to wait, but Bain kissed her neck. Bain kipkising kakaznek. She told Bain to stop immediately. Bain released her neck. KK asked if he was a big puppy, sniffing around everywhere. If he's a puppy, then how should a puppy bark? Bain thought for a moment, feeling it was strange, and decided not to bark. She teased if he knew it was strange. Why did he do it? Bain said he knew he was wrong and barked once. KK thought it wasn't bad and asked him to bark again. He refused. She teased that now he cared about his image. Mom was outside the door, coolly taking photos. She thought these young people were really wild nowadays. She wanted to tell them dinner was ready. The two were startled and immediately said they'd obey. At the dinner table, Ms. Gao dropped a bombshell, asking when they planned to get married. KK spat out her food in surprise. He thought Ms. Gao was talking nonsense. It was too early for that. Ms. Gao said she was just teasing them. She wouldn't rush them. The most important thing was that they were happy together. Bain thought the braised pork was delicious. He asked if Ms. Gao could teach him. Ms. Gao said her braised pork was much better than what restaurants serve. She could teach him anytime if he wanted to learn. Bain said he was free today, so maybe she could teach him later. Ms. Gao thought it was a good idea. She suggested he might as well stay over. Bain felt it wasn't appropriate. Ms. Gao said it was fine. They'd be family anyway. He still thought it wasn't right because he didn't bring a change of clothes. Ms. Gao said, in this day and age, they could just order some clothes to be delivered. Bain agreed since she insisted. He'd impose on them for the night. Ms. Gao didn't see it that way at all. She told him to go to the kitchen now to learn how to make braised pork. KK couldn't help but remind them that she was still there. Weren't they going to ask her opinion? They both then asked if she agreed. She covered her face and said she agreed. They went to the kitchen. KK thought it was nice to occasionally enjoy such a warm scene. That night, Bain came out after showering. He said he was wearing KK's clothes and hoped she didn't mind. KK said she didn't mind. She thought this guy had indeed matured a lot. She was surprised that her oversized clothes were still small on him. Bain said they felt a bit tight. KK thought he must have worked out a lot over there. He confirmed it, saying it was quite competitive there. KK wanted to touch him. He agreed to let her touch. but she ended up studying his body proportions instead. She treated him like a human anatomy teacher. Bain grabbed her hand. He told her not to just touch the upper body. His chest muscles were the best trained. She said that wasn't necessary. Just then, Ms. Gao opened the door and came in, reminding them she was still at home. KK was startled. Why didn't she knock again? Ms. Gao offered Bain some fruit. She also forbade him from sleeping on the couch. He agreed. Then Ms. Gao told them to go to bed early. She closed the door and left. He called her name, saying her ears were very red. She thought he had some nerve to ask. She told him to stop, but he pinched her again. She let out a whimper. Then they both froze. How could she suddenly make such a strange, misleading sound? Bain was curious why she suddenly made that sound. They both turned away awkwardly and said good night to each other. The next day, Ms. Gao greeted KK. She asked if Bain was still not up. She explained he was adjusting to the time difference. Ms. Gao snatched away her bread, telling her to wait until he woke up to eat. It was perfect timing for him to go to the bookstore first and get teacher Danny's latest book. KK didn't think much of it. She thought he could just ask Bain directly. Their studio must have plenty. Ms. Gao disagreed. He should contribute to his idol's sales. It was his only hobby. She told him to hurry and go. He said he understood. The store clerk greeted Kay Quebec, curious that she came again today. She explained her mom had already finished yesterday's book. Today she came to get Danny's debut work. The clerk said he had specially reserved that book for her mom. It was selling very well. After all, his disciple had won an international award. He asked her to wait while he looked for it. KK said she'd look around first. She went to the manga section, remembering the time she used to read shoujo manga. Looking at the manga on the shelves, she recalled Bain asking if she wanted to collaborate with him again. She raised her hand to take a book from the shelf. Then she heard someone ask the owner why they couldn't see Little Bird's manga anymore. The owner hadn't heard of this author. The girl reminded him it was the author of Lien Sheanu. The owner then had some recollection, but they indeed weren't stocking it now. The girl was a bit disappointed, but accepted it. KK approached her and asked if she liked Little Bird. Hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. She asked if KK also liked her. It's a pity that she hasn't been drawing recently. She could only come to find her previous volumes to read. But now bookstores can't find her books anymore. She's not drawing manga or releasing new works. Although she heard from others that her later manga were quite ordinary and were canceled due to low popularity, she still thought it was such a shame. Her manga was so good after all. She got through tough times thanks to these. At that time, her manga gave her a lot of confidence. It was also because of her that she wanted to become a manga artist. The girl noticed KK was stunned and asked what was wrong. KK said she had a copy of Lien Sheanu, and it was signed. She asked for her address to send it to her. The girl was very happy and thanked her. KK said she should be the one thanking her, and it was clear that she really liked Little Bird. The girl said she was her manga enlightenment teacher. It would be great if she continued drawing. KK nodded and replied that she would. She definitely would. Hearing your wish, she would continue drawing. Back home, Ms. Gao asked if she brought the book back. Bain told her to come eat quickly. KK announced she would collaborate with Bain. She would draw that manga adaptation. He asked if it was true. She said it was. She had already decided on the way. Bain was very happy. They could fight together again. This time they would definitely regroup to draw his IP to its best. He said the contract was at the studio. He asked her to come with him to get it. He said it was no problem. Bain remembered they had a flight today. They should be arriving soon. He guessed it was his studio colleagues. Arriving at the studio, Danny greeted Bain, complaining about the long flight that exhausted them. Seeing KK, she asked who she was. Bain introduced her as his girlfriend. Danny exclaimed she finally met her. She introduced herself as the founder of Free Sea Point, also their parent and nanny. Then he introduced the others to KK. The small one is Angie, a bit slow to warm up, doesn't talk much. A cute little sister, though she's of age. Yu Tian introduced himself, happy to meet Kay Quebec. He said he heard Bain talk about her every day. Bain felt it wasn't every day. Lastly was Wang Wan. KK sensed this girl liked Bain. Then she introduced herself, pleased to meet them. Yu Tian said there's no need to be so formal. After all, they're family. See each other every day? Danny said Bain told them she would join his manga adaptation project. Since it's deep collaboration, they definitely work and live together here. KK didn't expect she'd live here too. Bain said he hadn't told her yet. The studio's work environment and resources are definitely the best. Plus, they can discuss and make changes promptly. If there are any issues, everyone can offer suggestions. It's all for the work. But the final decision is still in her hands. She said she understood. If it's for better collaboration, living in the studio is indeed the best choice. Bain said he'd go upstairs to get a contract. She told him to go ahead. Bain made a phone call, telling the other side they completed the task well. The other side said they almost gave themselves away. After all, it was their first time meeting their idol. Having to act in front of her made them very nervous. He apologized for making them act this out. It must have been stressful. The girl said it wasn't all acting. What she said was sincere. She hoped it touched Little Bird Sensei. Bain agreed. He was afraid it was just his wishful thinking, so he wanted to test her. Thanks to her, she helped him, and Little Bird realized she hadn't given up. The girl said she'd wait for their new work. She'd always support them. She also hoped he'd continue to protect Little Bird well. He agreed. He would. He'd protect her for a lifetime. Downstairs, Danny apologized. Because they just arrived, they were busy unpacking. They couldn't entertain her properly. KK said it was fine. They should take care of their business first. The long flight must have been tiring. Wangwan carried her things, complaining. Her mom packed so many things again. It's so heavy. KK took the bag from her hand, saying she'd carry it. She asked where her room was. She pointed in a direction, saying it was that way. KK put down the things and asked if there was anything else. She agreed, saying she wouldn't treat her like they do. She couldn't understand how Bain could like her. Her face and figure weren't great. She doesn't know how to dress up. No fame. Poor education. She didn't know what Bain was thinking. Wang Wan laughed, taunting if she cried. Feeling wronged already. Does she also feel she's not good enough for Bain? Such an excellent man like him. Of course, only excellent girls are worthy. KK retorted, if he's so excellent, why doesn't he like her? She told her to carry the rest herself. After all, she's not excellent enough. Wang Wan shouted for her to come back. Ms. Gao was shocked about KK moving to Bain's studio. KK said if he didn't agree, it's fine. After all, she was worried about him being alone at home. Before she could finish, Ms. Gao started packing her luggage. She told her to pack too and get over there quickly. She didn't expect her to be so eager for her to leave. Ms. Gao thought her illness had been better for so long. She didn't need her care. She thought to herself, indeed, if KK moved there, maybe they'd soon propose marriage. Next year, she might have grandchildren. Plus, she'd have a legitimate reason to see her idol, teacher Danny. It's a win-win situation. They held a gathering, raising glasses to celebrate. Congratulations to them. The Free C Team's China Small Squad was officially established. Also, congratulations to KK for joining them. KK asked for their guidance in the future. She invited everyone for a toast. Yution said they'd drink to their heart's content tonight. After drinking, they'd go karaoke, then have a midnight snack, followed by a massage and spa, partying until dawn. 3 hours later, everyone was down. KK was curious about their usually high work pressure. They all collapsed one by one. Bain agreed. He said he'd go back to his room first. They still had to discuss the new work tomorrow morning. He asked if she had sorted out her things. She said there wasn't much. It might get messy in a few days. He said it's okay. He'd tidy up if it got messy. KK asked if he was a male housekeeper. Bain wondered if a male housekeeper would work night shifts. She was curious what night shift meant. At this moment, Danny came over and asked what they were doing. He said their team doesn't forbid dating, but prohibits all boundary-crossing behavior at home. Bain was curious what boundary-crossing behavior meant. Danny said he didn't need to ask. He needed to go throw up for a while. Bain told him to go ahead. After he left, KK asked what the standard for crossing boundaries was. Bain kissed her. He said, of course, it's anything beyond kissing. He sent her back and said goodnight. In the morning, KK came out of her room, rubbing her eyes and yawning. She came to the dining room. They told her to come eat breakfast quickly, asked if she slept well. She paused, then said good morning to them. Bain asked Danny if he had seen K. Quebec. He replied she was drawing in the backyard. Bain went to look and indeed saw her. He picked up the line draft, surprised she had practiced so much. KK said this was a big project. Of course, she had to practice more. She also revised the female lead's character design and the story outline. She suggested summarizing everything in a table and handed it to Bain. Asked him to take a look, then they could discuss together. She wondered why he was staring at her. He said it was nothing, just suddenly felt nostalgic. It felt like they were back in college, working hard together. Before, he gave her the chance to be a screenwriter. Now he's giving her the chance to be the main artist. They're even now. Bain disagreed. He asked how she would make up for the emptiness in his heart for the past 3 years. She gave him a punch. Asked if he went to London to squeeze oil. Why was he talking so greasy now? He also felt it was a bit too mushy, but KK wanted to tell him something. Could they progress a bit more gradually in the future? After all, they haven't seen each other for many years. She's a bit uncomfortable. Plus, there are many people in the studio. It's not very appropriate. Bain thought it made sense. He hadn't considered it thoroughly. They might as well follow the gradual progression rule. She was curious what that was. He explained it starts with intimate actions she can accept, like holding hands and hugging. After she gets used to it, they try the next stage of behavior. He asked what she thought. KK felt it sounded quite safe and reliable. He suggested they start with the first step. She asked where the first step begins. Bain reached out his hand and held hers. He asked if this was acceptable. She replied it should be, but with him holding her hand like this, she couldn't work conveniently. Wang Er suddenly spoke up, saying if they continued like this, he wouldn't be able to work either. They immediately let go of each other's hands and apologized to him. He asked if they had been dating for so long. Surely they weren't still just at the hand-holding stage. KK looked at him and directly retorted. She said other stages couldn't be done in front of others either. After saying this, both of them blushed. Bain was pleasantly surprised to see KK's retort. KK only realized what she said afterwards and felt embarrassed. Wanger thought they were really too much. He came to give Bain his phone. He had been thinking for a long time and felt annoyed. He felt KK was deliberately making him sour. Bain said yes. Editor Wang asked if it was from the comic adaptation platform. He answered the call and greeted editor Wang on the other end. He asked in shock what he was saying. After hanging up, he asked what happened. He said the platform said his story outline lacked a hook. It wouldn't pass the review and might need major revisions. He hesitated, saying it would probably affect the overall tone of the story. And it's not easy to insert a hook. This wasn't his original intention for creating this work. KK thought if he didn't want to compromise, they could change platforms or publish on self-media. Bain said he had thought about serializing exclusively on official and foreign accounts. This way, there would be fewer restrictions and more room for creativity. But this would lack platform promotion and support. He wouldn't be able to provide her a fixed salary in the early stages. She lowered her eyes and walked towards him. Crouching down, she said this was his created story. He was its parent, so everything was definitely for the healthier growth of the child. As for her salary, she hadn't finished repaying the medical expenses she had advanced for his mother. And now they were providing her with food and lodging. It's okay even if there's no salary in the early stages. Anyway, no matter what, she would definitely support him. Bain nodded. He was very happy. He asked if she had time later. He took her to a place. KK asked how he liked it here. He had stumbled upon this place by accident before. Here, there were only sounds of nature. Whenever he felt sad or upset, he liked to come here alone to stare at the lake, feeling his soul being healed. Bain asked what exactly she had experienced in these 3 years. She felt it was all in the past. It was her own problem. She couldn't keep up with the times and lacked screenwriting skills. Now everything was better because of him. She had a new goal to strive for. He told her when he lost his memory before, she wasn't by his side. Although he got through it, he always felt something was missing. Now that she's back, he also had things to worry about. So he hoped she could always be by his side, to accompany him and endure together. Bain decided they would do it on their own, not relying on any platform or connections. Regardless of future success or failure, they would share the burden and benefits together. Was she willing to do this? Of course she was. With her promise, Bain instantly regained his fighting spirit. He prepared to go home and have a meeting with Danny to discuss. KK accidentally tripped when she stood up. With a splash, she fell into the river. Bain held her tight and brought her to the surface. He anxiously shook KK, asking about her condition. She helplessly explained that she could swim. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Then both of them laughed. They thought the view from the water was quite beautiful too. Suddenly, Bain slowly leaned towards her. Kike was confused. Then Bain gave up. He said he wouldn't touch her until she accepted him. The 4 people looked at them in confusion. They couldn't understand why these 2 went swimming so early in the morning. Danny told them to quickly go inside to shower and change clothes to avoid catching a cold. He urged them to hurry. After all, if they caught a cold, they might infect others. As the 2 parted ways, KK said she wanted to review the work and finalize the character designs after showering. Bain agreed it was a good idea, so they encouraged each other to work hard together. No matter what the future held, they would move forward and grow together. That night, Bain walked out of the room, massaging his sore shoulders. They had been busy for half a month, and their work was finally going to be released. He was too nervous to sleep. At this time, he noticed that KK was still awake. He was curious why she hadn't slept yet. She was playing a game on the sofa. Bain explained that the work was about to be released, and he was too excited to sleep. So he was playing games to see if it would make him sleepy. Bain noticed it was his new game card. KK explained she couldn't pass this level. So Bain taught her the techniques, but she still couldn't understand. So Bain asked her to move forward and taught her hands-on. At this moment, KK realized their position was somewhat intimate. When she mentioned it, Bain thought it was nothing. It was just to teach her how to play the game better. She slowly found that she could accept it too. Bain thought she had made progress. Suddenly, Angie opened the door, saying she wanted orange juice. Bain explained that she often sleepwalks looking for orange juice. Just don't wake her up. KK said she was very nervous. She asked if the two were ready. Then they started counting. When they counted to 1, all 3 pressed the publish button. As soon as it was published, there were many shares and comments. The reader's feedback was quite good. KK felt their efforts had paid off. Bain told her to check the reader's feedback later. Then he stood up. Suddenly his expression changed, and he held his lower back. KK wondered if he had pulled his back. Then she realized sitting all day would definitely cause back pain. She wanted to help massage his back. Bain was surprised. She explained that this is what she does when her back hurts. A massage would help. She believed her massage technique was very professional. Suddenly, she noticed his face was very red. She was puzzled. Bain wondered why she was moving so fast, not following the gradual progression at all. She thought massaging the back was normal. He felt it was too big of a step. KK realized she had hit his shy spot, so she continued to massage his waist enthusiastically. He said his waist didn't hurt anymore. KK never thought she'd be able to make Bain so shy one day. She wondered if Bain was just like everyone else after all. She reached out to tease him, but he opened his mouth and bit her finger. It really hurt. KK said she would pinch him to death. The two started to play fight. She told him not to run as she chased him. Suddenly, she stopped. She saw Wang Wan on the phone, looking very distressed. From his words, KK learned he was talking to someone called Chun Hao. That person seemed to be constantly pestering him, and that person had even returned to the country for this. He also asked him to go to the Xingtian Hotel. The person painfully said, "You must do what you promised me." Then they hung up. Suddenly Bain appeared behind her, and they continued chasing each other. In the evening, Danny said to celebrate Bain and KK's constellation going online. They planned to go on a team-building trip this weekend to a hot spring. Xiaodian asked if they had time to go. The others all said they did. Danny thought if everyone was okay with it, he would book the rooms. He and Xiaodian would share one room. Angie and Wanner in one room, Bain and KK in another. KK was about to discuss this with Danny. Before she could finish, the short-haired woman interrupted. She wondered if after dating for so long, they were still at the hand-holding and kissing stage. So she took back her words. She said she would still share a room with Bain. Bain felt she had been very surprising lately. She replied, "Of course." Then Danny asked where Wang Wan went. Xiaodian next to him explained he had an appointment with a friend. He was silent for a moment, then actively started a conversation with KK, asking her to be more understanding. He thought given Wanner's personality, she must often mock and ridicule KK. But KK said it was fine. She didn't take it to heart. Then she asked if Wanner had a romantic interest, because she heard Wanner talking on the phone with someone called Chun Hao. The 4 of them were stunned upon hearing this. Danny thought he had misheard and surprisingly repeated that name. KK said she shouldn't have misheard, and they even arranged to meet at the Xingtian Hotel. Danny was shocked. That guy had actually returned to the country. He couldn't understand why Wanner would go to a hotel with such a person. KK wondered what had happened between them. Danny explained that this person had been pestering Wanner for many years. Once it almost led to a disaster. This time, they didn't know what he was planning. They found that Wanner's phone was unreachable. They decided to go to the hotel together to find her. They also called the police just in case. They told Angie and KK to stay at home. KK insisted on going with them to rescue her. After arriving at the hotel, Danny told them to split up and search. They would contact each other if they found any clues. He planned to ask at the front desk. While searching, KK overheard people handing out flyers chatting. They said they had distributed all the flyers. She felt that searching aimlessly like this would take forever. Suddenly, she realized she could check Warner's social media to see if there were any clues. Suddenly, she saw Warner's latest update. It had her photo, and that photo also showed the floor she was on. After he exited the elevator, he told the others to rush to this location. They wondered how he knew Juan was on the 6th floor, but had no time to ask. They all agreed to meet on the 6th floor. At this point, KK was anxious. He didn't know which room Warner was in. He couldn't just knock on every door. If he asked the hotel reception, they wouldn't tell him. He noticed some door handles had flyers inserted, some didn't. He remembered Warner's social media post was from 20 minutes ago, and he heard in the lobby that those distributing flyers had finished 10 minutes ago. He thought Juan must have entered a room where the flyer had fallen to the ground. Then he found that the flyer for room 602 had fallen to the floor. He also found Wan's earring on the ground. KK stood in front of the room. He had no time to wait for them and the police. He felt every second of delay put Warner in more danger. So he knocked on the door, explaining it was room service. The person inside impatiently said it wasn't convenient. He explained that it was the hotel's anniversary and they were giving out free surprise gift packages. The person said they'd come right away. Then he opened the door asking what gifts were being given. He asked if the person was Chun Hao. KK immediately stepped forward and restrained him. The man struggled and told him to let go. He was wondering where Wang was. Then he looked up and saw Wang on the bed. She had wrapped herself in the blanket. He went over to ask about her situation. She explained what had happened. It turned out Chun Hao said he would stop bothering her if she came. But as soon as she entered the room, he not only stripped off her clothes, but also hid her phone. She felt so scared. He told her not to be afraid. At this moment, police cars arrived outside the hotel. Everyone else also rushed over. Danny asked if Warner was hurt. KK explained it wasn't serious, but she was frightened. She needed to give a statement to the police. Bain asked worriedly if he was injured. He said he took the guy down in no time, so how could he be injured? Bain wondered why he got into a direct confrontation again. He explained he was aware of his own abilities. After all, he had learned various self-defense techniques. In the end, he even said, "If you ever do something to wrong me in the future, you're done for too." She was speechless. At night, someone suddenly knocked on the studio door. KK found that the person coming in was Bain. He wondered what he was doing here. He explained that people outside were comforting and scolding Juan. He came here for some peace and quiet. He handed KK a cup of prepared milk. KK was puzzled how he knew drinking milk helped him sleep faster. The man explained that not seeing him for 3 years, he naturally kept an eye on his social media accounts. He thought this person was really idle. Suddenly K wondered when he became nearsighted. The other explained it was in the past 2 years because he was typing on the computer every day. He said he wanted to wear glasses too. The man laughed and told him to get them himself. They looked at each other for a moment. KK said he'd get them himself. He took off the other person's glasses and asked if it hurt. After putting them on, he felt very dizzy. The other person explained it's normal for the first time. KK thought he could see his face more clearly now. He found Bain even more handsome like this. The other was puzzled, wondering if his charm had rubbed off on him. He said, "Now you understand how I felt before." Suddenly, Bain asked him to promise not to face danger alone in the future. He agreed. Then he told the other to sleep early, as they had to wake up early tomorrow. Early the next morning, everyone packed their luggage. They all looked excited because their 3-day, 2-night hot spring trip was about to begin. KK decided that during this hot spring trip, he would launch a strong offensive towards Bain. He cheered himself up internally, encouraging himself not to be a coward anymore. In the hot spring trip suite, KK thought that since he wanted to launch a strong offensive, he should take the initiative to flirt with Bain under the moonlight. However, he believed that although they were in the same room, he must restrain himself, respect him, and not make a move on him. KK got up and explained he was going to the hot spring, telling him to hurry up too. The other said he'd see him later. KK entered the hot spring. Anchi and Warner were inside. He noticed Anchi's skin was particularly good, so he wanted to keep pinching it. Suddenly, he realized Warner was staring at him. He was surprised by her gaze. She said she had seen his work with Bain and thought it was quite good. Also, regarding yesterday's incident, she was very grateful that KK saved her. Then Warner explained that if he hadn't arrived in time, she might have been violated by that person. She felt sorry because she had been sarcastic to him before. Then she thought KK was not bad, barely worthy of Bain. He thought she was a cold, shrewd opportunist, but didn't expect her to be a pure, tsundere girl. She told him not to underestimate her. He expressed confusion. She explained that she was very experienced. In the room, KK thought Bain had good taste in choosing yukata. The other wondered why, as they were wearing the same style. KK closed the door while asking if he wanted to drink some alcohol. The other refused, afraid he might cause trouble if drunk. He moved closer and suggested playing games. He thought it was too late for that. KK persisted, suggesting they talk about work instead. The other believed that traveling was for relaxation and should be enjoyed. He thought they should just turn off the lights and sleep. Then he proactively said goodnight. The other also said goodnight to him. At night, the two slept in the same bed. Both their faces were red. KK wondered why he was so far away. The other thought it was safer to keep a distance. He said he felt a bit cold. The other suggested adding another blanket. KK decided to go for it, throwing caution to the wind. He then hugged the person from behind. The other wondered if he was feeling dizzy from staying in the hot spring too long. The other replied, maybe. She felt her head was spinning. Bain asked if he was serious. The other asked back, what do you think? So he directly turned the tables. He pinned the other person down. He said, this is what you asked for. Kikito te misunderstood. He was trying to seduce Bain, but he just wanted to simply sleep while hugging. He wondered if this person thought he wanted to go all the way. The other explained it was too late. Bain grabbed his wrist, wanting to kiss him. He called out the other's name, asking him to wait. He asked if it was okay. He said it's fine as long as they don't go all the way. The other agreed with a blushing face. They embraced. Bain asked how he felt. The other, with tears in his eyes, said he didn't know. Suddenly, he grabbed the pillow. Bain, seeing him like this, apologized. She thought she went too far and suggested leaving it for next time. Suddenly, the other person grabbed her hand. He explained he wanted to continue. Hearing this, she was stunned. She agreed. Early the next morning, KK was washing up. She thought maybe it was because of Bain. She felt that such things weren't so terrifying after all. He wanted to clear his mind and stop thinking about last night. Suddenly, he noticed the kiss marks on his neck. He quickly covered them with concealer. Otherwise, if others saw, they would gossip. Danny wondered why the two of them were so far apart. Could they have had a fight? KK told them not to overthink and said he'd have dinner first. The others were confused. It's early morning, what dinner? They thought the two must have had a fight. KK pondered what to drink. Later he chose coffee because it could keep him alert. Then he found Bain standing next to him. He told that person to go first, but the other insisted he go first. KK felt like they had regressed overnight. He couldn't understand. They had made so much progress last night. Why were they now more nervous and shy than before? And now that things had come to this, what should they do in the future? In the evening, KK felt they had a great day. Warner felt depressed thinking about returning to work tomorrow. And she said to just enjoy today's happiness. Bain had been taking photos of the girls all day, surprisingly taking over 400 shots. Danny's old bones couldn't take it anymore. Yution finally knew where Warner spent all her manuscript fees. KK was going to the convenience store to buy milk. Bain went with him. Warner said KK's phone was with her. How would he pay? He said Bain was the ATM. Bain said, it seems like we haven't gone out shopping alone in a long time. Kikariblay, yeah. The last time we went out shopping was in college. He recalled, that night we were even surrounded by two of Bain's classmates. Bain didn't expect KK to still remember that time. KK said, although you might find it hard to talk about, that day was the first time I saw your most genuine side. It was very meaningful to me. Bain looked at him and said, really? A female passerby asked Bain, aren't you the one from TV before? Others gathered around to take photos of him. They were saying he's really handsome in person, asking if they could take photos and add him on WeChat. Bain said it wasn't convenient. Others asked KK if he was the girlfriend, how they met, and how long they'd been together. More and more people gathered around. Bain looked at KK, signaling to run. Then the two of them sprinted into the gymnasium. The security guard had gone off duty and locked all the doors. Bain pulled KK and ran over. The security guard felt something pass by. Then he saw crazy fans chasing behind. He asked where they came from, saying the gymnasium was about to close. He told them to leave quickly. The others had to leave first. The security guard thought kids these days were so jumpy. Bain and KK peeked from inside the door. Seeing everyone had left, they crouched down. Finally got rid of them. KK said, for the first time, I experienced what it's like to be a celebrity with you. Bain told him to stop teasing. Everyone's gone. They prepared to leave, but found the door was locked. The security guard was turning the key, thinking about getting a foot massage after work. Bain and KK shouted that there were still people inside, asking the guard to open the door. But there was no response. Bain said they still had their phones and could ask Danny to pick them up, but he found the battery was low. He had been taking photos for them earlier. It was out of power, but there was still KK's phone, but he didn't bring it either. KK didn't know what to do. He had planned to sleep separately from Bain at the hotel to avoid suspicion. Bain also planned to sleep in Danny's room at the hotel to avoid suspicion. He asked about the red marks on his neck. KK was surprised, wondering if the concealer had worn off. Bain apologized, saying he didn't expect to leave such deep marks. KK said it was fine, just a bit troublesome to cover up. Bain told him to return the favor. Kikewistan. Since things had come to this, they might as well move forward. Then he cheered himself on in his heart. KK said if it was trouble, they should bear it together. That would be fair. Bain blushed, saying he was joking and not to take it seriously. He admitted he might have gone too far. He turned back to find Kay suddenly leaning towards him, saying, "I'll return the favor then." Then he kissed him. Bain was at a loss. Kikeset, one punto. We're even now. Bain asked if he had taken some love potion today. Kikebotangri. He had finally mustered up the courage, and Bain said something like that about him. Bain laughed, saying he'd stopped teasing. But they forgot one thing yesterday. It was the most important step. He didn't know what Bain meant. Bain leaned closer and asked, "Can I kiss you?" KK said it's okay, if it's just once. Bain held KK's lips and then kissed him. KK opened his eyes and found he was still continuing. Didn't he say just once? He apologized. At the hotel, and she felt very happy today. It was great that everyone could gather together. After opening the door, she noticed something in front of her. She picked it up and smiled. She was called to Danny's room to play poker together. It turned out to be cold medicine with a note attached. KK thought they wouldn't come looking for them. Staying here for a night wouldn't be a problem. It's just that the floor was too hard to sleep on. Bain stood up to look for something to cushion with. He found some mats and blankets, then moved them over. KK lay down and thought it was great. Bain asked if he was comfortable. KK said it's not bad and told him to come in and try it too. He asked if that was an invitation. He said there's nowhere else to sleep, yet he still had the mood to think about other things. He was very nervous, but for the sake of dignity, he still acted nonchalant. Bain said it was quite warm. He immediately turned and said it was super comfortable. KK turned his head and was very close to Bain. She asked, "What's wrong? We've slept together so many times. Are you still shy?" He retorted that he wasn't. They were adults, it's just sleeping. He said his face was red. He said it was because of the heat, then lifted the blanket. The blanket hit Bain's face. He said his mouth hurt. He said, "Let me take a look." After checking, he found it was just a bit swollen. Bain said, "Never mind. Mine too, because it's quite swollen." KK didn't react at first. Why would his be swollen too? But he was questioned back. He recalled the scene of them kissing just now. "Since it's like this, we're even. Let's sleep peacefully." Bain suddenly called him. In college, you definitely couldn't imagine that one day you'd actually be sleeping in the same bed with me. Not to mention during high school training. Back then, after leaving that small grove, you didn't even dare to acknowledge me. Now you've accepted me and also accepted love. Thank you for the changes you've made for me. He asked, will there be a day, many years in the future, when they, with gray hair, hold hands sitting in wheelchairs, looking up at the blue sky, then look at each other and still remember this moment? He asked, why are you crying? Did I say something I shouldn't have? KK said he was crying out of happiness. He never thought before that someone who feared love and relationships could actually meet someone who would make him change, make him complete. He felt that talking about the future wasn't scary anymore. He thanked Bain for making him change. Bain called his name. He hugged him and said he liked him. He liked him very, very much. Extremely liked him. He made a sound of agreement, hugged him back, and said he felt the same. The next day, they returned to the inn, looking disheveled, and got scolded by the security guard. They wondered if everyone had been worried. Opening the door, they found everyone sleeping on the floor. KK also lay down, saying he'd sleep a bit more. The warehouse cushions were getting more painful the longer they slept. And she opened her eyes, feeling something strange. She remembered not having a blanket last night. Turning her head, she found Yu-Tion looking at her. Caught, he quickly turned away and softly said, "You're awake." After getting a response, he asked if she wanted to go out and buy some drinks. After they went out, Yu-Tion asked if she was feeling better. And she said yes, thanks to his cold medicine. Yu-Tion said the weather was cold lately, she should wear more to avoid catching a cold. And she didn't like it, saying wearing too much wasn't cute. She sneezed right after saying that. Yu-Tian smiled and said, "That's karma." Then he put his hat on her head. His face immediately turned red. Anchi looked at him and said she'd go in first. Yu-Tian watched her back, doubting if he was being too self-conscious. He felt that Anchi's attitude towards him these past 2 days seemed to have changed. Everyone in the room looked at Anchi curiously, asking why her face was so red. Anchi said she got some sun. KK said it's good as long as she didn't have a fever. They were preparing to pack up and go back. If they didn't return soon, work wouldn't get done. They felt that happy days were always short. If they didn't go back, the deadline would be approaching. KK told Bain that he hadn't sent him the script for the next episode yet. Bain said he needed to revise it a bit more. KK noticed that the kiss mark on Bain's neck wasn't covered. He wondered if anyone had seen it. Bain said it didn't matter. Everyone already knew. KK said no, it was too embarrassing. He wanted to get some concealer and covered Bain's kiss mark. Bain said it felt like they were back in their college makeup class. KK said that back then, he couldn't even tell mascara and eyebrow pencil apart. Bain said time flies. 6 or 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He suddenly made a sound. KK said he was ticklish. "Damn, you weren't this sensitive last night," Bain said, blushing and turning his head. "It's all because this brush is too cheap." KK suddenly started laughing mischievously. He pounced on Bain, saying he caught another weakness and started to tickle him. Danny at the door suddenly coughed. KK said they were exercising. "Come join us." Bain added, "Yes, exercise is good for physical and mental health." Danny laughed, saying it was his fault for interrupting their workout. He came to find Bain, saying he had something to discuss with him. In the lobby, Danny asked if he had been paying attention to the readers' feedback on their recent episodes. The pacing was dragging. The plot was too slow, very boring. "You've seen all this, right?" Bain nodded. He said the overall tone of his story was meant to be slow, and the early parts needed a long build-up to... Before he could finish, Danny interrupted, asking if he planned to make money from this work in the future. Bain said, "Of course." Danny took a sip of water and said, "Since it's positioned as a commercial story, you need to do market research and cater to certain popular tastes, instead of stubbornly sticking to your original vision. This is meant for a wide audience. It's meant to serve everyone. So, I hope you can set aside some of your pride." Then he asked, "Do you understand?" Bain said he did. Outside, KK thought that Bain was always so serious about his work. Hearing such words would surely make him start doubting himself again. He had to find a way to restore his confidence. Anchi had never seen Bain look so dejected. Yu-Tian said he should be fine. KK asked if they had a printer there, and if they could help him with something. KK put the printed materials on the table. He asked them to cut these out and tie them to a string. It wouldn't affect their deadline. Anchi said these small tasks would only take a minute. Yu-Tian opened the notes to see what was inside. Anchi sneezed again. He asked why she was sneezing again, if she wasn't wearing enough. Anchi said she was dressed warmly enough, but couldn't help it. KK told Anchi to go rest. Yu-Tian nodded, saying they were enough here. It's not good to catch a cold. Anchi nodded and left. Yu-Tian told her to cover up well with the blanket. KK watched this and called Yu-Tian's name. He asked if he liked Anchi. Yu-Tian was startled and quickly denied it. Warner complained that everyone except Anchi could see it, telling him not to be too obvious. Yu-Tian embarrassedly rubbed his nose, asking if it was really that obvious. KK asked when he planned to express his feelings. Yu-Tian was stunned for a moment. He said to forget about that. Anchi was too innocent and knew nothing about such things. If he really confessed, she might end up disliking him. KK said Anchi was indeed a sensitive child, but it was clear she longed for someone to rely on. When they passed by a bridal shop before, she stared at it motionlessly. She also looked enviously at couples. When asked if she had a boyfriend, she was at a loss. Yu-Tian said maybe she was just collecting material for a novel, or she's just shipping other couples. KK said angrily, "It serves you right that you haven't won Anchi over yet. You need to express your feelings. Let her gradually understand your intentions." Yu-Tian said he understood. KK never thought there'd be a day when he'd be teaching others about love. He was getting old. Walking on the street, Bain wondered if he really had the ability to create good comics. If the later earnings weren't satisfactory, how would he handle dragging KK down? He suddenly felt unsure about his future career. He doubted if he could really be a good scriptwriter. Was he truly qualified? He heard KK calling him from behind. KK asked why he was here. Bain said he liked to come here to clear his mind when he felt down. Then he asked where KK was taking him, but KK just took his hand. Yution knocked on Anshi's door, asking if it was okay to come in. After getting permission, he entered. He asked why Anshi was still typing. Wasn't she supposed to be resting? Anshi said she just had a little left and wanted to finish. Before she could finish speaking, she started coughing. Yution sighed and walked over. He picked up Anshi in a princess carry, saying it was time to rest immediately. Anshi struggled, saying she understood and to put her down. She immediately lay down on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and said she was being good now. Yution laughed, calling her Little Dumpling. Anshi blushed, asking why he still used that name. Yution said everyone used to call her that. She was the last to join the studio, the youngest, cute and fair-skinned, just like a little dumpling. He asked if she didn't like the nickname he gave her. Anshi said she liked it, but it made her feel like a child. Yution said she'd always be a child in their eyes. Anshi said she was just a kid in his heart. Yution fell silent, remembering what KK had said. He said although Anshi was the youngest, he had always seen her as a woman. After saying this, he blushed and said he'd make her some hot water. Anshi, also blushing, said she'd sleep now. Bain asked if this was the Starry Sky exhibition and why KK brought him here. KK told him to look closer. Bain asked what was written there, then picked up a note in front of him. It was a message from a fan. Bain is so amazing, able to create such incredible storylines. I can feel how much the teacher cares about this work. This kind of story is truly unique in this field. It's so good. The teacher is incredible. Please continue drawing. Bain, please don't abandon the project. I love it so much. KK smiled and said, although your script has a lot of controversy, there are still many people supporting you behind the scenes. If you lose confidence in your creation, everyone will surely be disappointed. Bain looked up at him. KK said it was Bain who gave him confidence back then, helping him pick up the brush again. So this time, he wanted to help Bain regain his confidence. Let's work hard together and keep improving. We can definitely create stories that more people will love. Bain looked at him and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then he embraced KK, lifting him up and promised that he would definitely work hard. KK smiled at his serious expression. Bain said that among all the people in this world, he had met him. He was fortunate that the person he met was him. KK told Bain that what he was worried about was simply not wanting to break his vow of staying true to his original intentions. But before he went abroad to study, the work they serialized in college, wasn't it commercial? Although it wasn't perfect at the time, the results were quite good. If he had forgotten the commercial formula now, he could help him master it. Bain looked at him while holding a piece of bread. He said they could add some explosive plot points and pay attention to leaving hooks at the end of each episode. Now shipping couples is the trend. They could add more interactions that people love, but not too much or it won't pass censorship. Although he didn't understand much about script writing, he was quite adept at these things. There was still a lot unsaid. He would compile a document and send it to him. Bain smiled and asked what he would do without him. How could he repay him? KK said if it weren't for Bain seeking collaboration and giving him a chance, he'd still be wasting away at home. Bain said that in that case, he should be the one repaying him. KK asked what he wanted. He'd try his best to fulfill it. Bain looked at him, remained silent for a while, then said he'd tell him when he figured it out. KK thought to himself, wondering if he was up to some mischief again. Anchi came out yawning and greeted them. On the other side, Yution also came out yawning and greeted them. KK said he was up too. Perfect timing to have breakfast with Anchi. Yution and Anchi exchanged glances, then quickly turned their heads away. Both blushing, Yution said he wasn't hungry and would go back to work. Anchi said she wanted to sleep a bit more. Bain and KK watched them hurriedly escape, both a bit speechless. KK said, so this is how Chiu-Xia felt when looking at us two back then. Bain suddenly understood him. It was so frustrating to watch. Wang Wanner came out saying they too had started eating. Wang Wanner came over and told Bain she almost forgot to mention that she and Danny would be going out of town for an award ceremony tomorrow. They'd be back the day after. It's rare for him and KK to be alone at home for a night. They shouldn't do anything strange. KK, red-faced, loudly asked what she meant by strange things and told her not to talk nonsense. Wanner, eating bread, said who knows. KK said after getting to know her, he realized she was truly a naive and carefree girl. Bain said they were all initially fooled by her aloof young lady exterior. Then he asked KK if he wanted to do something tomorrow night. KK hurriedly asked why he was saying that too. What did you want to do? Bain said he meant maybe they could play some games to relax or cook something delicious together. KK was stunned for a moment. He said that was of course what he meant too. It's decided then. Utian was looking out the window in the corridor. Suddenly someone called his name. He turned and saw it was KK. KK asked what he was thinking about, curious about why they both reacted that way this morning. Did something happen yesterday? Utian said he tried to take the initiative yesterday. Just then, Anchi, who had woken up, came around the corner, heading to the fridge for some orange juice. She noticed KK and Utian, not knowing what they were talking about. Utian said even if he took the initiative to express himself, Anchi's reaction might be that he was too stupid. He still wasn't sure about her thoughts. And after all, Anchi was like a sister. She was the sister they had always cherished. Hearing this, Anchi lowered her head and stopped in her tracks. The next day, Danny told them to take good care of the house. They were leaving first. Warner reminded them not to do anything strange. KK smiled and said not to worry, and told them to be safe on their journey. After saying that, he noticed Anchi looked gloomy today. Utian asked Anchi if her bag wasn't too heavy. He offered to take the luggage in her hand. Anchi said flatly that it wasn't necessary. She wasn't a child and could handle this much. Utian reached out his hand, saying not to be stubborn. Anchi forcefully pushed his hand away, angrily saying she already said it wasn't necessary. Utian lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Danny asked Utian if they had a fight. Utian told Anchi she was always so willful. Wasn't it because she carried something too heavy last time that she fell down the stairs and broke a bone? Anchi said, so what? What's it to you? I'm just a sister to you. Why are you meddling so much? Utian replied, what are you saying? It's because you're like a sister that I'm worried. Wang Wanner came over and loudly told them to stop arguing. But KK stopped her, saying to let them resolve it themselves. He thought to himself that Anchi must have overheard his conversation with Utian yesterday. But this child probably only heard the first half. Anchi turned her back and said, you say you're worried because I'm like a sister. Then why did you help me chase away that creepy guy by the Thames that night? Why did you stay by my bedside all night when I was sick? Why did you come to pick me up in the rain when I was stranded at the station? When I was bullied by thugs in Hyde Park? Why did you come to stand up for me? Why do you specially remember every anniversary related to me? Are these things you do for a sister? Do you do these things for all girls younger than you? Utian fell silent upon hearing this. Then he loudly said, are you an idiot? Of course I only do this for you, Anchi. Besides you, who else have I done these unnecessary things for? Anchi looked up at him. He continued, what other reason could there be besides liking you? How come you still don't understand after all this time? Wang Wan thought to herself, how did it turn out like this? Shouldn't they have a fight first? KK thought, finally, well done. Utian and Bain thought, this would make pretty good manga material. Danny felt like he was both a master and a nanny, and now he had become a matchmaker too. Utian covered his face and said, I'm just very weak. It took me so many years to dare to say it. I fell in love with you at first sight, but you were underage then, so of course I couldn't do anything inappropriate. Now that you've grown up, but you still don't seem to understand much about feelings. I was really afraid that if I said it out loud, you would avoid me or hate me. And she said, I already told you, I'm not a child anymore. How could I not understand? And I could never hate you. She continued, did you think I would risk catching a cold just to dress up cute and adorable for someone else to see? After saying that, she threw the luggage to Utian, saying, since you're so eager to help carry my luggage, you can take this bag. We'll talk more later. We need to hurry to the airport now. Wang Wanner put her arm around Anchi's shoulder and said to KK, we'll go ahead with this young couple. KK told them to hurry, or they'd miss their flight. He felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Years ago, didn't Xiaoxia and the class monitor get together in a similar way? But in the future, he'd have to remind everyone to listen carefully and not just hear half of things. KK looked at the ingredients on the table, sighing that Baiying had prepared so much. Baiying smiled and said, of course, to teach you properly, I have to put in some effort. Baiying told him to first cut the bell peppers into chunks. KK asked if the size was okay. He nodded and said to put them all in and stir for 10 minutes. Then use the meat tenderizer until the meat was soft and tender. KK said he was good at that and would do it confidently. While tenderizing, he talked about why he couldn't finish his drafts, why it always rained when he hung out laundry, why his makeup always smudged when he went out, why prices always dropped right after after he bought something. Pure meat was indeed satisfying. He looked towards Baiying, thinking that although it was supposed to be a cooking lesson, he was only given small tasks to prepare ingredients. Baiying was doing all the important steps. He couldn't really help much. He smelled something fragrant and realized it was the mixture he had just stirred. That bowl of stuff looked delicious. He thought about secretly tasting a bit with his finger. Surely he wouldn't be caught. After tasting it, he found it very delicious. Baiying turned and said, "Caught you sneaking a taste, Swachi." He explained he was just tasting. It was very good. His recipe was amazing. Baiying said, "Really? Let me try some too." KK hesitated for a moment, then said, "I understand." He extended his sauce-covered finger towards Bai Ying's lips. Baiying said it was indeed delicious. He grabbed KK's waist and placed him on the counter, saying, "Compared to the sauce, you might taste even better. Do you remember what I promised you before?" KK said, "Of course." He said, "I've thought it through. Is now okay?" KK, blushing, said, "But we haven't finished cooking." He replied, "We can deal with that later." KK turned his head without speaking. He said, "Not saying anything means you agree." Then he leaned in for a kiss. His hand also caressed KK's waist. KK called his name. He asked, "Is this not okay?" Blushing, he said, "Please be gentle." Wanting to see his flustered expression, he pushed KK down on the bed, saying, "Here I come." KK, red-faced, said, He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Baiying apologized and asked if he was okay. KK turned his head and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Baiying said, "Then I won't hold back." His hand tightly gripped KK's. He hovered above him. Their thoughts and heartbeats slowly emerged in the quiet night. The next morning, KK woke up and realized it was daylight. Not only had they not eaten dinner last night, but they had been busy all night and barely slept. Baiying woke up and said, "Good morning. Was last night tiring?" KK turned his head and said, "It's fine. After all, we're both inexperienced. But why do you have so many of those things in your room?" He said he had bought them and put them in the bedside table since the first day KK moved in. KK said he was really well prepared. Baiying kissed his hand, telling him to continue sleeping while he prepared breakfast. He felt something. Baiying sighed. "I was planning to surprise you later, but now is good too." He picked up the box, opened it facing KK, and knelt on one knee on the bed. He asked KK if he would marry him. The romantic words he wanted to say, he had said too many times before. Now he just wanted to say he loved him. Would he marry him? Seeing KK lower his head without speaking, he panicked, wondering if he was too hasty. Was proposing in this situation too casual? He immediately apologized to Quebec. KK wiped his eyes and said no, sobbing that he was just a bit startled. He cupped KK's face and said thank you. He said he didn't know how much courage it took to follow in his footsteps, planning every step to reunite with him. To him, KK was already more than just a lover. KK said he indeed owed him one thing. He loved him and would marry him. Baiying smiled, then sighed. He kissed KK's eyes and said, "Let's get married." KK asked how he knew his ring size. He said he secretly measured it in college when KK fell asleep while gaming. A few days ago, he measured again when KK was napping in the room. KK said he had been planning this since college. He denied it, saying it was since high school. He'd reluctantly reward him with a kiss. He opened his eyes wide, thinking one wasn't enough. When the others returned and learned about Bai Ying's proposal, they found it unbelievable. KK opened his hand and said to Wang Wanner, "Just gone for a day and night, and things progressed so quickly? Does that mean next time you return from a business trip, they'll have their second child?" Danny asked when they would have the wedding. Now only Wang Wanner was left. She should hurry up. Wang Wanner didn't understand how it came to her. Now she realized she never really liked Baiying before. It was just boredom seeking emotional support. Then she said to Danny, "What right does a single old man have to talk about me?" KK just realized that his mom and Danny were about the same age, and his mom really liked him, treating his books like treasures at home. Danny said, "It seems she really likes my books. Next time we have a chance, we can meet together."